Chapter 1534 Huang Heaven Blade. The 12 Tyrant Swords. 2. Gasp. Wang Ting digested the technique and let out a long sigh. There was still bewilderment in his eyes as well as lingering fears. That was a terrifying attack. Just then, even though everything was happening in his mind, he still felt as if his spirit was going to get chopped by the blade. It was astonishing. It was just a memory, but the young hero felt as if he had traveled to a point back in time where those two powerful warriors fought. The experience had a perspective close to the attack, virtually life-threatening. The blade almost killed him. Fortunately, the memories ended with him being pulled back to reality by an invisible force. This had never happened before. Wait, it has happened twice already. The first time was when he received the divine level legacy on the white jade stairs outside the Great Qian Palace. The second time was when he received the elemental light divine scripture on planet Light Velvet. Thinking back, the two scenarios were extremely similar. He seemed to have traveled back in time to receive legacies of those powerful martial warriors. Wang Ting's expression changed. Feeling divine level legacies weren't simple. There was this sensation of being close to a new discovery when he received the Godslayer sword scripture. Based on the day's events, that feeling might be real. Fortunately, the legacies received through the system were special, making them reasonable, as if making him the one comprehending their underlying meaning. This was equivalent to telling the makers of said inheritances that he was the successor they were looking for. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Ting felt a little guilty. Actually, he felt he was doing good deeds. The legacies would be wasted if they couldn't find heirs after tens of thousands of years. However, if they were passed to him, he could develop and enhance them. It was a win-win situation. Anyway, without a doubt, the Huang Heaven Blade was a divine-level skill. Furthermore, it was a single-move skill. The intensity of the attack depended on the user's mastery and understanding. In simpler terms, the blade technique was highly dependent on talent and enlightenment. That was precisely why many people looked down on it. The latter was probably clueless about this too. The Huang's eternal stage warrior, who found the skill by coincidence, and managed to master it up to the small achievement stage using his high enlightenment potential. This allowed him to release eternal stage power through this attack. He took advantage of this to make a name for himself in the universe. That was how the Huang family rose to prominence. Unfortunately, after the death of this expert, no one else was able to reach that stage. The Huang Heaven Blade was thus neglected. In summary, the skill was invincible, but Huang Xinghua wasn't able to release its full potential. What's wrong with this blade technique? Isn't the skill looking down on people with low enlightenment? Wang Ting wondered. Then, he sniggered. Others might find it difficult to learn the skill, but he had his own way of increasing its output. Based on his current enlightenment level, he could push the blade skill to a powerful stage, even without picking up attribute bubbles. Of course, collecting attributes was still the best. It was fast and convenient. Huang Heaven Blade, 3000/10,000 Foundation. The young hero glanced at his attributes board. His jaws almost dropped. What the hell is this? The Foundation stage required 10,000 points. This was the most exaggerated amount among all the techniques he had. Well, the Godslayer sword scripture didn't count, since it was a scripture and a battle technique. The Huang Heaven Blade was just a battle technique, and it already required 10,000 points to break through the Foundation stage. How many points would the other stages need? Not many people practiced the Huang Heaven Blade. Only the Huangs practiced it. Furthermore, based on Huang Xinghua's mastery of the skill, the rest of the Huangs were probably weaker than him. Thus, the amount of collectible bubbles was limited. Wang Ting wanted to take back his words. Collecting attribute bubbles is not the best method. He shook his head and left the matter to rest. Then, he shifted his attention to another attribute bubble. The 12 Tyrant Swords. Once the attributes were assimilated, a towering, blurry figure who looked like a deity appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The figure was majestic, tantamount to the center of the world. His gaze was one filled with self-importance and arrogance. No one seemed worthy of his attention. The towering figure was holding a massive sword. He did so casually, slicing the air around him and leaving a shimmering trail of steel as it moved. Wang Ting returned back to reality. He was awestruck and dumbfounded. What is going on today? He received 2 divine-level battle techniques in one go. Is my luck exceptionally good today? Obviously, the 12 Tyrant Swords was a divine-level battle technique, just like the Huang Heaven Blade. The difference was that the former had 12 moves, while the latter was just one. The move he just received this time was the first sword stance. What a scam! The Crown Prince only used one move, so Wang Ting only received one move. No more than that. This was like a friend wanting to give you a full set of items, but he needed to go about it by installment. Hence, you received one pair of gloves first, and the rest of the items would follow one after the other. It was infuriating. Never mind, at least I got one move. Wang Ting shook his head. He recalled the power of the Crown Prince's sword move, and then felt he was being too greedy. He needed to be happy with what he had. The 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword, 4500/10,000 Foundation. Wang Ting stared at the attributes board and could only sigh in his heart. Indeed. The Foundation stage alone demanded 10,000 points. What a scary requirement. And that was just for the first move. He couldn't imagine how many points the other moves would need. Do they all require 10,000 points? Honestly, if that was so, he would rather study the technique on his own. Wang Ting felt that he could pull it off. It was just a sword move. His sword talent was at the divine level, while his enlightenment was at the heaven realm. He believed it was possible. Just as he was about to look away, he noticed another thing. Tyrant's Finger. The 12 Tyrant Swords. Is this a set? Did he get the legacy of a formidable warrior? What's more, they had probably been a god stage expert. Or, it could be the legacy of the imperial family. Whatever the case, the second prince, the third prince, and their brethren would have it too. Wang Ting decided to watch the other princes' matches and see if they would execute any battle techniques with the tyrant word in their names. If they did, it would indeed be a legacy of the imperial family. If not, it was the crown prince's personal inheritance. It wasn't strange. If the young hero could get the legacy of a god stage martial warrior, the heir apparent could do it too. Look at his talent. Luck was ever mysterious and hard to grasp, but it would always leave a trail for geniuses to find. Wang Ting blinked and looked at the last attribute bubble. It was the unity of man and sword. Another one. He was genuinely surprised, not expecting the great prince to grasp this state too. No wonder his sword attack was that powerful. The young hero no longer felt lonely. He had one more sword. Once the attribute was absorbed, he gained a deeper understanding. He contemplated using a sword in the next match. The following matches ended quickly. 71 candidates were left, and there was another revival round to go. 2 days later, the revival round was held. Chapter 1535. I'm an idiot. 2 days had passed. On the live chat platform, citizens from all around the Great Qian Empire surged in and waited in front of their screens with great anticipation. Grab your seats and get your snacks ready. The last revival round is about to start. What? The last revival round? I'll log in to the virtual universe right after I'm done with my big business. Impressive. Stop ***ting immediately. How can someone stop ***ting? Please be humane. Stop quarreling. The revival round is just starting. The last revival round began. It would definitely be an intense battle. There were 2 powerful candidates taking part in that round, Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua. Many wondered who would be the ultimate winner. 71 warriors had gathered above the arena, waiting for the battle royale to begin. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua stood among the participants. Both looked serious, as this would decide if they could continue on their journey. Talents like them wouldn't want to accept defeat. They definitely wanted to gain a higher ranking. Furthermore, that was their last chance. Their gazes collided in mid-air, grim and sharp. Competitiveness burned in their hearts. Both knew they were the two greatest opponents. No one else was worth fearing. "Start," said a voice from the light sphere. Boom. Explosions occurred above the arena. The 71 warriors had been waiting for that moment. All of them immediately moved to attack their nearest opponent. However, the latter charged towards the others like tigers charging towards a herd of sheep. No one could stop them. They were kicked out, one after the other. Wade slipped around like an eel, but he was forced into a tight corner by Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua's attack. He felt bitter. That was probably the end of him. On Zone 1's platform, the second prince shook his head. "No one else has a chance with Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua around," Timothy said. "You're right, they're too powerful. Neither of them should be in the revival round," Ji Haochen said. The second prince glanced at the crown prince but felt that he wouldn't get a reply, so he turned and asked Wang Ting, "Wang Ting, who do you think is going to make it?" The young hero was at the moment having a jolly time collecting attribute bubbles. Huang Xinghua dropped many of the Huang Heavenblade, so his understanding kept on rising. He blinked when he heard the prince's question and smiled. "I'm rooting for Huang Xinghua." Huang Xinghua. The prince thought he had misheard. Even Timothy and Ji Haochen looked over. They weren't expecting such an answer. "Wang Ting, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Strachey suddenly asked. His eyes were shimmering. "Bet what?" Wang Ting stared at him, showing surprise. "Since you think Huang Xinghua is going to win, you can bet on him. I'll bet on Yuan Hong. The loser will have to take his clothes off, stand on the edge of the stone platform, and shout him an idiot." Strachey gave his enemy a mocking stare. "Do you dare?" Everyone's gazes turned strange when they heard the stakes. The bet seemed a little cruel. The loser would have to strip and shout, claiming to be an idiot. It would be a major disgrace for the unfortunate one. It would have been normal to hear such conditions from the cheeky earthling. However, much to their surprise, Strachey was the one who brought it up. It was completely unexpected based on his personality. How much did he hate the young hero? This bet, Wang Ting seemed to be in a dilemma. He didn't finish his sentence. "Why? You don't dare?" Strachey fanned the flames. Wang Ting glanced at Strachey and smiled. He finished his sentence. "It's amazing." "Strachey, something doesn't feel right." The second prince and the others stared at the earthling, bewildered. Indeed, that was right up his alley. Wang Ting loved these kinds of bets. Doesn't Strachey know what kind of person Wang Ting is? But, since Wang Ting agreed, does he honestly think that Huang Xinghua will win? Yuan Hong seemed stronger at the moment. He had also defeated more opponents. He was 2 people ahead on the count, versus Huang Xinghua. "Don't you want to bet? Let's bet then." Wang Ting glanced at everyone and continued, "Be our witness in case someone regrets." Strachey hesitated. This fellow looks extremely confident. He seems certain that Huang Xinghua would win. That made him look a little stupid. Is he asking to be humiliated? Does Huang Xinghua have a trump card he hasn't revealed? Wait, even if he does, how would Wang Ting know? He must be bluffing. He can't reject this, so he's using this tactic to force me into taking back my words. Strachey felt he had seen through the young hero's intentions and snorted. Don't judge a nobleman's mind with the understanding of a lowly person. I swear with the Parker's family's reputation that I will stand by my words. Chapter 1536 I'm an idiot. 2. The Parkers still have a reputation? Wang Ting exclaimed. Strachey. Everyone. This fellow is quite cruel. Don't disgrace our name. Strachey fumed. All right, I'll play along. The young hero pretended to feel helpless. Wang Ting, why not think about it some more? Said the second prince after some hesitation, also feeling that Yuan Hong had better odds of winning. After all, one was number 1 in Zone 4, while the other was first place in Zone 8. The difference was evident. It's all right. I'm choosing Huang Xinghua, Wang Ting said. No one else commented, since the latter had decided. They felt curious, wondering if Huang Xinghua had some unknown trump card. None of them noticed how the crown prince opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Ting in surprise, right when he said that Huang Xinghua would win. Time flew. The second part of the revival round was in progress. Many warriors lost their battle abilities and were kicked out. Yuan Hong had defeated 8 martial warriors thus far, while Huang Xinghua only defeated 6. As for Wade, his performance was surprising. He defeated 3 martial warriors and was stubbornly holding on. His resilience was impressive. Strakey glanced at Wang Ting proudly. He seemed certain of his victory. Wang Ting remained calm and composed. He didn't seem to take the matter to heart, which made his rival feel frustrated. 3 more hours passed. Huang Xinghua shortened the gap and was only 1 person behind Yuan Hong. Only the fatty Wade, Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua remained in the arena. They hovered up above, forming a triangle, staring at one another. The 2 favorites sized up the fatty with strange expressions. Ha ha, this fatty is so funny. Only 3 are left and the fatty is one of them. This is unexpected. This fatty is quite capable. He's standing alongside Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua. He can boast about this for life. Ha ha ha, that's true. Even if the fatty doesn't win, I'm willing to call him Brother Wei. Brother Wei. This is a good nickname. Let's call him Brother Wei from now on. Brother Wei, did I agree to be named like this? Silence. On the live chat platform, everyone laughed when they noticed Wade's expression. He looked out of place while standing beside Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua. It was a funny sight. The 2 others exchanged glances and dashed towards the fatty. That was the last martial warrior. Huang Xinghua had to defeat the fatty to catch up with Yuan Hong. The latter also wanted to defeat the funny guy to assert his win. Oh my God! The fatty was in a predicament. He shouted and ran when he saw the 2 warriors charging towards him. The audience burst out laughing again. This fatty is just here to lighten the mood for us, right? Stop running! Yuan Hong shouted and attacked, using his 2 battle axes. Huang Xinghua didn't waste his time either. Blade glows were shot, blocking all of the fatty's escape routes. I'd be an idiot if I didn't run. The fatty kept on running furiously, not giving any chances. He ran much faster than the 2 pursuers. They were incapable of catching up. Some time later, the fatty panted heavily and stopped. He waved his hands. All right, I admit defeat. I can't run anymore. Stop chasing me. What did I do? Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua stopped and stared at each other, at a loss for words. This fatty admitted defeat. What do we do now? 2-3-3-3-3. This is so funny. The fatty admitted defeat. Who gets his score? Maybe half each? Ha ha, that's our fatty. Livening up the mood. He's in the limelight. Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Brother Wei is amazing. The audience on the live chat platform laughed until their stomachs hurt. Since the fellow admitted defeat, Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua turned to look at each other. It was finally their turn. The latter was only 1 person behind in the score, but only 1 candidate could emerge from the revival round. Hence, defeating the former would equalize the score. Furthermore, being the one who defeated Yuan Hong, he would naturally gain the right to be revived. At first, Yuan Hong just needed to defeat 1 more person and would have won. And yet, fate had it that they would end up having to battle it out. They stared at each other in midair, panting lightly. Much of their energy was exhausted during the previous battles. It was hard to tell how much energy remained. The next instant, their gazes turned firm as they swiftly used their most powerful technique. A dazzling glow blossomed around Yuan Hong's battle axe. A 9th-level strength Ultima was gathered around it, creating scary fluctuations. Airwaves resulted from the force swept out, seemingly able to cut through the air. Yuan Hong's attack seemed stronger than before. "There's a domain power embedded to it," the second prince exclaimed. Chapter 1537 I'm an idiot. 3. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Yuan Hong's talent is not bad, since he's able to use a domain in battle. Does this mean Huang Xinghua will lose? Ji Haochen looked at the young hero. No one knows until the last moment, replied the latter calmly. Stubborn as a mule. Strachey snorted. Our hero ignored him and looked at Huang Xinghu. The others followed his gaze. They saw Huang Xinghua's eyes turning pitch black. He grasped his battle blade tightly and raised it above his head. Then, he gave a thunderous roar. Boom! A terrifying blade glow soared like a shooting star, leaving a trail of brilliance in its wake. The glow expanded as it went higher, filling the sky with dazzling radiance. The yellow sky seemed to be much smaller than the one seen by the young hero in the legacy vision. However, Huang Xinhua did manage to execute the move. Prior to the fight, Wang Ting already knew that the latter had a strong grasp of the Huang Heaven Blade. Still, he didn't execute it to full potential in front of the Crown Prince. Everyone thought he had tried his best, but Wang Ting knew it wasn't so. Yuan Hong was basically on par with him, so he had a higher chance of winning this time. After all, it was a divine-level technique. What's that? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this move. No one expected Huang Xinghua to release such a frightening move. Strachey's expression changed. Yuan Hong's pupils shrank. He knew he couldn't wait anymore, so he swung his axe down. A sharp glow shot towards his opponent. Boom! Huang Xinghua's gaze turned sharp. His blade came slamming down. The yellow sky reflected the move as sharp as the weapon. Their attacks collided in midair, filling up half the horizon. The majestic scene made people's jaws drop. Boom! Crack! The axe glow showed fissures and started to collapse. The blade attack managed to destroy the axe move and continued on its way towards Yuan Hong. A hint of disbelief appeared on the latter's face. His opponent's skill gave him the same feeling caused by Su Jianchen's sword glow. Boom! After an earth-shattering boom, Yuan Hong was thrown backward. There was a grievous wound on his chest, forming a cross with the other sword wound Su Jianchen had given him. Fresh blood splattered out. Yuan Hong lost. There was a moment of eerie silence. Huang Xinghua won? Wait, Yuan Hong lost? Huang Xinghua's blade attack was extremely powerful. What battle technique was that? I have never seen such a strong blade attack. It's at least an eternal stage move. Couldn't have released that power if it wasn't. Gasp, an eternal stage technique? Huang Xinghua is amazing to actually execute it. If that's truly an eternal stage technique, Yuan Hong lost for a good reason. Many comments popped up on the live chat platform. Huang Xinghua's victory was a surprise to many. The majority felt that Yuan Hong was the strongest of the two. And yet, Huang Xinghua won. It was unbelievable. In the military battle fortress, General Fu Xinglan sized up the young man on screen with interest. General Fu Xinglan hesitated and asked, "Is that the battle technique of the eternal stage warrior from the Huang family?" "Yes, I think so. I think it's called the Huang Soil Blade, quite the low-class name." General Habakkuk nodded. "Indeed." Tang Wei nodded in agreement. You could imagine how bad the name was, since the taciturn general felt compelled to voice his opinion. If Wang Ting ever learned that the Huang's former powerhouse had named the Huang Heaven Blade as the Huang Soil Blade, he would probably give the elder a thumbs up. Who on earth would come up with such a name? However, using a low-class name to protect a divine-level technique was a good idea. So, Wang Ting turned to look at Strachey. The latter's expression changed multiple times, as if having just stepped on dog poop. Wasn't that shooting himself in the foot? Downright humiliating. The second prince and the others stared at the fellow, trying their best to control their laughter. He was one of the Parkers, so they had to give him some face. They wouldn't laugh unless they couldn't control themselves. Go ahead. Everyone's watching, Wang Ting urged. Strachey's face turned as black as ink. In the end, he stood up and moved closer to the platform's edge. Then, he took a deep breath, took off his clothes to reveal his muscular body, and shouted, "I'm an idiot!" His voice echoed far and wide. The audience was confused. They looked at him weirdly. As for the furious flaming universe lord, he was bewildered by this. Chapter 1538 Mirror Flower, Water Moon 1. The battle between Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua was very compelling, and the final result was even more shocking. However, the spotlight had been pried away from them shortly after. Strachey suddenly ran out and shouted, "I'm an idiot!" This came as a shock to everyone. The crowd was flabbergasted. What did he just say? I didn't hear it clearly. It sounded like, "I'm an idiot." Oh, you are an idiot. Scram. That looks like Strachey from the Parkers family. Is he being an idiot? Did he hit his head on a wall? He even took his clothes off. What is he doing? He's quite muscular. Just my type. I want to battle it out with him for 300 rounds. Does that battle mean other things? Wait, I still don't understand what's happening. I don't know either. He probably hit his head. I can't think of any other reasons to explain why he would call himself an idiot. That's right. He hit his head. Sigh. The Parkers are really pitiful. 3 of them died, and another one is now mad. I wonder what kind of sins they've committed? Everyone was talking about it on the live chat platform. People were sighing and shaking their heads, pitying the fellow. What is he doing? He couldn't understand how someone who was perfectly fine would suddenly act like a fool. The Parkers' honor was driven to the ground. Voltaire and Sinclamen exchanged glances. Neither knew what had happened to Strachey. He was normal before the competition. Why is he being like this now? The other dukedom families were gloating, unable to control their laughter. At the edge of Zone 1's platform, Strachey's face was dark. He quickly put on his clothes again, and returned to his seat with a gloomy face. The second prince, Timothy, and the others were giving him weird looks. They actually had a bit of admiration for him. They wouldn't have dared to fulfill that bet even if they lost, if it were them. He's a vicious man. Strachey, I respect you as a man. Wang Ting gave Strachey a thumbs up. Silence. The latter's chest expanded twice rapidly, blood surging up his body and straight up to his head. That wasn't a compliment. He was aiming to disgrace the other. The second prince and the rest looked at Wang Ting, feeling at a loss. The young hero's mouth was indeed vile. He was vicious and was able to provoke others without having to curse. However, was it a good thing to provoke Strachey like this? The fellow was about to explode in anger. He ignored the taunt and took a few deep breaths, then closed his eyes. What he couldn't see wouldn't hurt him. He now regretted having forced a bet with that scoundrel. In the end, he dug a hole for himself and garnered shame. But who would have thought that Huang Xinghua's blade was so powerful? How did Wang Ting know that? Strachey felt puzzled, but could only sit down and sulk. I have to get back at him. His hatred for Wang Ting swiftly grew. The last revival stage had finally ended. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua left the arena. The latter advanced to the next stage, the fight for the top 36. Many people were disappointed. They didn't expect Yuan Hong to be eliminated. Wang Ting, how did you know that Huang Xinghua had such strength? The second prince asked curiously. Timothy, Ji Haochen and the others looked over, just as curious. Even the crown prince felt intrigue. He had fought with the fellow and had a clear grasp on his strength. It wouldn't be strange for him to notice some clues. However, Wang Ting only watched the battle from afar, never having fought with the guy before. How was he able to tell? Are Wang Ting's eyes sharper than mine? It's just a lucky guess. Wang Ting smiled. The second prince and the others rolled their eyes. Do you think we'd believe you? While everyone thought less of Huang Xinghua, only the Earthling was certain that he would pull through. That wasn't just a lucky guess. There were 2 rest days after the revival stage. Wang Ting and the others waited again. With nothing else to do, the young hero immersed himself in analyzing his attributes board. His gaze swept across the stats and stopped at the battle techniques column. Huang Heaven Blade, 7500/10,000 Foundation. Huang Xinghua had dropped many attribute bubbles during the fight. All were collected, increasing Wang Ting's enlightenment of the skill. However, the move was still at the foundation level, leaving him extremely helpless. It's too difficult. What's so great about divine level techniques? Why do they require so many attribute bubbles? Wang Ting cursed in his heart. He then glanced in the direction where Huang Xinghua was and muttered in his heart. Just 2,500 more points. Huang Xinghua will show up in the next round. He'll be able to farm some extra attributes from him by then. The person alluded was in the midst of cultivating, trying his best to recuperate before the next round. He suddenly felt his heart throb, so he looked around blankly. Who's thinking about me? 2 days later, the fight for the top 36 began. There were only 72 participants left, the true cream of the crop, all of them powerful. None of them had gotten that far by luck. The contenders for the first match appeared on the light sphere. Chapter 1539 Mirror Flower, Water Moon. 2. Jin Tianquang vs. Yu Qiqiao. Both names roused widespread attention. Being one of the top 10 in Zone 1 and a talent from the Jin family, the former was naturally powerful. As for Yu Qiqiao, her fame rose at the later part of the competition. A member of the Yuanyue race, she proved her ability during the previous matches. In an overall perspective, there were less female warriors in the League of Talents, and only a few among them were outstanding. Aside from Ling Qianxue, there were only Yu Qiqiao and Tu Xiaoba. Yu Qiqiao's popularity was just a bit above Tu Xiaoba. Those two ladies had completely different styles. The former was like a fairy, tall and elegant, while the latter was cute and delicate, even seeming a little mischievous. However, as the saying went, cuteness was nothing in front of sexy. The idea seemed somewhat one-sided, given that everyone had different tastes. Who knows? Some people could prefer the cute sort like the rabbit lady. However, the majority preferred Yu Qiqiao. Her popularity was 2 ranks higher than Tu Xiaoba. This was apparent when the former appeared. Many people started cheering for her on the live chat platform. All the best, Yu Qiqiao. Defeat Jin Tianquang. The Jin family is nothing in front of my goddess Yu. Goddess, defeat him. Goddess, you will win. Go away. Jin Tianquang is the most handsome. He'll definitely win. I love Jin Tianquang's cool and handsome face. Yu Qiqiao? Who's she? She only looks pretty. The League of Talents has nothing to do with looks. Gosh, you're so biased. There's someone supporting that idiot Jin Tianquang? Is there something wrong with these ladies? That's right, Jin Tianquang is an idiot. He provoked Wang Ting for no reason during the elimination match and got tricked by him. He probably figured out he was tricked after the match, but he didn't dare to say anything. Coward! The live chat platform was in a mess. Some supported Yu Qiqiao while others rooted for Jin Tianquang. Right then, the 2 contenders appeared high in the sky. An intense battle ensued. Boom! 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 Loud explosions resounded. The man was powerful. The strength Ultima was condensed around his blade while he attacked continuously. Every single attack was terrifying. Yu Qiqiao wielded her sword and released sword glows made of a water-based Ultima. They collided with her opponent's blade glows. The sky was shimmering with all their moves. Both their Ultimas are similar. I didn't expect such a talent to emerge from Yuanyue race. the second prince commented. Timothy shook his head and said, Jin Tianquang has mastered a domain. Yu Qiqiao might not be his match. The battle grew heated as the discussions went on. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation emerged from Jin Tianquang's body, forming a special field around him. Yu Qiqiao was pulled within. Indeed, it's a domain, Ji Haochen exclaimed. Yu Qiqiao is going to lose. The second prince squinted. Everyone focused on the domain. The outcome would soon unfold. Boom. But, to everyone's surprise, a violent explosion rang within the domain and the latter started trembling. There seemed to be a powerful force tossing and turning inside. What's going on? The second prince and the others were startled. Boom. The next instant, the man's domain exploded and a raging energy swept through the arena. The domain exploding sent out an uncontrollable burst of energy. Jin Tianquang flew out while vomiting blood. Everyone was stunned by the scene. His domain got destroyed? Jin Tianquang lost? There was a huge uproar. No one could accept that result. He's a talent from the Jin family. How could he lose so easily? On the Jin family's spacecraft, Jin Xiangming furrowed his brow as he stared intently at the screen. He wished for the boy to stand up, but things didn't go the way he wanted. Jin Tianquang was heavily injured, having been defeated in an overwhelming manner. They lost. A talented youth from the Jin family lost to an expert of the Yuanyue race, leaving the Jins out of the top 36. It felt like a joke. Jin Xiangming was fuming. The first match for the top 36 spots was already spectacular. The Jins lost and Yu Qiqiao advanced. Goddess Yu! Goddess Yu! Yu Qiqiao! Yu Qiqiao! Young clan leader! The crowd was cheering on the live chat platform. Some called her their goddess, while others used her name directly. There was also a certain group who called her young clan leader. Those were her kin witnessing the match. Their hearts swelled with pride and joy, following Yu Qiqiao's victory. She was the young clan leader of her race. She was representing all of them. That was the reason for their excitement. Planet Yuanyue. That was their race's home planet, where a beautiful and exquisite palace was located in the middle of a central continent. That was where the elders and their clan leader dwelled. Right in the heart of the palace, within a great hall, a beautiful middle-aged lady and a group of people were gathered in front of a screen. They observed the competition's live feed with excitement and happiness. Yu Qiqiao didn't disappoint us, said a smiling Yu Ronghua, the leader of the Yuanyue race. That's right. She has proven to be a genius ever since she was young. The most outstanding descendant our race has ever had, an elder agreed with a nod. I hope she can walk further, Yu Ronghua said hopefully. It'll be great if she can enter the top 10. Another elder was also hopeful. The top 10 is too difficult. However, if she does make it, the 7 stellar academies will definitely take note of her, said another elder, some distance away. It's hard to see through the talents waiting on the stone platforms, especially the Crown Prince and Wang Ting. I can't tell where their limits lie. Yu Ronghua shook her head. The second prince and Su Jianchen are also the top talents in the Great Qian Empire, the elder said. Climbing to the top 10 is hard. Everyone sighed. Yu Qiqiao floated in the sky, enjoying the attention of the world. She garnered much recognition, the result of her outstanding performance. Many were mesmerized by this talent from the Yuanyue race. Some distance away, Jin Tianquang clutched his chest with a bitter and resentful expression. Blood dripped down the edges of his lips. The match ended. Both parties retreated and Wang Ting hurried to release his spiritual power, ready to collect the resulting attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Metal. Asterisk 8700 Celestial Realm Spirit Asterisk 3500 Heaven Realm Enlightenment Asterisk 5400 Metal Domain Asterisk 1200 Constellation Force, Water *9000 Celestial Realm Spirit *4600 Heaven Realm Enlightenment *6300 Water Lunar Domain *1800 Wang Ting's gaze turned curious as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Water Lunar Domain. Wang Ting pondered. The relevant information appeared in his mind and astounded him even more. That was a double-element domain, a combination of spirit and the water element. Yu Qiqiao was a divine spirit master, just like him. She never displayed her spiritual power during her previous matches, only being forced to reveal it during the last match. The young hero could admit that she had hidden her abilities well. Even Jin Tianquang had lost to her water lunar domain. It was surprising. Wang Ting had learned of her domain right after getting the attributes, so he knew how powerful it was. Mirror Flower Water Moon. It was a domain able to create illusions. It was very likely that Jin Tianquang was mesmerized by the illusions and lost. The young hero was highly interested in the newly acquired domain. He was already planning to fuse it with his netherworld domain. He was skilled at this. After all, he had already grasped a few domains that combined spirit with other elements. He closed his eyes and started digesting his gains. The competition continued. Chapter 1540 Wang Ting versus the Third Prince. 1. The second prince and the others beside him were surprised when they saw Wang Ting closing his eyes. Mind you, those were the matches to decide the top 36. All the participants would definitely showcase their ultimate skills and their trump card. Hence, everyone was raptly observing, all to better understand their opponent. This would benefit them in the later matches. And yet, Wang Ting chose to close his eyes and ignore them. Why is he so confident? They didn't know what to say. It was fortunate that they knew how powerful he was. If not, they would think he was overestimating himself, looking down on others. The second prince and the others shook their heads before they refocused on the matches. Actually, the young hero's main form wasn't watching, but his clones were. Those four seemed to have been forgotten. The intense matches continued until Huang Xinghua appeared. Wang Ting was paying close attention to him, so he opened his eyes. Huang Xinghua versus Ji Haochen. The young hero was surprised. He glanced at the latter. Ji Haochen stood up and shrugged. I respect him, but I won't hold back. The second prince and the others felt sorry for his opponent. Why does he have to meet formidable opponents all the time? Ji Haochen wasn't easy to deal with. Also, just by looking at the latter's confident expression, it was evident that he hadn't gone all out in his past few matches. There was a high chance Huang Xinghua would lose, unless he had a more powerful move. This time, Wang Ting didn't think the latter would win again. Ji Haochen was a true genius from the Ji family. He wouldn't be an easy opponent. The two opponents met high above. The battle commenced right away. Ji Haochen grasped the perfected 10th level water ultima. The mere shake of a hand made countless sword glows shimmer in the sky. Huang Xinghua wasn't frightened. He released multiple blade glows to counterattack. But his ultima wasn't as strong as his opponent's. Being at a disadvantage, he kept retreating. A brilliant burst of light illuminated the sky. A blinding blade glow was condensed around the battle blade. It's here. Ji Haochen's gaze turned firm. He grew alert, not daring to underestimate the attack. Yuan Hong was defeated by it. However, he still felt confident of coming up on top. Boom! Powerful waves surged from his body, turning into an azure field. Huang Xinghua squinted when he saw the domain. However, he didn't back down. He infused all his force into the blade glow to launch a full power blow. Go! He shouted. The blade sliced through the air with a searing radiance, heading straight for Ji Haochen. The latter's domain was like a blue egg. Yellow blade glows crashed into it, creating violent explosions. Boom! Cracks instantly began to appear on the blue domain's surface. A glint of surprise flashed in Huang Xinghua's eyes. However, just then, the blue domain automatically split in two and separated. the attacks seeped into the blue domain and were devoured. The dense force surrounding the attacks were gradually corroded. How is this possible? Huang Xinghua's expression changed. Before he could react, most of his attack disappeared, and cracking sounds rang continuously. He was aghast. Boom! The next instant, his blade glow collapsed and turned into force fragments, which burst in the sky, releasing a formidable blast. Huang Xinghua retreated without hesitation. However, the blue domain traveled even faster and pulled him inside. Everyone shook their heads. Huang Xinghua lost. As expected, after a few seconds, the blue domain disappeared and Huang Xinghua fell. He was heavily injured, while Ji Haochen remained unscathed. The winner was evident. Huang Xinghua still lost. What a pity. He worked really hard to get through the revival round, but he still lost. It can't be helped. Ji Haochen is a genius from the Ji family, and he actually grasped a domain. Normal warriors can't beat him. Huang Xinghua would have had a chance with a domain of his own. Unfortunately, he only had that blade move. That's right, that move is all he has. Everyone sympathized with the loser on the live chat platform. They watched how he went through the survival round. His frustration and bitterness was understandable. No one was willing to stop there. However, it was the League of Talent. Being weaker than your opponent equated to defeat. Wang Ting shook his head. He too felt bad for Huang Xinghua, but that didn't mean he wouldn't collect the attribute bubbles. That would certainly be a waste. Constellation Force, Earth. Asterisk 6500 Earth Ultima Asterisk 2800 Huang Heaven Blade Asterisk 3000 Constellation Force, Water. Asterisk 8200 Water Ultima Asterisk 3500 Water Domain Asterisk 1500 3000 points of the Huang Heaven Blade. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He needed 2500 points so the skill could jump to the well-versed stage. These 3000 points came just in time. Huang Heaven Blade, 500/30,000 well-versed. The young hero glanced at the changes to the stat and smiled. It finally rose. Chapter 1541 Wang Ting vs. the Third Prince. 2. Collecting attribute bubbles is arduous work. Thrice he collected from Huang Xinghua. Only then did he manage to raise the Huang Heaven Blade to the well-versed stage. That was the first time he was met with such a situation. Just the well-versed stage alone had required an astounding amount of point. However, everything comes to those who wait. Thank you, Huang Xinghua, you're a kind man. I promise I'll promote the skill so more people know about it, Wang Ting told himself. He also heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the 30,000 attribute points needed to break through to the next level. At least it wasn't 100,000 points. Wang Ting was afraid that he would need to practice the skill day and night if such an amount was the breakthrough quota. Aside from the Huang Heaven Blade, the sole attribute worth his attention was the water domain. The 1,500 attribute points of said attribute turned into enlightenment, increasing his understanding of his netherworld domain. Netherworld domain, 2100/4000 4th rank. Although still at the 4th rank, the domain's overall power grew stronger. The young hero initiated the fusion of the water-lunar domain into the netherworld domain. There was at the moment an additional illusion move on top of the existing attacks within the domain. That was another reason why the domain became stronger, even though it was stuck at the same rank. No one would expect that he would fuse that many traits into one domain. Ji Haochen calmly returned to his seat, as if simply having ended an ordinary match. Brother Ji, what do you feel about the blade attack? Wang Ting asked with shining eyes. The second prince and some of the others were attracted by the question and looked over. Come on, don't call me Brother Ji. Ji Haochen glared at Wang Ting. Then, he contemplated for a moment and answered, I think the blade can be stronger. If Huang Xinghua manages to reach the perfected 10th level of his Ultima, I won't be able to block him that easily. Really? The listeners were shocked. A perfected Ultima can go head-to-head with your domain? A first-rank domain? Timothy touched his chin. That's surprising. An attack without domain power can actually destroy a domain. The technique is certainly powerful. Must be hard to practice. Considering Huang Xinggua's talent, he should have been able to grasp a higher level of a different skill. It probably is time-consuming to master, Ji Haochen said. Powerful battle techniques have pros and cons. The stronger they are, the harder it is to grasp them. The second prince nodded in agreement. Our hero felt restless, raring to test the power of the skill. He was soon given the chance to act. The light sphere displayed, Wang Ting versus the third prince. Huh! The former was surprised by the opponent he would face. He glanced at the fellow who was seated nearby. Simultaneously, the third prince turned and looked at him. Their gazes collided, sparks flew in midair. The second prince and the others were astounded. Their gazes shifted back and forth between the two contenders. Strachey gloated over the situation, giving his enemy a mocking gaze. Wang Ting versus the third prince? This will be a great show. The second prince frowned and sighed in his heart. Why did they have to meet? What a headache. Ji Haochen, Timothy, and the others were in deep thought. Their families had a good relationship with the young hero. They thought of him as worth befriending after interacting with him. Hence, they grew concerned by the match's pairing. The fact was, the fellow was none other than the third prince. The young hero would have a difficult time answering to the imperial family if he was too brutal. And yet, their relationship had already gone sour. The prince would probably give the earthling a hard time, even if the latter was merciful. What a dilemma! However, considering the hero's fearless personality, he wouldn't grant any mercy, regardless of the identity of his opponent. In their eyes, Wang Ting was undoubtedly stronger. The two fighters rose from their seats, amid everyone's gazes. Third prince, please. Wang Ting raised his hand and invited the other to move first. Humph! The noble snorted and soared into the sky. The young hero tapped the ground and followed, leaving a trail of shadows behind. They floated in the air, looking at each other. It's Wang Ting and the third prince. This is unexpected. Both are powerful, but one will have to end their journey here. I remember that the prince used a domain during the elimination round. Wang Ting has met with a formidable opponent. Domain? Wang Ting has it too. I wonder whose domain is stronger. I'm getting excited. I want to see domains clashing. This far into the game, it's time for the talented warriors to use domains. The ones remaining either have ultimas or domains. I'm a celestial warrior, but I have nothing. That's why they're called talents. Discussions erupted among the audience when they saw the two participants enter the arena. In the sky right above it, the third prince remained arrogant. He stared at Wang Ting with the same conceited look, while saying with indifference, Wang Ting, I've given you many chances. Chapter 1542 Wang Ting versus the Third Prince. 3. Thank you for your generosity, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. Low-class people with no backgrounds to speak of, like you, are always so insensible. The third prince shook his head in disdain. I hate people who don't know their place in society. Why can't the lesser people stay in their fated role? Do you think you can rely on your talent to overcome all barriers? Lesser people? Wang Ting smiled at the prince and continued, Your Highness, do you really think you're someone just because I call you Your Highness? No matter how you refute, the difference in our statuses remains the same, the noble said, scoffing. Wang Ting ignored the fellow's derisive tone and replied calmly, I told you that you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. His unfazed expression fueled the flames of anger within the prince's heart. He was the third prince of the great Qian Empire, but Wang Ting still dared to look down on him, time and time again. He even ridiculed him. Very good. You're confident because you think you're a genius. I'll show you that your talent is not worth a thing. The third prince took a deep breath. His gaze turned cold and icy, and a sword appeared in his hand. Wang Ting kept quiet. This prince is either overconfident or he has some trump cards. Either way, he wasn't afraid. His real opponent wasn't this conceited fellow. Come on. Wang Ting took out a blade that gave off a powerful aura. He raised his other hand and hooked a finger, beckoning the prince. The third prince's face turned black when he saw that humiliating move. He instantly slashed out, firing sword glows at Wang Ting. A 10th level metal ultima. The prince also had a 10th level metal ultima. However, the young hero remained indifferent, infusing 10th level fire ultima into his blade to hurl it out. Fire, the natural enemy of metal. Both were at the same level, so he wanted to see if the fire ultima would be stronger. Boom! Explosions rang, countless blade and sword glows collided. The entire sky lit up. The third prince's expression changed, feeling that his move was being suppressed. He squinted, immediately releasing another force from his body. Constellation Water Force. 10th level Ultima, go! 2 forces, and both their ultimas are at the 10th level. Wang Ting was surprised, but he didn't panic, quickly releasing another force. Constellation Earth Force. 10th level Ultima, go! It only took a few seconds for the additional Ultima to suppress the prince. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed, the sky and earth quaked. A terrifying force blast was swept out. The prince didn't look good. Although he didn't have many forces, he didn't think that his opponent would be able to cultivate his own forces to the perfected 10th level. And yet, the young hero's earth force was indeed at the perfected 10th level. Third prince, release all your hidden power. Wang Ting smiled as he attacked. His attitude was dismissive, implying that he didn't see the noble as a threat. Humph! The third prince furrowed his eyebrows and snorted. A third force surged out of his body. Constellation Lightning Force. A purple bolt of lightning descended from the skies like the dawn of heaven's might. It twirled around him, exuding a powerful strength ultima. Lightning Ultima, perfected 10th level. Boom! Lightning Ultima erupted, destroying Wang Ting's fire and earth ultimas in the blink of an eye. Gasp! The geniuses watching the fight were dumbfounded. The third prince possessed 3 forces, one of them being the rare constellation Lightning Force. Furthermore, his 3 forces had reached the perfected 10th level. What kind of genius is he? Those who looked down on him had a change of heart. Even the second prince and Ji Haochen were shocked. No one expected the noble to have hidden his abilities as deeply. This meant that he could grasp 3 different types of domains. You have 3 forces! Wang Ting exclaimed, no wonder you're so arrogant. Wang Ting, do you think you're the only one who possesses multiple forces? I'm no weaker than any other talent. But, unlike you, I know what it is to bite off more than one can chew. Do you think you're powerful just because you have a few forces? The prince looked at his opponent calmly while bathed in lightning. Wrong. Dead wrong. You have too many forces, so you can't cultivate them to the perfected stage. If I'm right, your lightning ultima hasn't been perfected. The third prince sounded exceptionally confident, as if having seen through him. Who told you it's impossible to cultivate all your ultimas to the perfected stage when you have too many? Wang Ting looked at him strangely. The third prince was still too young. He thought he knew everything, never suspecting there was a hacker in that world. Stop arguing. If you have a third perfected ultima, why don't you use it? Said the third prince with a smirk, releasing his lightning ultima to its maximum potential. Boom! Immense pressure crashed towards Wang Ting. Sigh, that's because no one is able to force me to use 3 at the same time yet. Wang Ting shook his head. But, since you want to see, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom! Purple light flashed past the young hero's eyes and thunder roared in his body. An abundance of lightning ultima swarmed out. 10th level, perfected stage. That was his third Ultima, also at the perfected 10th level. The two lightning Ultimas collided in midair, crackling violently. Neither of them backed down. The sky seemed to have split into two. How is this possible? The third prince widened his eyes in astonishment. His pupils shrank. Chapter 1543 I told you that you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. 1. The sky was filled with intense flashes of lightning and deafening thunder. The two lightning ultimas executed by Wang Ting and the third prince wreaked havoc in the arena. They covered the sky, creating ear-splitting roars of thunder and silvery white streaks of lightning that danced wildly in the air. 3 types of perfected stage ultimas. The second prince and the others were dumbstruck. They stared at the scene in awe. All of them knew that the young earthling possessed various forces, but guessed he wouldn't be able to cultivate all of them to the perfected stage. Focus is necessary. The third prince shared the same idea. However, Wang Ting's 3 ultimas reached the perfected stage, overthrowing their conjectures. He was on par with the third prince. However, the startlement of the audience was greater, compared to when they saw the latter do the same. The third prince had cultivated 3 kinds of forces. It was still acceptable. But Wang Ting had 6 different forces. Each required much of his time and effort. Cultivating them all the way would be undoable. And yet, he managed to raise 3 of them to the perfected stage. It was incredible. Not just the second prince, the people on the live chat platform were speechless for a moment. Conversations only started popping out after a few seconds. Wang Ting achieved the perfected stage for 3 of his ultimas? Am I right? Yes, you're right. 3 perfected ultimas. Just look at the third prince's face. He's on par with the third prince. I feel like laughing just by recalling the prince's confident expression at the start. The third prince. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Ha ha ha, that's so smart of you. You've described the third prince's confusion accurately. Stop making fun of him. He's going to cry. The conversations were funny. The third prince had roused public anger by acting arrogant, looking down on people of lower status. The crowd was delighted, gloating as they saw him suffer a setback. In the sky above the arena, the third prince took a deep breath. His complexion looked a little unpleasant. Further observation would reveal that his anger was due to embarrassment after being slapped in the face. Since he couldn't beat Wang Ting with his ultimas, he would use his domain. The prince's gaze turned sharp. A peculiar wave surged from his body, which gradually spread out. Domain. In an instant, he manifested his domain, forming a metal field around him. Wang Ting was enclosed within. The young hero remained composed. He raised his head and observed the domain. His surroundings were filled with gold light. Numerous golden sword glows hung above his forehead, sharp and oppressive. There was an imminent sense of danger. The golden luminescence sword domain. That was the domain the prince had already demonstrated. Furthermore, it was at the second rank. Let's see if you can withstand my sword domain. The noble floated amongst the sword glows. The light shone on him, enhancing his aura, making him look towering and majestic. He was in control of the domain. All the floating sword-shaped energies were at his command. A second-rank domain. Wang Ting smirked. The contempt in his smile was obvious. Impudent! The third prince shouted angrily when he noticed the other's disdain. The prince pointed at his opponent. The myriad sword glows abruptly changed direction, aiming their tips at Wang Ting. Then, giving no time to react, they rushed over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swords rained down. There was nowhere to hide. The third prince flashed an eerie smile. He stared at Wang Ting as if he were a dead man. However, the latter was still unfazed, not the least bit affected by the sharp, deadly swords. Just when the rain of golden swords was about to land on him, a scorching heat emerged from his body. Boom! The incredible temperature was spread, forming a crimson field, covering a 50-meter radius with him as the center. The sword glows melted under the heat. None of them were able to touch the earthling. Fire element domain. The third prince squinted. However, he wasn't surprised. Given his opponent's talent, having a domain wouldn't be unusual. However, the young hero wasn't using the water domain he had shown before, releasing his fire domain instead. This was unexpected. This fellow has two domains. Wang Ting had previously used his wind and lightning domain to perform his lightning tornado, all to defeat the great lightning monster. However, only a small portion of Eternal Stage warriors saw through it. It was understandable for the prince not to notice. Your Highness, you're not the only one with a domain. The field surrounding the hero kept expanding, stopping at around 100 meters in radius. He stood within his domain, hands behind his back and flames burning around him. He was like the god of fire. The third prince blinked. He raised a finger again, and the golden sword glows started to condense once more, forming a giant golden sword which plummeted down to slash the lowly earthling. Wang Ting squinted. The flames within his domain turned into a blazing giant dragon that crashed into the sword. Boom! There was a grand explosion. The giant golden sword was gradually corroded by the blazing giant dragon, unable to do Wang Ting any harm. I remember that you have a water domain. Why don't you use it? How long are you planning to hide it? The third prince sneered. Chapter 1544. I told you that you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. 2. Aren't you hiding another domain as well? Said Wang Ting, not denying the fact. Whether or not I use my other domain will depend on your strength, replied the third prince. Wang Ting thought he had heard a ridiculous remark. Shouldn't I be the one to say that? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the third prince. In the next moment, his blazing domain surged and spread out in all directions, striking the prince's golden luminescence sword domain, continuously pushing him back. What? The noble was appalled. The blazing domain had completely surpassed his second-rank domain. A third-rank domain. He looked at the young hero, shocked and disbelieving. So this is your strongest domain. A third-rank blazing domain. The strongest. Wang Ting had an odd expression. He didn't respond, merely pondering over the matter. If he used the fourth-ranked version of his domain, wouldn't the prince collapse from shock? The domain expanded, and the crowd finally noticed the Earthling's domain. A fire element domain? Many people were taken aback. Didn't he have a water domain? Why is it a fire domain now? It's a third-rank domain. A third-rank domain? What? A celestial stage warrior mastered a third-rank domain? My mum asked me why I was kneeling again. I said my legs were weak from watching the fight. Damn, is he even a human? Is that Wang Ting's strongest domain? Looks like the water domain was something he just learned. The fire domain is his strongest. The third prince is going to lose. He only has a second-rank domain. Wang Ting had too many surprises. First, the water domain, and now, a third-rank fire domain. How many trump cards does he have? The second prince and the others exchanged glances, bewildered and overwhelmed. Wang Ting didn't waste any time. He waved a hand, and flames rushed to bombard the prince's sword domain. The third prince's expression changed. He immediately condensed golden sword glows to resist the incoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded. The prince's domain wavered under the young hero's bombardment. It shook violently, as if about to collapse at any moment. The noble's face turned dark, his gaze determined. I didn't expect you to have a third-rank domain. You're worthy of making me show you my other domain. Just as he finished speaking, a touch of purple suddenly appeared in the golden domain. Traces of lightning appeared in the sword domain, along with roars of thunder. The golden domain merged with the purple traces, looking majestic and noble. A lightning domain. Wang Ting looked up, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Everyone could tell at a glance that the noble's domain had undergone a huge change. Many martial warriors noticed what was happening and felt compelled to exclaim, "This! A combined domain! The third prince has a combined domain. No wonder he's confident," Ji Haochen said with surprise. "It seems to be a combination of metal and lightning domains. The two elements are known for how powerful their attacks are. Their effect must be devastating when combined." The second prince's eyes flashed. "Third brother is really surprising. Ha ha ha, everyone who has reached this stage would usually have a trump card." Timothy laughed. "Wang Ting's going to lose." A cold smile appeared on Strakey's face. The third prince looked at the young hero with a trace of purple light in his eyes. "Wang Ting, it's time to end this." Boom! Sounds of thunder echoed through the domain, while lightning burst out of thin air. Every single golden sword glow was enveloped with a layer of purple lightning, while lightning foxes leapt around them. "Die," said the prince, cold and harsh. His face was just as frigid, surging with killing intent as he waved his hand towards Wang Ting. The sword glows landed with the power of lightning, covering Wang Ting's domain in an instant. Boom! Explosions could be heard within the domain, making the skies and the ground quake, as if about to tear everything apart. "You were courting death," the third prince exhaled lightly, very likely foreseeing his opponent's death. His heart felt pleasure. However, just before he could finish speaking, his pupils shrunk violently and his expression froze. What he saw was unbelievable. The golden-purple sword glows didn't break his opponent's domain. They were stopped at the very surface, unable to go further. Lightning kept rushing down, but none of it was able to destroy the domain. It seemed that a powerful force was blocking the attacks. "How is this possible?" There was panic in the noble's eyes as his confidence began to waver. He didn't show that expression, even when he saw that his enemy had perfected 3 ultimas. Now, he was panicking. Why can't the attacks pierce through his domain? That question kept circulating in his mind. Isn't Wang Ting's domain at the 3rd rank? How could an ordinary 3rd-rank domain withstand his combined domain? He had used the latter to defeat many warriors with 3rd-rank domains. How is Wang Ting's domain able to resist? The third prince was glaring at the other, until he finally saw what was happening. There were rocks surrounding Wang Ting within his blazing domain, all of them burning like meteors. They were blocking the prince's lightning and sword glows. A combined domain. The noble's expression changed drastically as disbelief set in. "You also have a combined domain." Wang Ting glanced at the third prince and pointed in his direction. "I told you that you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. You're nothing." Just above his head there was a gigantic rock. It was rotating slowly, like an asteroid in space. The massive object smashed downwards, following the gesture Wang Ting made with a finger. The flames formed a long tail, which looked unusually gorgeous. The third prince turned pale. He looked flustered due to the scene. He retreated in panic. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Wherever the rock passed, both the lightning and the sword glows would be eradicated, followed by explosions. The gigantic rock then slammed against the third prince's domain. Crack! The prince's domain was unable to stop the rock, shattering in the end. The scene was like the recreation of how a massive meteorite from outer space ruthlessly crashed into a peaceful planet, causing ruin. This, the second prince and the others had their mouths slightly open, unable to describe what they were feeling. Wang Ting's domain is too powerful. The spectators were also shocked, having a hard time processing what had happened. It was something they had never seen in their whole lives. Boom! The third prince's domain was completely destroyed. The resulting force was terrifying as it swept through the area. The prince was engulfed in it. On the other side, Wang Ting stepped out in the sky, his domain gradually dissipating. The residual energy produced strong gusts of wind. The young hero's hair was fluttering, but his face was extremely calm as he looked at the domain explode. All the limelight was on him. Such presence! That was the presence of a powerful warrior. It didn't matter how far the onlookers were, or if they were watching from their screens. Everyone could feel the overwhelming presence of a powerhouse. Right at that moment, Wang Ting was the center of attention. Chapter 1545 Bruises on One's Head. 1. The blast effects gradually subsided in the sky. A figure appeared before the audience. The third prince looked disheveled, covered in wounds and bleeding. He looked like an evil spirit. Everyone was shocked when they saw his appearance. How did the lofty noble, one with an exceptional aura, end up like that? He looked miserable, tragic. The stark contrast made it hard for people to accept the situation. The third prince looks pitiful. Pitiful? He's just bearing the consequences of looking down on his opponent. Karma came as quick as lightning. Ha ha ha, as quick as lightning? I feel relieved after seeing his pitiful state. Wang Ting is really powerful. He destroyed the third prince's combined domain. What kind of domain did he use? I think it's also a combined domain. A mix of earth and fire element. Wow, that's amazing. 2 warriors using combined domains? Maybe not even heaven stage warriors are able to pull this off. Is this how real talents are? Is it any use for normal warriors like us to work hard? The more talented are still working even harder than us. Why would there be a need for us to work hard? Most of the spectators were gloating on the live chat platform. Some expressed surprise after witnessing the Earthling's strength. The third prince floated above the arena, looking extremely miserable. His eyes were bloodshot, unwilling to admit defeat. How is this possible? How can I lose? The gigantic rock didn't just destroy his domain, it crushed his confidence and pride. He wouldn't have cared had he lost against the crown prince. However, losing to Wang Ting was the greatest humiliation. Wang Ting stared at the other party with a strange look and mumbled to himself, "Is the third prince going crazy? No, I will not lose to you," the prince screamed madly. His hair danced messily in the air. His gaze was ferocious. "Idiot!" Wang Ting rolled his eyes. "How dare you!" The prince was infuriated by his opponent's reaction, finally losing it. He dashed towards Wang Ting, using his last ounce of force to launch a sword attack. "Don't you think you're pitiful enough as it is?" Wang Ting was bewildered by the fellow's perseverance. He respected him for that. Thus, he decided to fulfill his wishes. The next instant, he dodged to the side and the prince's sword slashed the area where he was standing a moment before, cutting his lingering shadow in 2. The noble saw how the split image faded before he could even smile. "What are you looking at?" Wang Ting appeared behind the prince with a purple brick in hand. He raised it high above his head. The latter shuddered when he heard the voice. His anger disappeared without a trace as his head became numb. His expression changed. He tried to dodge, but he already felt the powerful force behind him. Bang! A dull thud was heard. The excruciating pain almost caused him to faint. He stumbled. Then, as if struck by lightning, a jolt of electricity crawled down from his forehead, flowing to the other parts of his body, making him tremble involuntarily. He looked as if he were doing a strange dance. The prince didn't lose consciousness. He was a lightning element warrior, which gave him some immunity towards electric attacks. A shrill and bitter cry came out of his mouth. "Wang Ting!" He shook his head, forcing himself to stay awake. However, the pain still left him dizzy. His opponent's voice floated into his ears. "Honestly, I wanted to beat you up for a long time." The prince was appalled. He felt regret. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could react, more dull thuds were heard, followed by greater pain. There was also a tinge of lightning. Swoop! Boom! The third prince's head started to swell at a visible speed. He shuddered violently, finally losing consciousness. With a bang, he collapsed on the ground and laid there with his limbs spread out. He lost all his princely pride. Wang Ting finally stopped and shook his head with regret. He wasn't done with him yet. This third prince is too weak. Even the fatty was stronger. Fatty, why are you bringing me up again? Wang Ting controlled his restless hands and stowed his lightning slap. Then, he released his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Metal. Asterisk 8200 Constellation Force, Lightning. Asterisk 7600 Constellation Force, Water. Asterisk 8000 Celestial Realm Spirit. Asterisk 4100 Heaven Realm Enlightenment. Asterisk 3600 Divine Level Lightning Talent. Asterisk 1800 Divine Level Sword Talent. Asterisk 2100 Metal Ultima. Asterisk 2500 Lightning Ultima. Asterisk 2800 Water Ultima. Asterisk 1900 Golden Luminescence Sword Domain. Asterisk 1000 Golden Lightning Sword Domain. Asterisk 1500 The third prince dropped many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was satisfied. Among them were 2 Divine Level Talent, Divine Level Lightning Talent, Divine Level Sword Talent. He possessed these Divine Level talents already, but an increase in points was also a good thing. This would raise their mastery. There were never too many attribute bubbles for talent. Next were the prince's 2 domains. One was the Golden Luminescence Sword Domain our hero already had. Golden Luminescence Sword Domain, 1500 to 2000 second rank. The 1000 points acquired allowed him to almost reach the prince's proficiency. Chapter 1546 Bruises on One's Head. 2. The other domain was a combination, the Golden Lightning Sword Domain. The field power was mighty. Wang Ting had to use his third-ranked Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain in order to defeat it, which attested to how powerful it was. Golden Lightning Sword Domain, 500 out of 2000 second rank, 1500 attribute points pushed the ladder all the way to the second rank, a decent progress all in all. Wang Ting looked at this attributes board and touched his chin. More domains were being added in. It would be good to merge them soon. The match ended and the light sphere announced the young earthling as the winner. As expected of the third prince, "You're quite powerful," Wang Ting muttered as he sized up the defeated noble below him. He seemed satisfied with his work. The young hero didn't expect his words to be caught by the live transmission. All the audience heard him, loud and clear. Quite powerful? Haha, pardon me for laughing. Why does he sound a bit sarcastic? Well, the third prince might like his compliment. Not even the third prince can escape from the brick. Vicious. The prince looks like he has a pig's head now. Oh no, what happened to my handsome third prince? On the Parker's family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord had a gloomy expression. Even the third prince failed to be his match. Strachey still has a last resort. He'll be able to defeat Wang Ting, Voltaire replied. The statement sounded like he was convincing himself. That's right. Strachey and Landon have one last move. They can beat Wang Ting, Sinclaman agreed. Humph. The bald leader nodded and snorted. This brat won the match but offended the imperial family in the process. Does he think they will let him go so easily? Based on the third prince's personality, he will certainly not let this go. Voltaire sneered. Sinclaman's gaze sharpened all of a sudden. We can make use of this. On the imperial family's spacecraft, the universe stage elder looked somewhat unhappy. This Wang Ting went a little overboard. Little 3 is still a prince. He shouldn't have humiliated him. Well, the lad is a little cruel. The middle-aged man from the imperial family coughed. What a pity. Little 3 has a domain that combines lightning and metal. He should have gone further. We must seek redress from Wang Ting after the competition ends. No one can touch the imperial family, said the universe stage elder with a serious tone. It's all right. Why are you trying to meddle in matters of the younger generation? The middle-aged man replied helplessly. But the elder hesitated. "You're not listening to me anymore?" said the leading senior indifferently. "I wouldn't dare." The elder quickly looked down in obeisance. "I hope little three can learn from this lesson. He's too arrogant." The middle-aged man shook his head. The elder glanced at his superior, wanting to speak. Still, he just sighed and dropped the matter. Wang Ting returned to his seat and was greeted by strange gazes. "Why are y'all looking at me like that?" he asked. "Wang Ting, you were a little brutal. My third brother will go crazy after he wakes up and sees his ugly face," the second prince said. "You can't blame me. I planned to let him go, but he charged at me again," Wang Ting replied innocently. "You didn't have to do it this way." Ji Haochen shook his head and sighed. "You know how the prince is. You've completely offended him. He probably hates you to the core now." They weren't speaking up for the bashed noble. They were just worried that Wang Ting would be targeted after such provocation. "It's not that simple," Wang Ting shook his head and continued calmly. "I have the horn of the oceanic unicorn whale. Do you think hell let me off easily?" The second prince and the others were stunned. Then, they understood and could only sigh. "I knew my third brother would suffer one day because of his personality," the second prince said with a conflicted expression. "I just didn't think he would fall into your hands." A short while back, him and the haughty prince had merely deemed the young hero as a talent worth winning over. But now Wang Ting was at the same height as them. It was almost certain he would enter one of the 7 stellar academies. Who knows? The Earthling's talent could very well be superior to theirs. A person like him wouldn't be bound by the powers of the great Qian Empire. Well, at least the third prince and him wouldn't have the ability to rope in the hero. Only the Empire's ancestors would have the right to pull him under their wings. Fortunately, Wang Ting was a citizen of the Empire. The matches continued. There wasn't much in regards to surprises in the following pairings. No one worth his attention came up. Wang Ting closed his eyes and continued to develop his domain. Time flew. All the matches were carried out successfully. At last, the top 36 had emerged. One of the 8 dukedom families had lost the right to continue in the competition for the top 18 positions. It was astonishing. No one expected for one of the big families to lose. Jin Xiangming was furious. The talents from the other families advanced, while they were the only ones who were defeated. It was a joke. On the other hand, the Rodriguez family were elated. Not once did they meet the people from the Jin family during the matches, but they were still delighted to see their enemies being kicked out. Of course, the most unlucky of all was the third prince. He would have advanced if it weren't for Wang Ting. But there were no ifs in life. He met the Earthling and lost. There were 2 days of rest after the matches. Then, the fight for the top 18 began. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. The warriors' expressions turned grim. Everyone seemed to be an opponent. All 36 warriors would be paired up, so the chances of meeting were high. On the light sphere, the names and avatars of all the remaining warriors blinked, followed by a random shuffle. Within a few seconds, the images stopped and the candidates were displayed. Xiahou Zun versus Wei Chang. Xiahou Zun from the Xiahou family is the first. Everyone was surprised. They looked at said fellow. The latter was the sole remaining talent from the Xiahou family taking part in the competition. He was a powerful fellow. The other candidate wasn't from any dukedom. Wei Chang is one of the top 10 performers from Zone 6. One of the top 10 from Zone 6 managed to enter the top 36? He must have been hiding his strength at the start. Interesting. I wonder if he can beat Xiahou Zun. The 2 candidates flew to meet in the sky and start a heated battle. Everyone's attention was on the pair. They fought with all their might. All the ultimas and battle techniques in their arsenal were used. Since he was part of a dukedom, Xiahou Zun had a stronger foundation. The battle techniques he had cultivated were all powerful. Furthermore, his ultima was at the perfected 10th level. Explosions echoed. It was terrifying. Wei Chong lost in the end. The winner executed a powerful axe technique infused with an ultima. The loser was hit, ending up heavily injured. The second prince and the others entered the arena, one by one. After intense matches, all of them defeated their opponent. All the Zone 1's candidates were exceptional. They would never be eliminated unless they fought against each other. The fights continued until the 13th match. Wang Ting's name finally came up. Wang Ting versus Valmont. Huh! Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes and noticed that his opponent was the mysterious youth in a black cape. He gasped. Valmont gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't see anything using his real eye. Also, besides being a little ruthless and cruel, the fellow acted normally throughout the competition. He had dealt with all his opponents mercilessly, like an emotionless killing machine. However, that was precisely why the young hero was keenly interested in him. Chapter 1547 Primordial Form. Devil Patterns? 1. Wang Ting vs. Valmont. The names attracted everyone's attention. Discussions started the moment they appeared. One was Wang Ting, a highly popular candidate who sparked furious debates every time he showed up. His battle methods were special, always visually attractive, whether he was torturing his opponent or defeating them with a single move. This made people yearn for more. At the same time, the young earthling was outstanding, on par with the crown prince. Only him and the heir apparent at the top of the popularity listing. The first place was continuously being swapped between them. Every time the military champion appeared, the prince would be pushed to second place. However, the same would happen when the noble fought. Wang Ting was pushed down to the second position. The situation was quite interesting. This also implied that the young hero had the same weight as the crown prince in everyone's hearts. They couldn't tell who was stronger. Valmont. It's the brutal guy. Wow, is he going to kill Wang Ting this time? I think that Valmont is going to get kicked out. Wang Ting isn't someone easy to bully. I like how Wang Ting does things. If others don't bully me, nothing happens. But, if you do, I will torture you to death, even if you're the third prince. Haha, what does the third prince have to do with this? Please don't use my third prince as an example. Hey, are you a fake fan of the third prince? Ha, has the third prince become a negative reference? The match was strange. Everyone stood on Wang Ting's side, while no one spoke up for Valmont. The guy didn't have any friends. Other warriors had people from their races supporting them, or some part of the audience rooting for them, but the caped fellow had none. Such a feat was amazing. Wang Ting got up and prepared to enter the arena. Wang Ting, be careful. Somehow, this Valmont gives me a strange feeling, the second prince said. The young hero glanced at him in surprise. Looks like I'm not the only one who feels this way. The crown prince opened his eyes and glanced at his rival. He kept them open, implying that he would observe the match. Wang Ting nodded at the second prince and flew to the sky above the arena. He seemed calm and composed. On the other side, Valmont flew to meet the other with his signature black cape. No one could see his body or face. He hovered in front of the young hero. The closer he was, the stronger the bizarre feeling. Wang Ting frowned. He sized up his opponent, but he was still unable to see anything. The black cape was able to block all forms of inspection. Valmont didn't speak. However, the young hero could feel his gaze. He seemed to also be sizing him up. He was extremely interested in Wang Ting. "Start!" shouted the voice coming from the light sphere. A gale blew past the barren land. Sand swirled in the sky. Boom! The next instant, Wang Ting and Valmont disappeared. Only the sand continued to float where they had been. A few kilometers away, their figures reappeared without any warning. Wang Ting was retreating. The other followed him like a ghost, black cape fluttering against the wind. A hand covered in scales was stretched out from the cape and grabbed Wang Ting's throat. Wang Ting blinked. He threw a fist, aimed at his opponent's palm. Boom! The impact formed from their forces clashing released a loud explosion. However, Valmont wasn't injured. He shuddered as if shaking off the residual impact and charged again. Interesting. Wang Ting kept a poker face. He executed his 5-element fist move to counter. The caped contender seemed to know that the latter wasn't easy to deal with, unlike the others he had crushed to death. Hence, he gave up his original plan and executed a fist skill too. Boom! Wang Ting used his 5-element fist to its full potential. Water, earth, wood, and fire element punches were thrown, one after the other. It was a ghastly sight. That fist skill is powerful. The second prince was shocked. It has 4 different elements. What skill is this? I have never seen it before, Timothy added. It doesn't look like 4 separate skills. It should be one, but its nature is obscure, said Ji Haochen. He was watching the battle intently. The crown prince didn't say anything, but it was evident that his interest was piqued by the fist skill. Boom! The virtual fist smashed on Valmont's body, throwing him off his feet. One of the corners of his cape was ripped off, revealing his muscular body. There were scales, matching with the rumor that he was a fellow from the scale lizard race. How dare you fight me with just one hand? Who gave you the confidence to do that? Wang Ting stood in the air calmly, black hair dancing behind him. Valmont glanced at his body, then raised his head to look at his opponent. It was still impossible to see what he looked like. The cape around his body was ripped, but his head was still hidden in shadows. Wang Ting found it strange. Is there a reason why he doesn't want people to see him? You're strong, said Valmont. That was the first time he spoke since the match began. His voice was hoarse, like 2 metal plates rubbing against each other, harsh and unpleasant. Wang Ting also detected a hint of madness and hunger in his tone. What the hell? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Does he have some weird fetish? Chapter 1548 Primordial Form. Devil Patterns? 2. The stronger the martial warrior, the more interesting it is to kill him. Valmont's voice gradually became excited, perversely. Since it's so interesting, let's continue. Wang Ting chuckled and hooked his finger at his opponent. All of a sudden, Valmont disappeared from his current spot. He was even faster than before. The young hero felt a strong wind current behind him. He quickly turned and swept his leg. Bang! Wang Ting's move struck the other's elbow, who didn't expect there would be such a fast response. His attack was curbed and was forced to block instead. The young earthling followed up with a punch, releasing a virtual fist. Valmont's other hand stretched out from his cloak, clawing against the incoming fist. His opponent's strength had exceeded all expectations. He had to be serious and resort to a move he had never used before. Wang Ting couldn't help but stare at the fellow's left hand. It was completely different from his right. Even though the latter was covered in scales, it still resembled a human hand. However, the left was larger than the other, and resembled a beast's claw. Every finger was as sharp as a scythe. Wang Ting, that's a primordial form. Round Ball's voice echoed in the hero's mind. Primordial form? Wang Ting was surprised. The little helper explained, that's right. He's a warrior from the scale lizard race. His left hand is in the primordial form, displaying the ancient and powerful bloodline of his ancestors. It's considered a physical talent. Wang Ting couldn't help but say, this physical talent is a bit ugly. Round Ball was speechless for a moment. The fellow thought that his master would be concerned for a moment, but he was only bothered by the appearance. Be careful, primordial forms are very powerful, the little one cautioned. Okay. Wang Ting nodded and asked, why is only one of his arms like that? It's weird. The helper took some time before answering, primordial forms rarely occur. Having one arm develop it is already considered as having great talent. The bloodlines of most races have waned, compared to their ancestors. It is almost impossible for their entire bodies to turn into the primordial form. Wang Ting didn't probe further. He became serious. Boom. The ominous left arm clawed towards him. White marks appeared, as if it were tearing through space itself. It was terrifying. The young hero resisted the move and was pushed backwards. His arm was a little numb. There was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. This primordial form is really powerful. In that case, Valmont charged over at the moment, attacking in a frenzy. He condensed force in his atavistic arm, swinging it repeatedly like a sharp weapon. If Wang Ting was hit, he would probably lose a limb or two, and even die. Fortunately, the latter was a seasoned fighter. He used fists to deflect the claw attack. Both contestants used their ultimas. Wang Ting's fist was infused with several of them, resulting in a formidable power. Valmont's claw was also fused with a perfected metal ultima, which made his attacks even stronger and sharper. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Many people were able to recognize the lizard fellow's special hand, as it became too obvious. Everyone could tell it was abnormal at a glance. Those who were knowledgeable pointed it out, and the news was immediately spread. Primordial form. Valmont's arm has the primordial form. Doesn't this make him insanely strong? Bloodline awakening. It's obviously powerful. Will Wang Ting be in danger? I don't think so. Wang Ting is powerful too. Given Wang Ting's strength, do you think he'll lose to a warrior from the scale lizard race? Don't make me laugh. After all, that race is not a dominant one. Not even its primordial form is that impressive. Above the arena, Wang Ting gradually began to frown. Valmont's physical body was too tough with its partial atavism. His five-element fist was unable to deal with the latter. He decisively used his dragon blood battle physique. Just then, boom! A sound echoed inside him. Several peculiar flames were spread, flowing silently throughout his body. He didn't release his beast flames, as he didn't want to alarm the Parker's family. At the same time, strange flame patterns appeared on his body. However, all of it was hidden under his clothes. A scorching heat was spread from within, affecting his surroundings. Even steam was being condensed. The air nearby became distorted. Valmont immediately noticed something and hesitated. Wang Ting looked up and charged ferociously while sending out a punch. A flaming fist was launched. Boom! 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 The dragon blood battle physique was extremely powerful. Our hero had already reached the 4th rank. The physique was powered by flames, and he had a considerable amount at his disposal. He became terrifying once he activated his draconic constitution. Valmont was unable to withstand his relentless punches. His primordial arm was also starting to crumble under the pressure. The sharp claws broke off and the scales started to come off as he bled. The high temperature made his blood to swiftly evaporate, which brought even more pain to the fellow. So strong. How did Wang Ting become so fierce all of a sudden? Can anyone tell what he used? It looks like a physique. I wonder if it's a scripture. Is it a fire element battle technique? I can't tell, it's too obscure. Why is Wang Ting hiding his abilities? All the viewers logged onto the Virtual Universe live chat platform were astonished to see the young hero's spike in power. He was able to subdue Valmont's primordial arm. It was brutal. Although many said that Valmont was from an inconsequential race, the primordial form was still formidable. No one dared to underestimate it. It didn't just imply having a strong left arm. All his abilities would be greatly improved once it was manifested. In conclusion, the atavistic trait wasn't weak in the slightest. The second prince and the others saw Wang Ting's rise in power and were surprised. All of them observed the fight with solemn faces. What is that physique? Timothy pondered. You don't know either? The second prince asked. Di and Uncle Borla are the ones closer to Wang Ting. The former was clueless. This state, Strachey and Landon exchanged glances and frowned. Why does it feel like our family's dragon blood battle physique? It was just a passing thought, though. It was impossible to be certain of it. The fact that an outsider could possibly have their family's inherited physique didn't even cross their mind. They just found it similar. However, the thought to snatch that fire-based technique emerged in Strachey's heart. After all, any powerful techniques related to fire were highly regarded and sought after by his family. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang non-stop in the sky, with Valmont being forced back repeatedly. The black cloak finally burst to pieces under the hero's relentless attacks, revealing his true appearance. Gasp! Everyone was astounded when they saw what he really looked like. The second prince and the others stood up in unison, horror showing in their eyes. What is this? Why are there so many black marks on his face? Aren't they devil patterns? Devil patterns! Devil patterns from the dark apparitions. That sinister and chaotic feeling. If you look long enough, you will be filled with disgust. It feels as if something is whispering in your ears. They must be devil patterns. Damn, is Valmont a dark apparition? It can't be. If he was, how could he possibly evade the eyes of the 7 stellar academies and enter the League of Talents? It doesn't make sense. He must have used some special technique to hide the power of darkness. No wonder he always wore that black cloak. He was hiding the patterns all along. Chapter 1549. Listen to a word of advice from your brother Wang. 1. Valmont's cloak was ripped, revealing his true appearance to the crowd's horror. His cheeks were covered with scales, just like a regular member of the scale lizard race. However, his face was covered in twisted black marks. Those who looked at them could feel their scalps tingle and hearts race. The crowd was in an uproar. Even if they only saw it through their screens, they could feel their spirits being corrupted and hear strange whispers in their ears. In the military's battle fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the others frowned with grave expressions. They look like devil patterns, General Fu Xinglan said. But Valmont is a warrior from the scale lizard race. There was nothing unusual about him during the screenings. Was he enchanted by dark apparitions during the competition? General Habakkuk pondered. Tenacious freaks. General Fuxingland snorted coldly. The dark apparitions are getting bolder. They even dare to cause trouble in the League of Talents. No matter what, we should figure out how to deal with this Valmont now, General Habakkuk proposed. General Fu Xinglan said after some thought, leave it to Wang Ting. There cannot be any slip-ups in this competition. Solving this without introducing external forces is the best. But, what if the apparitions are plotting something? Habakkuk hesitated. Get our men ready. The 2 of us will scout the surroundings, just in case, General Fu Xinglan said. That's the only way. The former nodded. Fu Xinglan glanced at Tang Wuwei, who had stayed silent throughout the exchange. Old Tang, stay here. A hint of seriousness finally appeared on the latter's face as he nodded. Leave it to me. Don't worry. The 3 eternal stage warriors sprang into action. Generals Fu Xinglan and Habakkuk disappeared from the battle fortress. No one knew where they went. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, the middle-aged man received the news. However, he didn't take any action. Only his gaze flickered while he looked at the situation on the screen. His sole idea was to continue watching the competition. The Universe Stage Elder criticized, what has the military been doing? To actually let someone touched by dark apparitions infiltrate the League of Talents. He even made it to the top 36. The middle-aged man countered with a question. This Valmont competed in so many rounds, right under our eyes. Did you notice anything amiss? What matters the most right now is to solve the problem, not to point fingers, the middle-aged man added. I'll order the military to kill this Valmont, said the attending elder. No. The former shook his head and his eyes lit up a little. Let Wang Ting continue. You mean the universe stage elder had a thought. There will be no impact if the military takes action. Only by having the participants defeat him can we uplift the people's spirits and remove the fear in their hearts, the middle-aged man said. But this fiend managed to enter the League of Talents. He must have been endowed with some kind of ability by the dark apparitions. I'm afraid, the elder lamented. You underestimate Wang Ting. The middle-aged man smiled. Do you think the military was exaggerating when they spoke of his exploits back on Defense Planet number 29? He's just a celestial warrior. I don't really believe in him, said the universe stage warrior. Then, keep on watching. The middle-aged man smiled. A bewitched warrior had made an appearance in the League of Talents. Many among the ordinary practitioners were panicking, as if the sky were collapsing. The ordinary warriors considered the apparitions as horror itself. They panicked, feared, and even dreaded their existence. The live chat platform was instantly flooded with comments. The second prince, Timothy, Strakey, and the others were already up on their feet. They were at the edge of the stone platform looking at Valmont. Even the crown prince stood up and frowned. Up in the sky, Wang Ting looked at Valmont with surprise. Those are devil patterns. He was more than acquainted with dark apparitions. He immediately made the association when he saw the black patterns. Ha ha ha! A strange and piercing laughter could be heard. Wang Ting frowned. Valmont lowered his head, shrugging a bit due to laughter. Hey, what's so funny? Share it with the rest of us, Wang Ting shouted. The strange laughter stopped, followed by an eerie silence. Even the live chat platform went quiet for a moment. Then, I didn't want to laugh, but I couldn't hold it in. Valmont is being played. I suddenly get the feeling that dark apparitions aren't that scary. Is Wang Ting not afraid of him at all? Why would he be afraid? Have you forgotten where he came from? He's from the military. He probably saw more dark apparitions than the amount of rice you've eaten your whole life. To hell with you. The military doesn't seem to be making any moves to interfere. Are they letting the fight continue? Looks like they are letting Wang Ting take care of him. The crowd's fear diminished, all thanks to Wang Ting's actions. They didn't seem to be as frightened as before. The second prince and the others were caught between laughter and tears. They then exchanged glances and got back to their seats. Chapter 1550 Listen to a word of advice from your brother Wang. 2. Up in the sky. Valmont gradually raised his head after a moment of silence. His eyes were now pitch black as he glared at Wang Ting. I was planning to wait and kill all the talents in the next round, but you messed up my plan. Oh well, you're also a powerful genius. My mission will also count as a success if I kill you. So, have you thought about how you want to die? Boom. Right after his statement, a dense dark force erupted, sweeping across the sky and turning into a gigantic black mist sphere and swirled around him. There were black patterns covering his entire face at the moment, shimmering and squirming as if they were alive. It was a creepy sight, but Wang Ting sized up the fiendish motifs with interest, realizing he was unable to detect anything strange with Valmont thanks to them. The etchings sealed the dark force inside his body. The black cape was also able to block all forms of inspection. Enchantment. The word appeared in the young hero's mind. He asked, Were you bewitched by a dark apparition? Why did you become a slave of theirs? Isn't it better to be a human? Bewitched? Slave? Ha ha ha. The other laughed as reacting to a joke. He scoffed and replied, This is funny. Do you think I need bewitching? You know nothing. Wang Ting frowned, feeling that something was hidden behind Valmont's words. Furthermore, the fellow seemed to have an antisocial personality disorder, exhibiting aggressive and violent behavior as well. The human race has abandoned us. You've lived under the sun while we have to suffer eternal damnation. The dark opponent's voice turned bitter and sorrowful, like an evil spirit. Wang Ting was mind-blown. An idea flashed into his mind and he blurted it out. "You're a mixed blood." Valmont was stunned, not expecting the latter to guess his identity. "How do you know?" He was bewildered. The young hero stayed silent. His sudden exclamation had placed him in a disadvantageous position. He only knew about mixed bloods because of the forced exile to the Darkland he experienced in the past. That wasn't something he could mention in the open. Mixed blood. What mixed blood? Wang Ting seems to know something. F***K, why did you leave us hanging? A mixed blood. The middle-aged man from the imperial family frowned while muttering to himself. Why does he know? I don't care how you know about mixed bloods. You must die today. Black mist churned around Valmont, gradually spreading to the entire sky. It covered the sun and blinded everyone's vision. Wang Ting and Valmont's figures disappeared into the black mist. Everyone was appalled. They stared at the black mist with concern. Boom! Explosions resounded, covered by the mist, which tossed and turned violently. The battle taking place within was decidedly intense. I can't see anything. The second prince frowned, clenching his fists tightly. This black mist has domain power, Timothy said in a low voice after some analysis. That is the enemy's domain, said a calm voice. It was the crown prince. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Even the lofty noble had chimed in. Dark domains are troublesome. Ji Haochen turned grim. He continued anxiously, shall we step in? Neither the military nor the academies have made a move. We shouldn't act recklessly. The second prince shook his head. He has the power to destroy this domain, said the serene crown prince. The other candidates stared at the latter, feeling shocked once again. No one expected him to have such a high opinion of the Earthling, feeling that his rival could destroy the dark domain. Mind you, all of them were talents of renowned families. They had already fought against dark apparitions before. Hence, they knew how hard dark apparitions were to deal with. This was especially the case with apparitions able to use domains, since their effects were mysterious and unpredictable. No one knew what was inside, and the consequences of simply barging in were unthinkable. However, since the crown prince had spoken, they decided to keep quiet and wait. Above all, the League of Talents was in progress. The 7 stellar academies had allowed the match to continue, so they could only wait and see. Inside the black mist, Valmont's voice seemed to originate from all corners. Wang Ting, you will never be able to escape from my black mist domain. The mist swirled and condensed to manifest a black python, which shot towards his opponent. Wang Ting was giving the creature a weird look. He had once met a high-tier Devil Emperor on Defense Planet number 29. The fellow provided him with ample guidance. This made him extremely knowledgeable when it came to dark domains. So, he waved a hand and an invisible force erupted. The giant python blasted to pieces, turning into mist again. There was a moment of silence. Your domain is a little weak, Wang Ting said indifferently, with hands behind his back. Valmont's voice was heard only after some time passed. What did you do? He could not believe it. Nothing. Didn't you see? I just waved a hand and your attack disappeared, the hero replied nonchalantly. Chapter 1551 Listen to a word of advice from your brother Wang. 3. Valmont. What do you mean by waving your hand? Do you think you're dancing? Wave it to the right, wave it to the left. Dancing in the air. Valmont felt exasperated. It was like punched a ball of cotton. Wang Ting said, My dear Valmont, listen to my advice. A domain is a profound skill. Don't use it if you haven't grasped it completely. You'll only embarrass yourself otherwise. Just keep it to yourself. Bulls **T. The scaled warrior was furious. He had worked extremely hard to grasp his domain, and was considered as a great talent, even among pure bloods. And yet, the earthling was nitpicking, saying it was worthless. How could he bear it? He immediately roared in anger, "Since you're looking down on my domain, I'll show you its true power." Boom! The endless black mist started spinning and gathered to form a menacing and gigantic black head. It resembled that of a devil lizard, but it had numerous lumps. A pair of crimson eyeballs lit up within the massive eye sockets, glaring at the young hero. "What's that?" Wang Ting frowned. "Roar." The roar was uttered by the giant manifestation, echoing inside the black mist's area and even going through it. The audience was able to hear it. "What's going on?" The second prince and the others were anxious. That was a powerful spiritual attack. "I feel a little dizzy after hearing it, even when we are outside. My mind is in a bit of a mess. I think the effect is worse inside the domain." Timothy was aghast. "I wonder how Wang Ting is doing." Everyone felt more concerned. Within the black mist, Wang Ting looked up at the giant lizard's head and welcomed the powerful spiritual attack. The 9 treasures pagoda, residing inside his mind, shone brightly and dispelled the move. "You're immune to spiritual attacks," Valmont exclaimed. He didn't know what to say anymore. The opponent was completely out of his control. "How noisy!" Wang Ting dug his ears and appeared irritated. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll give you a hand." Humph! The scaled fighter appeared above the giant head. He looked down on his adversary and decided to act first. He scoffed and said, "Die!" Roar! The giant manifestation howled and charged at the young hero. Wang Ting didn't move, allowing the monstrous head to swallow him. Valmont smirked. "How dare he look down on my domain? He's seeking death." Suddenly, his smirk froze. His eyes widened in terror. "What's that?" Rays of glaring white light shot out from the giant lizard's head. The dark manifestation started hissing and corroding furiously as if having met its nemesis. Valmont was appalled, unable to believe what was happening. Just then, a ray of light pierced through from below. "Damn it!" The latter's heart pounded furiously. He dodged in a hurry and re-entered the black mist in an attempt to hide his traces. "Thinking of running away?" said the young hero. The beams of light pushed away the black mist, forcing the dark fiend to move out. Wang Ting used the light bolt skill, moving as fast as the speed of light. "Light element!" Valmont was dismayed. Wang Ting released his fist of light. The luminescent force was gathered, and he hurled his fists toward the enemy. Valmont was furious and flabbergasted. He continued to evade, but the earthling was too fast. He couldn't escape, and the light-based attacks were landing on him continuously. Boom! 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 Explosions ensued. The black mist was dispelled the instant it came into contact with the light force inside the fist. The dark warrior tried to resist but failed. He was hit like a sandbag. "Wang Ting!" he screamed in agony. "Let me send you back to your darkness," Wang Ting said. The virtual fists smashed into him, pushing back his opponent. Boom! In the end, the black mist domain was destroyed. Spheres of white light emerged from within, lighting up the ground below. They looked like small suns. The black mist dispersed and Wang Ting appeared before the crowd again. He seemed to be holding a dead body. It was Valmont. Silence. Chapter 1552. The world isn't just black or white. 1. Wang Ting 1. The people in the audience had eyes the size of saucers as they stared at the figure floating above the arena. They were left in awe. Then, their gazes shifted from Wang Ting's face to the thing he was holding. A startled exclamation rang out. "It's Valmont!" The fellow was drenched in blood. The scales on his skin had cracked, and he looked miserable. It was evident that he had been pummeled to death. The thick primordial formed arm was dangling weakly, like a limb without any bones. As for Wang Ting, he remained calm and composed, as if having just gone out for a stroll, not a battle. Everyone was finally able to confirm that the young hero had defeated the dark apparition. It wasn't an illusion. It was true. The haughty and unbridled apparition was being carried by Wang Ting like a dead dog. No words could describe how everyone was feeling. The normal warriors finally relaxed. The fear and panic in their hearts disappeared without a trace. They even cheered joyfully. Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Wang Ting! The martial warriors from the great Qian Empire and all the spectators outside the battle planet shouted the hero's name to vent their suppressed emotions. Before that fight, everyone supported him because of his ability and potential. Now, they also felt respect and admiration. Everyone feared dark apparitions, but Wang Ting slayed them like dogs. That was a stark contrast. No wonder everyone was awestruck. Fu Xinglan and the other generals returned to the military's battle fortress. They didn't discover any other traces of dark apparitions, which was a relief. They smiled when they got to see the image on screen. This young man is indeed powerful. General Habakkuk laughed. He defeated a bewitched warrior, fair and square during the competition. This is enough to boost the morale of our people. Looks like he understood our intentions. Not bad. General Fu Xinglan nodded in satisfaction. That's good. General Tang Wuwei nodded. General Fu Xinglan said after some thought, "Ask someone to fetch Valmont for questioning, just in case we missed something." Definitely, General Habakkuk agreed. Oh right, that attack just now used light force, right? Yes, light force, and he developed it to a powerful stage too. This youth is a monster. General Fu Xinglan sighed. General Habakkuk dropped the smile and said with a stern voice, "My confidence in him keeps on growing. He might be able to reach that stage." Fu Xinglan and Tang Wei blinked and nodded. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, the middle-aged man laughed and said, "Indeed, he didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect him to actually defeat a tainted warrior, and that quickly." The elder from the Imperial family had a troubled expression. "Let me visit the fellows from the military," said the leader and disappeared. Mixed blood. The universe stage elder blinked, staring in deep thought at the spot where his superior was standing a moment before. On the Parker's family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord and the others were staring at the youth on screen, his expressions blank. How great would it be if he wasn't our enemy? The absurd thought appeared in the leader's mind. Volteru and Sinclamen didn't speak, but their flickering gazes betrayed their wavering emotions. On planet Yumming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han and the others finally felt at ease. They broke out in cold sweat when they saw the bewitched warrior in the competition. What kind of luck is this? A warrior contaminated with dark force appeared in the League of Talents, and Wang Ting was paired with him. Fortunately, the young hero dealt with the menace successfully. Once their nervousness faded, they were overcome with astonishment. There were dark apparitions throughout the universe, much stronger than the ones they found on Earth. If the more powerful apparitions visited them, the planet would have been long gone. They wouldn't even have a chance to rise. The rest of the universe is filled with all kinds of challenges and dangers. The threat of the dark apparitions affects them too, Wu Xingyun said grimly. I heard that Wang Ting visited a defense planet and resisted the waves of dark apparitions, Old Han lamented. One planet devoted to resisting dark apparitions. How tragic must the situation be? You're right. Commander Hong felt the same way. He added in a serious tone, the situation in the rest of the universe is more complex than we thought. We need to become stronger, quickly. I wonder what Wang Ting had to go through to actually grow to this stage within such a short time. Han Zhu and the others felt emotional. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft, Lin Chuhan heaved a soft sigh of relief. Her nervous expression relaxed a little. Chapter 1553 The world isn't just black or white. 2. Lin Chuhan started complaining about a certain someone. Why is he making me worry whenever he's competing? Wang Ting held on to Valmont and landed in the arena. A team of military warriors immediately made an appearance and took Valmont away. The latter seemed to be a goner, but he was merely wounded. He was still alive. Wang Ting left him with a little breath left. The young hero knew that the matter would not end there, but the competition had to continue. He couldn't be concerned about it for the time being. He returned to the zone platform and sat down. Then, he stretched his back and attracted the troubled gazes of the second prince and the rest. Ji Haochen sized Wang Ting up. Noticing that the latter had no injuries, he said, "You are a maniac." Strachey and Landon looked at their nemesis with conflicted expressions. They had to admit that the fellow was more capable than them in some aspects. They couldn't have done the same if they experienced the same situation. How is it that I'm a maniac? Wang Ting felt at a loss. That was someone reinforced with the power of darkness, and still you dealt with him so easily. Isn't that maniacal enough? Ji Haochen said. Wang Ting replied, "It's not that exaggerated. Valmont isn't as powerful as you think. You could have dealt with him just as easily." Timothy interjected. "Do you think we're blind? We could tell how powerful he was." Wang Ting saw he had been mercilessly exposed, so he cleared his throat and said, "Cough. I'm just trying to comfort you guys." "We can only thank you for that." Ji Haochen didn't know what else to say. This is how people are comforted? He's just being fake. Valmont isn't powerful? That's just a roundabout way to brag about his own strength. Pretentious. Wang Ting, are you sure he's a mixed blood? The second prince asked with a gruff voice. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to answer. He countered with another question. Your Highness knows about their existence? People like us have more or less heard about it, Ji Haochen offered. Wang Ting nodded and pondered. Looks like the people from the upper-class families know more than I thought about these subjects. Wang Ting nodded and conceded. Valmont is indeed a mixed blood. Mixed bloods only have half of the Darklands bloodline, the other half is still of the light factions. Aren't the two factions enemies? Wang Ting thought about little Ziyi and the others he had met before. The second prince glanced at the young hero. It's not that simple. The earthling's gaze flickered. Based on the prince's words, he could tell how the light faction's upper echelons thought about mixed bloods. After all, half their blood comes from the dark apparitions. Some have leaned towards the light faction, wishing to return, but there are still some that serve the dark, relayed the second prince, via voice transmission. So, if there's an opening, it would present an opportunity the apparitions could make use of, Wang Ting responded, an easier opportunity to enter our world. That's right. Looks like you have the general idea. The amiable prince nodded. We once speculated the mixed population is large. If all of them returned, our world would be riddled with holes. There would no longer be any obstacles for the dark apparitions to attack. Wang Ting sighed. He understood this. He just pitied those people. Were they really condemned to live in darkness forever, never seeing the light again? The second prince said, Mixed bloods appear boldly in the League of Talents. This is a blatant provocation to both the Great Qian Empire and the 7 stellar academies. I'm afraid it'll cause a great disturbance. Wang Ting added a short, yet meaningful phrase. The world isn't just black or white. The former glanced at the hero with surprise, not expecting such a statement. However, he could only swallow the words he planned to respond when he saw that the earthling had closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to continue speaking. Still, the words lingered in his heart for a long time, unable to guess the true meaning behind them. The hero used the opportunity to immediately focus on his attributes board. He had collected a lot of dark attribute bubbles in the previous battle. However, most of them were of constellation Dark Force and the Dark Ultima, which weren't that useful for him. The former was already at the perfected 9th level, while his Dark Ultima was at the limit attainable. Only the Black Mist domain was interesting. However, he wasn't planning on using it separately. He would integrate it with his dark domain. The new domain possessed strong illusory and concealing qualities. It was considered a great ability. Integrating the two domains would provide an additional means of attack, making his dark domain even more powerful. After some thought, he went ahead and merged the two domains, taking advantage that the bubbles had yet to disappear. The enlightenment obtained from the attribute bubbles was the deepest and most profound anyone could ever have. Chapter 1554 The world isn't just black or white. 3. Wang Ting had a sudden inspiration. All he needed to do was to follow this train of thought. No one would mind hitching a ride. His fight against Valmont was already over, but everyone was still engaged in heated discussions about it. No one paid attention to the following matches for this reason. Fortunately, the appearance of the Crown Prince pulled everyone's attention back to the arena. The Crown Prince versus Lu Tai. The latter had entered the top 5 in Zone 3. He was strong too, but his face turned green when he saw that his opponent would be the overall favorite. Alas, he finally reached the top 36, but he ended up meeting the Crown Prince. This seemed like the end of the road for him. Even so, he stepped forth, ready to do his best. Both parties appeared in the sky above the arena. The match began. Neither of them spoke, instantly coming to blows. In truth, Lu Tai was decent. He was a wood element warrior that used a sword as a weapon. The green sword glows he released were filled with vitality. They were shot non-stop. That sword's skill was powerful. Many were surprised by it. The fellow relied on that sword's skill, and his perfected 10th level would ultima to reach that far. Unfortunately, he met with the heir apparent and was defeated in the end. The latter's sword skill was domineering, cutting through the opposing sword glows, to then forcefully slam into Lu Tai's chest. The latter was heavily injured, vomiting blood after the impact. The match ended. The crowd was amazed by the prince's sword skill. They estimated that he could go head-to-head with Su Jianchen. It was astonishing. Mind you, the prince had other skills aside from the powerful sword skill, while the other was only an expert in sword skills. His sword had allowed him to advance thus far. However, many people felt that the favored prince's sword skills were comparable to Su Jianchen's. They might even be stronger. Their estimates about the crown prince's abilities continued to rise. The favorite swordsman wasn't afraid by the comparison. Instead, the competitiveness in his eyes grew stronger. He yearned for a match with the prince. Back in the Tian Luo Empire, the emperor frowned while he stared at the live feed on screen. It's hard to tell. The emperor shook his head. The crown prince has only executed a single sword move thus far. However, I can tell that his skill consists of more than one move. More than one move. The people below gasped. That would be troublesome. They started to worry for their boy. The emperor continued, there's no need to worry. Jianshan has entered the top 18, only one step away from the top 10. I believe he'll be able to do it. Wang Ting was quick to pick up the attribute bubbles left by the Crown Prince and Lu Tai. The 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword, * 3000 Tyrant's Finger * 1600 Constellation Force, Metal, * 8200 Constellation Force, Wood, * 7800 Wood Ultima * 3500 Divine Level Wood Talent * 2600 Green Essence, Sword Skill * 4000 Enlightenment was solidified in the hero's mind as the bubbles were assimilated. The 12 Tyrant Swords rose a little. However, it was still at the foundation stage. The 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword 7500/10,000 Foundation. The Tyrant's Finger was also increased, rising from foundation to the well-versed stage. The young hero wondered if the Crown Prince would be surprised if he used the Tyrant's Finger in their upcoming encounter. However, he decided against it after some consideration. The noble had probably reached a high stage of proficiency, while he himself had barely reached the well-versed level. Wang Ting understood his shortcomings. He wouldn't make use of a weakness to fight his opponent's strong suit. Tyrant's finger, 100 for 5,000 well-versed. He looked at his stats with satisfaction. It wasn't possible at the moment, but he could eventually surpass the prince one day. The next attribute surprised him. It was a divine level wood talent. Lu Tai dropped this attribute. Coincidentally, it was a divine level talent our hero didn't have. Divine level wood talent, 2600/50,000. That was a sudden surprise. He felt that some thanks to the owner were in order. Safe travels. Lu Tai also dropped another attribute, the green essence sword skill. That was the universe stage skill the fellow used as his main attack. It was indeed powerful. The young hero gladly accepted the gift. Green essence sword skill, 1000/5000 well-versed. 4,000 points had already pushed the stat all the way to the well-versed stage, saving him lots of time. Once the Crown Prince's match was over, another fight followed and the top 18 were chosen. The young hero glanced at the candidate. All the faces were familiar. The Crown Prince, the second Prince Strakey Landon Ji Houchen Timothy Sawyer Xiaoho Zun Ling Yangshu Berkshire Ling Qianxue Jiang Weixing Gaunt Su Jianchen Tu Xiaoba Yu Qiqiao Situ Weiner. Wang Ting was the last person. They were the top 18 candidate. All the hopefuls were sizing up one another. They would soon be fighting for the top 10 positions. That would be an extremely important milestone. Only the first 10 would have the chance to select their desired campus among the 7 stellar academies. The rest could only wait to be chosen, and neither would they have special privileges. Wang Ting was surprised to see Situ Weiner among the finalists. The lady didn't seem to be that strong, but she managed to reach that stage, surpassing countless others. There was also Jiang Weixing, a talent from the Jiang family. His sister was eliminated, but he managed to persevere. Furthermore, 2 members of the Parker's family still managed to make it to the top 18. Wang Ting found this to be a pity, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't get to meet them before that part of the competition. He couldn't choose his opponents. All of them had been chosen at random. Still, it didn't matter. He would have to fight everyone in the next round. He would definitely meet them later. Congratulations for entering the top 18. Your abilities have gained everyone's recognition, said the voice coming from the light sphere all of a sudden. You will have 10 days to rest, and then we will proceed with the top 10 elimination round. Chapter 1555 The 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators. 1. There was a 10-day break after the top 18 were decided. Wang Ting thought he could spend some time tallying his spoils, never expecting that someone would find him so soon. Colonel Wang Ting, the generals are looking for you. It was Major Maxwell, the one who greeted him in the beginning. He saluted the hero with respect. The generals are looking for me? Wang Ting frowned and said in a puzzled tone, the competition is still in progress. I don't think it's proper for me to just leave like this, right? Don't worry, the generals have already gotten permission from the 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators. Furthermore, they're here as well. The official smiled. The 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators are here, exclaimed the second prince and the others, before the young hero could reply. The latter was a little surprised as well. None of the Invigilators had made an appearance thus far. Only one of their voices was heard when the great lightning monster showed up. The young hero never thought they would meet in the flesh. However, he quickly guessed it was about the mixed blood fellows situation. Looks like the 7 Stellar Academies are also concerned about this matter. What? Ji Houchen couldn't help but say, can we go? This. Maxwell was a bit flustered. He said with some hesitation, the generals only requested Colonel Wang Ting's presence, so, Ji Houchen dropped his head and stared at the earthling with jealousy. Why doesn't anything good ever happen to me? That's right. Nothing this good has ever happened to us, Timothy said enviously. I don't think so. This isn't anything good. Wang Ting was at a loss. Ji Haochen exclaimed, not a good thing? They are the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies. To actually be able to meet them before the competition ends. This means that you've already drawn their attention. You can even get up close and personal with them and leave a good impression. When the time comes, you'll be able to go to whichever academy you wish. Don't say that, Wang Ting patted the latter's shoulder. Even if I don't meet them, I can still choose any academy. Some people aren't the same. Ji Haochen clutched his chest and took a step back. Get lost. Ha ha. Wang Ting burst out laughing when he saw his reaction. All right. Go quickly. Don't let the invigilators wait for too long, said the second prince, waving a hand with a disgusted look. Let's go. Wang Ting called for Major Maxwell, and they left together. Once the top 18 were decided, Ling Qianxue, Gaunt and the others were already with all the finalists, so they heard the exchange. A strange glow appeared in Ling Qianxue's eyes as she looked at the young heroes retreating back. She felt that he was awfully peculiar. A trace of jealousy appeared in Gaunt, Jiang Weixing and Strakey's eyes. They wanted to take his place. Alas, they couldn't. Wang Ting followed Maxwell and entered the military's spacecraft. He then met with the 3 Eternal Stage generals and a few powerful figures next to them. Their eyes had been on him ever since he entered. The scrutiny caused the young hero's heart to skip a beat. Those strangers were very likely the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies. From appearance alone they seemed to be extremely powerful. Even Wang Ting's real eye was unable to ascertain their cultivation. Some sort of hazy fog was enveloping their bodies. As far as he knew, they were probably Eternal Stage warriors. 7 was the number of the powerhouses representing the academies. Wang Ting couldn't help but gasp softly upon noticing that there was an 8th expert. Grand Duke Chongshan. It was a middle-aged man with thick black hair and a magnificent figure. His body radiated a noble aura, however, there was no condescension coming from him. Even so, his sole presence would compel people to lower their heads and avoid making eye contact with him. If our hero didn't have a strong will, he probably would have prostrated himself on the ground as a display of submission. The man was none other than Grand Duke Chongshan, the one he met previously. General Fu Xinglan said, Wang Ting, come over and meet Grand Duke Chongshan and the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies. Wang Ting nodded and greeted them with a formal salute. Greetings, Grand Duke, and honored invigilators. Wang Ting, you've done well in this competition. The Grand Duke smiled. You flatter me, the young one said modestly. Your performance has indeed been stunning. I've served as an invigilator for several League of Talents editions, but this is the first time I have seen an outstanding performance such as yours. A white-haired, middle-aged man smiled warmly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sikong II, Invigilator from the 7th Stellar Academies. Sikong II? Wang Ting was confused. What kind of name is this? The expert seemed to know what the youth was thinking and smiled. My name is a bit special. You can just call me Instructor Sikong in the future, if fate allows it. The young hero rushed to comply. Instructor Sikong. Whether or not they would meet in the future, there was no loss in greeting him like that first. Ha ha ha. The elder was taken aback by the response and laughed. You're an interesting fellow. Chapter 1556, The 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators. 2. Sikong II, you're trying to get ahead of the game while we're still watching from the side, said another elder. Then he addressed Wang Ting. Young man, remember me. I'm the invigilator from the 5th Stellar Academy. You can call me Old Wang. Old Wang. Wang Ting was quick to greet the senior. He didn't care which academy he would go to. The first thing to do was create relationships with their representatives first. The Invigilator from the Second Stellar Academy, Nancy. The third person who spoke was a beautiful lady, around 30 years of age. She had golden hair, and her figure was voluptuous. She didn't look like an Invigilator. Invigilator Nancy, nice to meet you. Wang Ting sized her up in secret. Oh my gosh, her body is amazing. Wang Ting, there are many beauties in our Second Stellar Academy. You can choose to enter our academy if you enter the top 10, said the alluring representative with a smile. Cough, Nancy, this isn't right. The academies are centers for learning and cultivation. Just entering to find beauties is not the way to go, said another middle-aged man. The Invigilator for the Third Stellar Academy, Trollop. Oh right, we also have many outstanding beauties in our academy, definitely ranking among the top in the universe. They are actually listed on the Universe Goddess rank thanks to their admirers. You can come for some cultural exchange. Wang Ting, Nancy, General Fu Xinglan and the others. Grand Duke Chongshan. The other Invigilators. Trollop, where's your face? Old Wang said angrily. Being a fellow Invigilator, I look down on you for using beauties to tempt students to enter. Sikong II glanced at Trollop in disdain. Then, he continued, the 7th Stellar Academy has students on the goddess rank too. Don't worry, I'm not saying this to lure you, I'm just stating a fact. The 7th Stellar Academy never loses. Of course, whether you join us is completely up to you. Righteous tone. Shameless. Old Wang, Nancy, and the other Invigilators were caught between laughter and tears. This fellow is downright shameless. How could he say all that in such a righteous tone? Wang Ting. Are the Invigilators misunderstanding something? The young hero was honestly stunned by Sikong II's shamelessness. Imagine how impressive he had to be, to actually shock our hero. He was a little tempted. General Fu Xinglan coughed awkwardly and stopped the argument. Cough, let's talk about the real business. Oh right, let's get back to business. Sikong II nodded and said to Wang Ting, I'll tell you more about the Universe Goddess rank later in private. Wang Ting. Can we stop talking about the Universe Goddess rank? The rest of the representatives introduced themselves and their academies. It looked like they held the young Earthling in high regard. If not, they wouldn't have stooped down to directly introduce themselves and treat him as politely. Of course, there was a possibility that they were always this amiable. The young hero was pleasantly surprised by the treatment, having always thought that the Invigilators were cool and stern. That image was completely destroyed. General Fu Xinglan exchanged glances with the other generals and smiled. This decision is secured. After everyone's self-introductions, they finally moved on to the real topic. General Fu Xinglan kept a stern face as he broached the subject. After some inspection, we confirmed that Valmont is indeed a mixed blood. Based on what he said during the competition, he came under orders from the dark apparitions to kill our talented warriors. He glanced at Wang Ting in the end. That's what he said. The latter nodded. However, I'm not sure if he had other motives. Aiming to kill our talented warriors. Old Wang snorted. The dark apparitions are bold. They're getting more and more out of control, Sikong II said grimly. I wonder if there are still other mixed bloods competing in the League of Talents, said Wang Ting, as the thought suddenly came to mind. The Invigilator of the First Stellar Academy was a serious-looking fellow called Gong Han. He gave the young hero a look of approval after posing the question. We have already informed the other regions. We will soon get a reply. Wang Ting realized he was a little late. The Invigilators had already thought about the possibility and took appropriate measures. General Fu Xinglan suddenly asked, We came to find you because we want to know how you found out he was a mixed blood. This isn't a secret. I fell into a low-tier darkland and met many mixed bloods there. That's why I'm familiar with them, said the young hero directly. A low-tier darkland? Everyone was stunned. They stared at Wang Ting in surprise. You've been to a low-tier Darkland? Yes, the youth added when he noticed their disbelief. I had yet to reach the planetary stage at the time, and was pulled into the low-tier Darkland by a Devil Lord. Chapter 1557, The Seven Stellar Academy's Invigilators. 3. Oldwing sized Wang Ting up and commended, "Tsk, this is unimaginable. You were pulled into a low-tier Darkland before you reached the planetary stage, and still you managed to survive." "I was lucky." Wang Ting shook his head. "This isn't about luck," Nancy added with a smile. She looked at the youngster in a different light. The latter gave her a humble smile. "Do invigilators love to praise people? If they do, please praise me more. I love praises. We're a great match." Wang Ting's birth planet was invaded by dark apparitions, General Fu Xinglan commented. "I see." Gong Han nodded in deep thought. After some pondering, he asked, "Wang Ting, what do you think about mixed bloods?" The young hero was surprised. He wasn't expecting that question. He had once spoken about the topic with the second prince some time before. The three generals and Grand Duke Chongshan raised their eyebrows and looked at Wang Ting. There was an ambiguous glimmer in their eyes. Wang Ting remembered what he had told the second prince back then. He repeated it without hesitation. The world isn't just black or white. He gave them a small smile. The invigilators blinked in surprise. They glanced at one another silently. "Interesting." Gong Han smiled. The generals glanced at the young one in surprise, not expecting his answer. Most people considered dark apparitions as minions of darkness, inspiring fear. Even mixed bloods would receive the same treatment. However, Wang Ting had offered them a different response. "I heard that you're good at dealing with dark apparitions. Can you interrogate Valmont? We want to get some answers from him," said Gong Han, choosing to change the topic. The young hero stared at the latter in surprise. Then, he nodded. "I can try, but I can't promise results." The young official was then taken to the place where Valmont was being kept. The invigilators stared at his back as he left. After some time, Gong Han said, "What do y'all guys think?" Nancy replied, "He has a strong will and his own ideas. He's also extremely talented and powerful, someone who has accumulated many experiences, unlike the descendants of elite families who are groomed and taken care of from a young age. I haven't seen such a talented youth in a long time." She seemed to be interested in the young talent. "He's an interesting little fellow. The 7th Stellar Academy is suitable for him," Sikong II replied. "Bulls **T, the 5th Stellar Academy is more suitable. He'd be wasting his talent if he goes to your academy," Old Wang rebuked. "He belongs with my 1st Stellar Academy," Gong Han said. Sikong II blinked and said, "Who knows? We don't know what he'll choose." "That's right," the other invigilators agreed. They didn't care if their conversation was heard, so they spoke openly, right in front of the generals. The generals were elated by what they heard. "Good Lord, the competition hasn't ended, but all 7 academies are already fighting over Wang Ting. This must be a first." Chapter 1558, Their quite amiable Valmont was locked in a room that resembled a laboratory. His limbs were bound by rune-covered chains, while tubes were all around his body. It seemed that he had been examined for some time. All that was left was to cut him up. Valmont was awake, lying there hopelessly, staring at the ceiling as if there was nothing worth living for. He had experienced the scary side of the human race. Wang Ting walked in, the others remained outside. It was just him and Valmont in the room looking at each other for a while. "Hello!" Wang Ting waved and broke the silence. Valmont didn't want to cooperate, staying silent. The young hero could only continue. "Hey brother, if there's something on your mind, anything you're not satisfied with, you can tell me." "Valmont, this isn't good. I'll be in a pinch if you don't cooperate," said the former in a sly tone. The captive had a bad feeling when he heard that undertone. Those able to move according to the circumstances were the ones that prevailed, so he said with a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" "That's more like it." Wang Ting nodded and smiled when he saw the other speak up. "We can always talk things through. Don't act like we have a blood feud." Valmont. He was tempted to say that they did have one, enough to go after each other's throat. How is this bastard's brain wired? Does he really think I want bear a grudge after being beaten up by him? All right, I'll stop with the nonsense, Wang Ting said. There's leniency to those who confess and severe punishment when there's resistance, so, come clean. What's your objective for sneaking in the League of Talents? I told you before. I came here to kill talents from the human race. A cold smile appeared on Valmont's face. You want to kill us with that strength of yours? Who gave you the confidence? The righteous hero said calmly. Valmont's face turned dark. He wasn't weak. Wang Ting was just a monster. The fellow even possessed light force, which directly countered his dark force. The scaled man could feel his scalp tingle when he thought about the light element techniques the hero had used in battle. You're not the only mixed blood participating in the League of Talents, right? Wang Ting rubbed his chin. I don't understand what you're saying. Although it didn't show, there was a trace of panic in Valmont's eyes. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I have a way to make you speak, the hero said. What are you trying to do? The captive's heart skipped a beat as he glared at his questioner. Don't be nervous. It'll be over soon. It won't hurt. A strange red light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, piercing straight into the scaled fighters. You, Valmont, only had a chance to utter that one word. He then felt a powerful spirit enter his mind as he lost consciousness. His eyes looked glazed. Bewitched. Wang Ting used his charming skill after scanning the room for any surveillance technique. Everyone had secrets, and outsiders would generally not pry into his. That was especially so for his military backers, since they wouldn't do such things. Even so, Wang Ting couldn't guarantee that the invigilators present wouldn't act. He scanned the room just as a precaution. Bewitch was a spirit technique able to control others. It was best not to expose it, since it could draw unnecessary attention. After the skill took effect, the scaled warrior naturally answered all his questions, quickly spilling all the information. However, Valmont wasn't aware if there were any other mixed bloods like himself in the competition. None of them had any direct contact. Furthermore, that was just his own guess. The dark apparitions are very cautious, Wang Ting thought. Aside from that, he obtained a shocking piece of information. A fair amount of mixed bloods had already entered their world in silence. Many of them retained the traits of the original race, only having half of the dark bloodline. It was hard to tell by appearance alone. They would look like regular beings from the light faction if they used special means to conceal their bloodlines and the dark force in their bodies. This made detection extremely hard. It was a difficult problem. Wang Ting didn't expect to obtain such information from his casual questioning. Relaying his findings to General Fu Xinglan and the others was an urgent matter. He shook his head and left the room in a hurry. Major Maxwell saw him exit the room and immediately asked in a soft voice, Colonel Wang Ting, are you done with your interrogation? I'm done. Let's go back, the young official replied. Maxwell nodded, not probing further. The matter about mixed bloods was classified. He didn't have clearance for such information. The pair returned to the main control room. Wang Ting immediately informed the 7 Stellar Academy's invigilators and the generals about what he had learned, leaving nothing unsaid. The listeners' expressions turned grave. How sure are you about his confession? 100%, the young one responded calmly. Everyone glanced at him in deep thought. If he's this confident, he must have used a special method. Coupled with the young hero's previous performances, General Fu Xinglan and the others didn't have any doubts about him. Back on Defense Planet number 29, He had been the one who discovered the dark apparition's objectives, which led to a virtually impossible victory. Many people didn't believe him at the time. General Cameron had to fight for his sake with the other officials, choosing to stand by him. Once the battle was over, the general reported everything to the higher-ups, which was why General Fu Xinglan and the others were well informed about it. "Did you ask about where they were?" General Fu Xinglan asked. Wang Ting nodded and gave them the location. "It's there." The experts were shocked, their expressions then revealing cold smiles. "The Great Hermit lives in the city." But the League of Talents is being broadcast live in the entire universe. They probably saw Valmont be captured and moved as a precaution, Wang Ting said. "You're right." General Fu Xinglan nodded. "But we should still send people to check and see if we can find any traces." Wang Ting made no comment. "Just now, you said that you're suspecting that other mixed bloods are in the competition?" said the Invigilator from the First Stellar Academy. "It's just a guess." The former shook his head. Based on Valmont's confession, none of the mixed bloods had any direct contact, so they don't know of each other's existence. That was only a guess he made. However, it aligns to what I'm thinking. Old Wang stroked his white beard and said, "The martial artists who entered the top 18 are mainly the talents from the big families. The backgrounds of people like Yu Qiqiao and Su Jianchen can also be checked. It shouldn't be them. If there are any infiltrators, they must be hiding amongst the top 1,000. Let's check again. The 7 stellar academies would be a laughing stock if mixed bloods were to be enrolled," Trollope said. "There's no harm in checking the top 18 again. We can't rule out the possibility of someone being supplanted," said Wang Ting after hesitating for a moment. Gong Han glanced at Wang Ting with approval and nodded. "You've thought it through. Let's do it as you suggest. Little Wang, since you've proposed it, we should also check you." Sikong II smiled. "Little Wang?" Wang Ting was speechless. "What was that?" "I don't mind. You can check me if you want." At the same time, Wang Ting shouted in his mind, "System, protect me." Sikong II didn't mean what he said. None of them thought that the boy was related to the dark apparitions. The light force he displayed when he was battling the scaled warrior was enough for them to rule out any suspicions. How could someone have both light and dark forces in his body at the same time? It was tantamount to having a death wish. General Fu Xinglan and the others were fast. They immediately gave the order to check each participant. Wang Ting also returned to the battle planet to rejoin the second prince and the others. They had just gone through the military's screening and knew that something was going on. They immediately gathered around the young hero to ask about this upon his return. "Wang Ting, what's going on?" Ji Haochen asked softly. "Nothing, they're just checking to discard some possibilities." Wang Ting smiled. "No way, the higher-ups have suspicions of us?" Timothy groaned. "Just in case something's wrong." The young earthling naturally kept the fact he proposed the idea a secret. Otherwise, there was a risk of him being ostracized. The Crown Prince glanced at Wang Ting. His senses were sharp, somehow sensing that the guy was feeling guilty. "Having said that, it feels unpleasant to be suspected," Ji Haochen said. "Well, no one has a problem with this. We should be happy." Wang Ting laughed it off. Everyone knew it, so they dropped the subject. "Right, did you really meet the Invigilators from the 7 stellar academies?" Ji Haochen asked. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "How was it? What are they like?" The former asked in a hurry. The second prince and the others looked over, obviously curious. Even the Crown Prince glanced at his rival. Wang Ting recalled and responded, "They're all right, nice to talk to." Everyone looked unconvinced. "Are you sure?" Ji Haochen had his doubts. "Yes, do I really have to lie about this?" said the hero, nodding fervently. "Then, did they say anything to you?" the second prince asked doubtfully. "Oh yes. They said their academies have many beauties, and asked me to socialize with them when I enter," said the hero. He only remembered that part from his conversations with the representative. The second prince and the others were dumbfounded. There are many beauties in the academies? Socialize with them? What's all this? They couldn't help but wonder if the invigilators that Wang Ting met were imposters. They must be fake. All that can't be real. The crown prince glanced at Wang Ting with an odd expression, thinking that the latter was just fooling around. Wang Ting saw their suspicious looks, so he defended himself. You might not believe me now. You'll know I'm telling the truth when you meet them. The second prince waved a hand tiredly. Forget it. I'm not asking any more. We won't get any answers from you. Ji Haochen rolled his eyes. We'll have a chance to meet the invigilators as long as we get in the top 10. Let's see if what you said is true then. The others nodded, their fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. They were definitely going to fight for the top 10, no one could stand in their way. But then again, were you recruited in advance? The second prince asked. It didn't count as scouting. In the end, it still depends on the ranking, Wang Ting replied. It's nothing if I don't get first place. He glanced at the crown prince after mentioning the last part. Their eyes met, their competitive edge at an all-time high. Chapter 1559, I Want to Fight 17 at Once. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The top 10 battle in the League of Talents had finally begun. The audience swarmed into the virtual universe. It was a true sight to behold. The atmosphere reached peak excitement. Even those who weren't attending were in a frenzy. They logged into the virtual universe to watch the last battles. The top 10 matches are starting. Sit tight. It's finally starting. I've waited 10 days for this. Just the anticipation made me lose my appetite. I've lost so much weight. My mom asked me why I didn't want to go home. I told her I was waiting for the League of Talents to continue. Move, no one can stop me from watching the finals. Everyone was thrilled. The 10-day wait had heightened everyone's expectations. They wished the fights could start right away. Just then, various figures soared into the sky. There were 18 figures in total. The candidates appeared and hovered in the sky right above the arena. Each warrior carried a unique and powerful aura. They were ramrods straight amid the raging wind and sand. They were in the global spotlight. They're here. The greatest talents are here. Ah, Goddess Ling, my Goddess Ling Qianxue. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Long live the Crown Prince. I want to see what the Crown Prince looks like. Ling Yangshu. He's so handsome. Second Prince. Second Prince. Second Prince, I love you. The audience recognized the candidate. Everyone had their own supporters. The chat platform was filled with people rooting for them. The hopeful fighters couldn't hear them, but that didn't douse their enthusiasm. The League of Talents was indeed a huge event. Both young and old fighters were watching, longing to be part of it. Normal warriors didn't have the chance to participate, but that was precisely the reason for their yearning. The geniuses attracted everyone's attention. Facing all the candidates, a young man with black hair stood with hands behind his back. His face was perfect, as if carved by God. There was a faint layer of light making his skin glow. He looked like a rare piece of jade. His hair was pitch black and smooth. His exceptional aura made him stand out among the other candidates. He was the center of attention whenever he showed up. Look, that's Wang Ting. He's right in front. As expected of the most outstanding talent in the League of Talent. Ah, Wang Ting. Wang Ting. Wang Ting. I love you. Wang Ting is invincible. Wang Ting is invincible. Everyone was attracted by the hero's appearance. Their cheers became even more enthusiastic. There were too many people supporting him. It was obvious that a mixed blood making an appearance didn't affect the overall progress of the competition. This was all because Wang Ting had managed to defeat the Fiend, putting everything back on track. Things didn't get out of control. Had he not solved the matter, the audience's mood would have been affected. They wouldn't be as enthusiastic as they were at the moment. Wang Ting's popularity rose for this very reason. Many people were looking forward to see him. It was worth mentioning that his popularity surpassed that of the Crown Prince after defeating Valmont, remaining in the number 1 position since then. It was a small gain. Of course, Wang Ting didn't care about this. Popularity wouldn't give him any tangible benefit. Such fame was hollow. Sure enough, if the Virtual Universe Corporation gave him money, he didn't mind being in first place. On planet Yumming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the rest shifted their gazes to focus on Wang Ting when he came up on screen. Wang Ting is up. They couldn't help but feel excited, even at their age. It'll be great if he can claim first place. Our planet can share some of his glory, Commander Hong said. You're right. The first place in the League of Talents isn't an ordinary title. He can definitely leave his mark in history, Old Han agreed. Han Zhu, Ji Xiuming, and the other youths stared at the screen with excitement, envy, and yearning. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft, Lin Chuhan's eyes were shimmering. She stared intently at the figure on the screen. Wang Ting scanned the other candidates in secret. He was thinking about something else. General Fu Xinglan had just informed him that they didn't find any other mixed bloods among the candidates. The young hero was concerned. He had a feeling that there had to be other dark experts infiltrated among the talented martial warriors. However, they escaped all inspections using some obscure method. Am I thinking too much? Wang Ting used his real eye to scan the 18 candidates, but he didn't see anything. His heart wavered. Aside from the Crown Prince, he could see through all the other candidates with his real eye. Chapter 1560 I want to fight 17 at once. 2. However, Wang Ting's inspection showed that there was nothing wrong with any participant. The only person he couldn't see through was the Crown Prince. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering him up, just like the one used by the Invigilators from the 7 stellar academies. Could the Crown Prince be of mixed blood? He shook his head and smiled. The thought was a little absurd. Just then, a voice resounded, coming from the light sphere above the arena. The young hero had already become familiar with the Invigilators. So, he realized that the sphere's voice didn't belong to any of them. For the top 10 battles, each candidate will have to fight with the other 17 candidates. You'll be ranked based on the number of your victories. Please choose your order of appearance now. Everyone was stunned. The final round seemed a little random. There was nothing wrong with using the number of wins as a parameter. After all, the ranking of every person was closely related to his or her opponent in this advanced part of the competition. It wouldn't be fair if they didn't use this method to battle it out. However, what did the voice mean by choose your order of appearance? Why does it sound like a casual gang fight? The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others were stunned. They exchanged confused glances. The top 10 battles are like this? Why are there no arrangements? This feels like child's play. The rules are a little strange. Every warrior has to fight with the other 17 candidates? This round seems difficult. It's easy to tell who is stronger when the battle gets tougher. The final winner must be a scary fighter. I wonder how many matches one has to win to become number 1? Let's do it. Everyone, place your bets. I bet on Wang Ting with 16 matches. I bet on Wang Ting too, but I think 13 matches are enough. After all, this is a round-robin match. The candidates will tire out as the matches progress. Makes sense. I'm voting for the Crown Prince. I feel that he hasn't released all his strength, so he might get first place in the end. I bet he'll do it in 15 matches. Many discussions appeared on the live chat platform. The crowd chatted happily, discussing who would be the victor, as well as the number of matches needed to achieve it. It had to be noted, everyone had high expectations for the first place holder. As for the ones who claimed second place and third, there wasn't much discussion about them. Even so, the fight for first place was mostly between Wang Ting and the Crown Prince. More and more people supported the young earthling now, but there was still a portion who staunchly believed that the lofty noble still had a shot at it. There was a belief that the latter had yet to unleash his full strength. Such uncertainty made the match more entertaining. None of the candidates stepped forth, so Wang Ting chose to speak up. "Who wants to be first?" There was no reply. None of them wanted to be the first to go. Based on the rules set, the first one would be at a disadvantage. "Since no one wants to be first, I'll be the one," the young hero said calmly, ending with a smile. Everyone was surprised, not expecting him to step up and decide to be the first. Is he really that confident? The calmer and more confident he looked, the others became more serious. Not even the Crown Prince wanted to be first. This went to show he wasn't confident of winning with such a mechanism. However, Wang Ting did it without any hesitation. However, the latter had spoken, so they readily acquiesced. The rest of the candidates retreated. Strakey, Gaunt, and the others sneered, feeling that their nemesis was overestimating himself, probably digging an early grave. Such a development made them happy. They would laugh in their dreams if Wang Ting ended up with a bad ranking. The young hero didn't know, nor did he care what they were thinking. He turned to the light sphere and posed. "Can I ask a question?" Everyone was stunned, wondering what his plans were, to require making a question. "Ask," replied the anonymous voice in the light sphere. Wang Ting felt a little embarrassed. He glanced around before continuing. "Can I fight with 17 people at once?" The light sphere. The candidates? There was silence for a moment. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, wondering if they had misheard. Gasp. The silence was then followed by an uproar. What did Wang Ting just say? He wants to fight 17 people at once? Did I hear it right? Someone, slap me. I think there's something wrong with my ears. You're right, he did say that. Oh my God, is Wang Ting crazy? All the warriors who made it this far are powerful and talented. Isn't he a little overconfident? That's unimaginable. 17 candidates at once? How is he supposed to fight? No. You're digging your own grave. There's a high chance you'll win it all. Don't crush it on your own. Chapter 1561. I want to fight 17 at once. 3. That's right. Let's do it one by one. Slow and steady. Wang Ting, don't be afraid. Let's have a gang fight. Haha, you're quite the cheeky one. Aren't you afraid that Wang Ting will come after you? I didn't say anything. None of you heard it. The audience was dumbstruck after Wang Ting requested to fight 17 candidates at once. The virtual universe was filled with noise and discussions. The hero's words were like a bomb, detonating and causing waves of astonishment in everyone's hearts. Many of his supporters wanted him to play it safe, to not tempt fate. Their concern was apparent. Unfortunately, their favorite warrior couldn't hear them. Even if he did, it wouldn't change his decision. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others finally regained their senses. The idea made them feel humiliated. Everyone stared at the earthling with conflicting emotions. This fellow is not treating us as equals. Strakey, Gaunt, and the others were burning with rage, wishing they could beat the guy, since he dared to look down on them. They wanted to let him know how strong they really were. Ling Qianxue looked at him while her emotions were in knots. However, there was a hint of competitiveness in her eyes. Su Jianchen clutched his sword tightly. His gaze became sharp as it was aimed at the young hero like virtual swords. Too many gazes landed on Wang Ting, so he couldn't be bothered to check who it was. The carrot-like weapon appeared in Tu Xiaoba's hand again. She gritted her teeth angrily, as if ready to use it and knock the latter's head. How dare he look down on me? This is infuriating. A strange glimmer flashed past Yukikyo's eyes. She sized up the bold contender. She was familiar with him, since he was the most outstanding talent in the present League of Talents. He had been in the spotlight since the elimination round, so she kept tabs on all his matches. She respected the young hero greatly. However, all said respect was lost. She felt that Wang Ting was a little irritating. The Crown Prince looked at his main rival with an ambiguous gaze. On the planet Yumming, Wu Xingyun and Old Han exchanged weird looks. "He's fooling around," Commander Hong couldn't help but say. Unpredictable as usual. Wu Xingyun felt his head hurting. Anything can come out of his mouth. Old Han asked, "Is he that confident?" "Who knows?" The commander shook his head with concern. That wasn't a joke. Fighting all those candidates at once was a little reckless. This fellow, Lin Chuhan shook her head and complained a little. She glared at the young hero through the screen. Her shy appearance stunned Isa, who was right beside her. Unfortunately, he only dared to keep quiet and gulp saliva, as he had been scolded by her a few times. He was filled with bitterness and frustration. On the military battle fortress, General Fu Xinglan frowned, sensing that the youngster was being reckless. Fight 17 opponents at once? Is this something a human can do? What possessed him to think about this? General Habakkuk burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, this young man is like me in my younger days." "You!" Fu Xinglan glanced at him and rolled his eyes. "You can only fight 3. Habakkuk fumed. "Don't look down on me. I can fight against 4. The former was also angry. "I'm not going to argue with you, we should worry about him first." He was finally noticed by the invigilators. It would be a waste if their impression of him is lost because of this matter. What can we do? He already said it. There's no way he can take his words back. General Habakkuk wasn't worried. "I feel he might surprise us all by beating the 17 warriors. Even if he can only beat 7 or 8, it would still count as a great success. The 7 stellar academies will see his strength." Fu Xinglan stared at the latter in surprise and nodded. "You're right. I was too agitated." "You're just too concerned for him," said the other with a smile. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan was also surprised by the young official's question. He laughed. "This fellow is quite bold." The Universe Stage elder next to him snorted and said, "He's overestimating himself." The man couldn't stand the boy's actions. Not even the Crown Prince would dare to do this. Isn't he afraid of making a fool of himself? At least he dared to propose the idea. The Grand Duke smiled. He admired the young hero. "Aren't you a little biased towards him?" said the elder. The noble was stunned by the question. Then, he smiled and shook his head in silence. On the Parker's family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord burst out laughing. "This fellow is seeking death. How dare he raise such a request? If this happens, Strachey and Landon will have a higher chance of getting rid of him," Voltaire said excitedly. The latter no longer believed that Strachey and Landon were enough to kill him, based on the previous performances. Who would have thought? Wang Ting just set a trap for himself? Even heaven is helping us. In the sky above the arena, the young earthling hovered calmly in the sky amid everyone's gazes, completely unfazed. "Why do you want it like this?" said the light sphere's voice after some time. "It saves time," Wang Ting replied without thinking. "Everyone! What the hell? You want to fight 17 martial warriors in one go to save time? What on earth are you thinking?" Chapter 1562 I've never lost in terms of aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by Wang Ting's word. He wanted to fight all 17 fighters at once just to save time. This wasn't offensive in and of itself, but it was extremely insulting. All the candidates felt offended, even the Crown Prince. If you want to save time, find other ways to do it. Why are you humiliating others? It only took an instant. Wang Ting became public enemy number 1. Even the second prince, Ji Haochen and Timothy, who had good relationships with him, wanted to beat him up. The audience was speechless, not expecting that the Earthling would choose to fight all the candidates at once due to a peculiar reason. Any other excuse would have been more reasonable. Saving time was outrageous. The voice within the light sphere hesitated for a moment. "Are you sure?" "Sure," Wang Ting replied. The voice merely stated the words, "It's settled." It was then followed by silence, as if tired of talking to the candidate. "Nice." There was a smile on the young hero's face, showing relief after fearing his proposal would be rejected. The competition didn't have strict rules, and there was nothing that mentioned he couldn't take on all fighters at once. He just had to fight them, that's all. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Ting looked at the second prince and the others. "Hey, go ahead and attack together. Everyone." Infuriating. This bastard is asking for death. The usually gentle second prince was now gritting his teeth in anger. "Wang Ting, you're too annoying. Don't be like this, second prince. We will still be good friends after the match," said the young hero. "Wang Ting, we're not friends anymore." Ji Haochen's face turned dark. "That's right. Everyone has turned their backs on you," Timothy said. "What do you think?" The second prince was livid. 1 against 17. You think you can do it? Still all right. I never meant that I was looking down on all of you, I just want to save some time. I hope everyone understands, the former said with embarrassment. Bulls **T. Ji Haochen cursed outright. He would have already flipped out if it weren't for the fact they were friends. The audience found the scene funny for some reason. This is too funny. They're going to beat Wang Ting to a pulp. He's sparking a public outcry. Ha ha ha, it's too funny. He's now afraid, too late for that. Ji Haochen and the rest are all furious. Beat him up. I'm supporting the second prince and the others, not because I want to see Wang Ting fail. I just want to see him get beat up. I also want to see him suffer. Beat him up. Beat him up. There was a glint in Strachey's eyes as he fanned the flames by the side. Why are you guys still talking nonsense with him? He wants to fight, so well fight him. Or else people will think we're afraid of him. There's too many people watching this. Timothy glared at the latter and said coldly, Strachey, stop whining over there. We will make our own choices. It is none of your business. Whatever, am not the one who'll be embarrassed anyway. Strachey scoffed. Wang Ting glanced at his enemy, deciding that he would take good care of him later. He had just forgotten that he had no intention of letting Strachey go. The result would be the same, even if the fellow had stayed quiet. The second prince took a deep breath to calm down. Wang Ting, are you sure you want to fight all 17 of us in one go? Things have already come to this point. Is there a way out of this? The young hero smiled. All right, well, be at ease since you chose this. But, since we are fighting, we won't hold back, said the usually calm prince. Do your best if you're my friend, Wang Ting said solemnly. The second prince. Why is it so infuriating to hear this bastard talk right now? The prince addressed the others. What do the rest of you think? Since he wants to fight, I'll fight him, Ji Haochen replied. I have no objections, Timothy responded. Leng Qianxue, Su Jianchen and the others agreed as well. All of them decided to teach the cheeky fellow a lesson. This bastard is too much. Now that things had developed in such a way, they couldn't refuse even if they wanted to, otherwise they would truly be laughed at, just like Strachey mentioned. I'll be the last one, the crown prince said calmly. The others glanced at the latter. Their silence implied consent. Many people had foreseen this. There was no way the lofty prince would fight alongside the rest, based on his pride. They didn't ask for much. The noble was on a completely different level from the rest. He had the capital to choose to fight one-on-one against Wang Ting. This was especially the case since the other fighters were much weaker compared to him. They would be criticized if they insisted on also having one-on-one combats and lost. There was no turning back, so nobody hesitated. Wang Ting glanced at the heir apparent in silence. He would deal with the other 16 first and leave the Crown Prince for last. After all, the latter's strength was the only one he couldn't quite pinpoint. The young hero was unafraid, but he couldn't force the prince to step up along with the others. It would truly seem like he was looking down on the noble. The second prince and the others were initially planning to return to their seats and watch the fight. However, they had to stay and participate. Many figures shot up into the air and faced the young hero. They were 16 martial warriors with bursting auras. Each of them was powerful, which was even more terrifying when working together. The auras filled the skies. It was enough to overwhelm any celestial warrior. The audience could also feel the intense atmosphere. Everyone gradually became silent as they stared at the live broadcast on their screens. Wang Ting was calm as he hovered in front of the participants. He was completely unaffected by the horrifying energies. Boom! The second prince and the others exchanged glances, and their auras burst out. All 16 of them merged into a single cluster of power that crashed down towards the earthling. They didn't believe it. How could the 16 of them not restrain one Wang Ting? What a strong aura! They're competing with their auras. Look, the grains of sand floating in the sky are suspended somehow. They're being suppressed by the auras, forming a vacuum. Can Wang Ting withstand their auras at the same time? Things look bad. No matter how strong he is, Wang Ting's aura can't possibly be stronger than all of them combined. Although the audience couldn't feel the amassing energies, they could still see something through their screens and started to worry for the young hero. Wang Ting smiled lightly, knowing what they were thinking. They want to overwhelm me with their auras. If he lost with this, he would naturally lose his confidence. Losing before the fight even started was a big no-no. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Wang Ting had never lost in terms of aura. Boom! A majestic power emerged from his body. Since they were going to compete, he was going to do so in an overwhelming manner. They would have no chance to resist. Boom! The two aura waves clashed, stirring up wind and the clouds. The air currents swirled in the sky. The formerly stagnant grains of sand rushed higher like a yellow tornado, circling up between Wang Ting and the 16 martial warriors. Oh my God! The audience was in an uproar. They initially thought that the young official would be incapable of withstanding their auras. Who would have thought that his momentum was as strong as all of them working together? It was unbelievable. How could a person's aura be that strong? I wonder which side's aura is stronger. All eyes were glued to their screens. The audience was anxious, clenching their fists. Palms were warm and sweaty. Boom! The auras kept on colliding. Loud explosions resounded in the air. A pitch-black and profound glow flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. An immense reinforcing aura erupted from his body. Again, the expressions shown by the second prince and the others changed somewhat. What a strong killing intent! Their sole opponent was radiating a strong killing desire, surging towards them like a mountain of corpses and blood. Cries of agony echoed next to their ears. It was terrifying. The killing intent was overwhelming. Wang Ting, how many people have you killed? The question popped up in everyone's mind. They couldn't help but think about his background. The young man had slaughtered his way through the defense planet number 29. Ordinary warriors couldn't compare to him. The situation took a drastic turn. The fighter's collective aura was suppressing the young hero moments before, but now, the latter's momentum was pressing them down. The second prince and the others furiously released their auras, but they couldn't resist Wang Ting's bloodlust. Boom! Another explosion was heard. The Earthling's aura was filled with killing intent, slamming down on the candidates like an invincible sharp blade. All 16 contenders retreated one after another. None of them looked good. There was a lingering fear in their eyes. Everyone felt bewildered, bitter, and conflicted. In terms of aura, they had lost. They lost. The auras of 16 warriors lost to Wang Ting's aura? It's unbelievable. Wang Ting is amazing. 1 versus 16. I kind of believe he can do it now. All the best to Wang Ting. Let's try not to get beaten up by the gang. The people in the audience were shaken, since it wasn't the outcome they had imagined. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Humph! Among all 16 warriors, Gaunt, the poison element warrior, had the ugliest expression. Their combined auras lost the fight, which was embarrassing. He snorted and released all his forces as he dashed towards Wang Ting. The battle started right away, shedding all nonsense. Boom! A strange sickle-shaped weapon appeared in his hand. Poison force covered the blade, which released a darkish green glow as it moved to slash the young hero. The others rushed forward when they saw the latter attacking. They released their powerful moves and directed them towards Wang Ting. The battle had begun. Chapter 1563 The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses. 1. It was a heated battle. 16 warriors charged at Wang Ting from all corners, attacking him with their powerful skills. The young hero was submerged by the dazzling force radiance. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated in the air, akin to a symphony of destruction. It was terrifying. The audience finally understood how scary the joint moves of 16 fighters were. And yet, Wang Ting had to face them all alone. Amid all the frightening bursts of energy, a figure dashed out, blinding power blossoming around him. Virtual fists lit up the sky and destroyed all his opponent's attack. The air currents blew against his thick black hair, making him look exceptionally handsome and extraordinary. Wang Ting, you're too arrogant. Let me show you how powerful the Parkers really are. Strakey was engulfed in green flames. They quickly retracted and clung onto his skin, turning into occult patterns. A scorching heat surged, along with the eruption of a powerful aura. Fire force covered his fists as he released his punches. Green fist projections rushed towards the earthling. Ha ha ha! The young hero laughed, his gaze filled with contempt. This time, he didn't hide any of his power. He executed his 5-element fist to its full potential. The resulting fist projection was like a tremendous mountain. A 5-element mountain. 5 different forces lit up the sky as the terrifying attack plummeted down. What? Strakey was appalled. His pupils shrank violently. He sensed the danger behind the incoming attack and tried his best to resist. Flames swarmed outward. Boom! The two parties collided and Strakey vomited a mouth of blood. Even though he was manifesting his dragon blood battle physique, cracks still appeared on his body. It was on the verge of collapsing. The man shook and was thrown back a few kilometers. Blood dripped down the corners of his lips. 5 different elements! The second prince and the others exclaimed. Wang Ting didn't just have 6 forces, he had 7 of them. Aside from the 2 mutated wind and lightning forces, he also had the 5 basic element. Most importantly, they were all powerful. That fist had dealt considerable damage to Strakey. The strength was scary. It was a clear indicator that all 5 elements were at a high stage. Not one of them was at an incipient stage. Such a powerful first attack wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Bastard! Ji Haochen cursed. His gaze flickered. He was unable to calm down. On the live chat platform, the audience were also astounded when they saw the young hero's 5 forces. Oh my god! 5 forces? I thought he only had 6 forces, but he has all 5 elements too. Plus the wind and lightning, that's 7 forces. Damn it! Is he human? Wang Ting's talent is brutal. How can one person have that many forces? And all of them are so powerful. I think he's not a human. I agree. I agree. Wang Ting didn't know that the audience were doubting his humanity. He overlooked the second prince and the other warriors since Strakey was injured. He needed to take advantage of this. A figure shot out from the side. It was Landon, who was also using his dragon blood battle physique. The flame patterns on his body were gray-white. There was also a strange force hidden within. He was holding a long spear that produced countless gray-white projections. He threw them all at Wang Ting. They fell like raindrops. Another figure appeared behind Wang Ting. It was Gaunt. He wielded his sickle-shaped weapon and slashed at their sole opponent, drawing a green arc in the air. The move gave off a pungent smell. If a normal fighter were to smell it, the stench would invade his body with poison. The other warriors kept a safe distance because of this. No one dared to go near to avoid being affected. Alas, Gaunt didn't know that Wang Ting was immune to poison. He deftly twirled and spun in the air, barely evading Landon and Gaunt's attacks. However, a few of the others moved just then. Tu Xiaoba silently appeared behind the Earthling and smacked his head with her carrot-like weapon. Ji Haochen and Timothy attacked him from two sides. Neither of them showed mercy as they executed their technique. F***K, you're ruthless, Wang Ting shouted. A sword appeared in his hand. He made a sweeping motion with it to block their attacks. Weren't you confident? Ji Haochen and Timothy laughed as they dealt with the countermove. Boom! Boom! Eruptions occurred and their smiles disappeared. The young hero's sword blast was so powerful their palms hurt. They were thrown backwards. F***K. Bastard! They cursed, flabbergasted by the move. Wang Ting ignored them from then on. He disappeared right after he countered and Tu Xiaoba lost her target. Hey, where is he? The rabbit girl was stunned, her eyes wide as her head spun frantically. Little rabbit, how dare you bang my head? Wang Ting appeared behind her, grabbing her long rabbit ears. Huh! However, he gasped, realizing that something was the moment he tried to touch them. He caught nothing. All that was left was a lingering shadow. The little rabbit was as fast as him. Chapter 1564 The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses. 2. Haha, you can't hit me. Tu Xiaoba appeared some distance away and stuck out her tongue. She even made a funny face. Wang Ting was speechless. He didn't think that someone would tease him one day. This little rabbit is quite bold. A dangerous glow appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. The girl felt wary, so she was quick to shout, "Don't come after me. Get the others." "No, I will get you." Wang Ting smirked. Doppelgangers appeared behind him, and a few others jumped out from his body. Clones. Wang Ting formed 6 clones. There were 7 Wang Tings in the sky now. They instantly dashed towards the other talents. Tu Xiaoba was astounded. The rest of the fighters were also shocked. They knew he had a cloning skill, but the impact of seeing it in real life was still great. This is cheating. Timothy shouted and retreated. He was targeted by a clone, so he had to give up chasing after the hero's true form. The other geniuses were also held back by the clones. Heated battles took place in the sky. Wang Ting was a monster. Even his clones were able to tackle up to 3 warriors. The pressure on the hero was greatly reduced. His main form went after Tu Xiaoba. He wanted to teach her a lesson. Hey, don't come any closer. Tu Xiaoba hopped around in the air. Her body disappeared each time she moved, only leaving afterimages. Her speed was impressive. Don't run. Let me hit you once. The Earthling took out his lightning slap and shouted, "Once is enough. Trust me, it won't hurt." "I don't believe you, you big bad wolf." The rabbit girl ran and screamed. She increased her speed, wary of the purple brick. "Why would I lie to you? It'll just be one time. One hit and you won't feel any pain after that," he said. "You want to bash me with that brick. Don't think I'm naive. I saw how you hit others before." The rabbit girl didn't believe him at all. She added in an angry voice, "I'm from the rabbit race, I don't want to have a pig's head." "No, I don't like pig heads," Wang Ting said. "Rabbits are cute. I'd like to eat a braised rabbit head though." "Oh my god, you'd eat a rabbit's head!" Tu Xiaoba turned pale with fright. He instantly became a devil in her eyes. It was ghastly. The others were rendered speechless by the scene. They gave Wang Ting weird looks. This fellow is evil. How can he scare a young girl like this? 2333. This is so funny. Wang Ting has his eyes on a little rabbit. Rabbits are cute. I like to eat braised rabbit head. Wang Ting is the most evil person I've ever seen. Rabbits are cute. Spicy rabbit heads are the best. Come on, what about our spicy hot rabbit head? Spicy braised rabbit head is what I love best. Enough. Rabbits are cute. Don't scare the rabbit. Tu Xiaoba might end up traumatized. She may not dare show her rabbit ears in the future. Just hiding her rabbit ears isn't enough. She needs to grind her 2 rabbit teeth. I feel bad for Tu Xiaoba. Wang Ting is a devil. How can he bully a young lady? It looks fun. I want to do it too. That's right, why not bring us along? You shouldn't enjoy it alone. The audience in the chat platform burst out laughing when they saw how the Earthling was chasing the rabbit girl around the arena. She was pale-faced because of the eerie words said by her pursuer. Tu Xiaoba had caused much suffering to other participants during the competition. Many had bumps on their heads because of her carrot-like weapon. However, her tactics no longer worked when she faced Wang Ting. Instead, she was being chased around and could only scream. Actually, the two were quite similar. They liked hitting people's heads and their weapons were just as peculiar. One was a carrot. The other was a brick. Well, just based on weaponry, these two fighters were quite compatible. They could come up with a carrot-brick combo to deploy sneak attacks. This was quite exhilarating. Wang Ting and Tu Xiaoba episode was in progress, but the overall battle remained intense. Why are you bullying a lady? Yu Qiqiao shouted and rushed over from the side. The blade in her hand produced water force waves aimed towards the young hero. The ordinary-looking sword glow was filled with hidden dangers. Wang Ting didn't forget she was a divine spirit master. No one knew the methods of a divine spirit master better than him. He blinked and countered with a sword slash. Their attacks collided. He noticed that most of the sword projections were blocked, but a small portion of them deviated from the original path and shot towards him. Yu Qiqiao's sword glows knew how to change directions. Wang Ting smiled and released a punch to shatter the remaining projections. Then, he stepped forth and charged at Yu Qiqiao. The fellow was the closest to him. Boom! A chill surged towards the young hero from some distance away. Ling Qianxue stretched out a hand. Cold erupted from her body, turning into a powerful attack. No one dared to underestimate her. Wang Ting was forced to stop. Flames were condensed around his fists. One punch scattered the chill. Ling Qianxue's attack was blocked. Chapter 1565 The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses. 3. Sidu Wainer wielded her sword and released Constellation Wood Force, creating sword glows that rushed straight towards Wang Ting. Come on, the latter said. I can't stand seeing you bully a little girl like that. Sidu Wainer smiled. Besides, you were the one who chose to fight all 17 of us at once. Looks like I've become a public enemy. The young hero laughed. His sword was burning up. Fire force was condensed, making a large sword projection which collided with the former's sword. Constellation Fire Force has a natural advantage over Constellation Wood Force. Furthermore, there were special flames integrated in the Earthling's attacks. Ordinary Wood Force was unable to withstand them. The noble girl felt it was tricky to counter, so she immediately dodged. Sisters, let me help you. Tu Xiaoba suddenly returned and joined the group after seeing them helping her. How timely. Come on in. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. His body produced a peculiar wave, instantly becoming a red domain that spanned for several kilometers. There was a subtle change of expressions in the faces of the four ladies. They were pulled into his domain before they could even react. The second prince and the others were caught up with the hero's clones. They grew anxious when they saw this. Timothy said with a gloomy face, "Not good. They're being pulled into Wang Ting's domain. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get away. There's 4 of them. Wang Ting can't defeat them in a short time. Let's deal with these clones first," the second prince said. "Okay," Ji Haochen and the others replied. On the live chat platform, everyone felt amused when they saw Wang Ting being surrounded by 4 ladies. They were delighted. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting surrounded by 4 female warriors. Looks like an unexpected romance is afoot. Who knows if a romance will sprout or not. I'm afraid he won't be able to take it. There's 4 of them. The 4 goddesses were pulled into the domain. They wouldn't be he, right? F***K. Don't you dare desecrate my 4 goddesses. Crap, I'm feeling a bit excited. There's something wrong with me. It's not your problem. I'm getting excited as well. The story between Wang Ting and the 4 beauties has yet to be told. You're bound to be excited. Countless rocks were suspended inside the domain. Wang Ting stood on one of the largest. He looked at the 4 ladies below. "Welcome to my domain. A 3rd-ranked domain." Yukikyo's eyes flashed as she looked at their opponent. It might not be. Situ Wainer was looking at the earthling with a conflicted look in her eyes. Her slender white neck was exposed. He has already progressed to such a stage. He wasn't as powerful when she met him, back at the banquet in his honor. But now, he was already standing above everyone. She had to look up to him. Situ Wainer was someone who understood him well. She knew that the hero's domain was definitely powerful. Yu Qiqiao glanced at the latter, pondering what she said. "Sisters, why don't we all use our domains?" Tu Xiaoba snorted. "I don't believe our joint effort can't domains wouldn't destroy this Devil King's trap." Devil King. Yu Qiqiao and Situ Wainer looked at her strangely. The nickname was, strangely, Apartment. "Hey, Bunny. I'll give you some special care if you give me another nickname," Wang Ting said. "Humph, I have 4 sisters with me. I'm not afraid of you." Tu Xiaoba pointed her carrot weapon at him, as if trying to prove she wasn't scared. "Your 4 sisters may not be able to protect you." He smiled. "Humph, I hope you have this much confidence later." Yu Qiqiao scoffed, then glanced at Ling Qianxue and the others. "Everyone, let's join forces then." "I don't mind." Situ Wainer smiled. "Okay." Ling Qianxue nodded. Even someone as cold as her was unable to stomach the Earthling's contempt. "Let us begin," Yu Qiqiao said. Fluctuations were released from their bodies at the same time, all of them having different colors and traits. They quickly expanded, manifesting 4 different domains. Yukikyo's domain was ocean blue, like a body of water. Ling Qiangshu's domain was snow white, akin to a snowy landscape. Snowflakes fell down in the frosty region. Situ Wainer had also grasped a domain of her own. She wouldn't have been able to reach that point. Her domain was green and full of vitality. It was rife with various trees and vines, just like a small forest. Tu Xiaoba domain was a little weird. It was filled with all kinds of carrot, the entire domain bursting with them. Those not in the know would see it as someone's vegetable garden. Wang Ting had an odd expression when he saw the rabbit girl's domain. Does she love carrots that much? Chapter 1566 The Crushing Defeat of the 4 Goddesses. For Ling Qianxue, Yu Qiqiao, and Situ Wainer's sized-up Tu Xiaoba domain, their expressions somewhat odd. No one knew what they were thinking. "Haha, my rabbit domain is very powerful." The rabbit girl chuckled. Yu Qiqiao and Situ Wainer couldn't control their laughter. As for the aloof Ling Qianxue, the corners of her lips were trembling. She too wanted to laugh but managed to control herself. The rabbit girl looked at Wang Ting and pointed her carrot at him. "Devil King, let's battle it out." "With your carrots?" The latter smiled. "Yes, with my beloved carrots," she replied confidently. All right, come on. Let's see how powerful your carrots are, the young hero concluded. Tu Xiaoba snorted. Humph, watch carefully. The four ladies exchanged glances before taking action. Boom, 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 boom. The next instant, they released the effects of their domains to bash the red enclosure of their common enemy. A round moon rose up in Yukikyo's domain. The water around the moon turned into a dreamy-looking mist. Mirror flower, water moon. That was her water-lunar domain. Once executed, it would create illusions and influence the minds of her opponent. Normal warriors had no way to resist. Jin Tianquang was an example. He, a powerful talent from the Jin family, was defeated by the same domain. However, Wang Ting was different. His spirit was strong, and he already knew the domain's underlying secret. It wouldn't pose a threat in such conditions. As for Situ Weiner's domain, it had manifested countless vines, which spiraled out like green giant pythons that lashed at their opponent's area of influence. Carrots rose up from the ground in Tu Xiaoba domain, which headed straight for the enemy's domain. 4 domains, each with 4 different attacking methods. Wang Ting squinted and waved a hand. The giant rocks in his domain suddenly started to become scorching hot. They flew across the sky like massive fireballs and plummeted down. The giant rocks left a trail of flames like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed. The giant rocks collided with the 4 ladies' domains. The round moon in Yukikyo's domain shook and the illusion collapsed. Ling Qianxue pushed her ice dragons forward and slammed into the giant rocks. However, she couldn't resist the frightening impact, as well as the blistering heat radiated by the rocks. Her ice dragons shattered into countless ice crystals. Situ Weiner's vines crashed onto the giant rocks like long, green-colored spears, aimed to pierce through them. Myriads of branchings entangled the rocks, trying to hold them back. Unfortunately, their effort only allowed them to stab a third of their way in before they were burned into ashes by the astonishing heat. The vines entrapping the rocks were also incapable of withstanding the heat and crumbled. The carrots from Tu Xiaoba domain exploded violently when colliding with the giant rock. The latter were detained for a moment, but that was it. Their falling trajectory continued. The expressions on the beauties changed, now showing bewilderment and fear. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion as the domains of the 4 ladies exploded, creating a powerful force aftershock. 4 figures were thrown backwards. The audience realized who they were and stared, wide-eyed. It was unbelievable. The 4 goddesses had lost, even after combining their powers. Furthermore, defeat was swift in arriving. Swoosh! Just then, a figure dashed out and appeared behind the 4 ladies. Purple lightning flashed in his hand. No! A shrill cry came out of Yukikyo's mouth. Chapter 1567 Semi-Dragon State. Step to Death. 1. No! The shrill cry echoed in the sky, stunning everyone. It was unbelievable to see Yu Qiqiao scream like that. She was a goddess in many people's eyes, but still she did something that could ruin her image. However, that also proved how uneasy and frightened she was. She would have never reacted in such a way if given the choice. Farther away, the second prince and the others were equally astounded. They no longer cared about the clones as they stared at the 4 ladies in bewilderment. What happened? Why did she scream so miserably? What did Wang Ting do? How did he bully her to make her scream like that? Very soon, they noticed how their fight against their common opponent had fared. The cheeky hero appeared behind the 4 ladies with that source of all evil, the brick he was holding. He bashed the backs of their heads. Bang! Yu Qiqiao was the first to be hit. A huge bump appeared on her head. She rolled her eyes and fainted beautifully. The other 3 ladies turned pale, including Ling Qianxue. She was so scared she couldn't maintain her poker face. Devil King, don't hit me. I don't want to have a pig head. Tu Xiaoba shouted with a pitiful expression. Wang Ting, let's talk properly. You don't have to do this. Situ Wainer tried her best to make herself sound gentle, all to avoid provoking the guy standing behind them. However, her trembling voice belied her anxiety. Wang Ting, there are no grudges between us. This is just a misunderstanding. Lin Qiangshu's voice remained cold and distant, but her speed increased. There was a slight tremor in her voice, which made it extremely pleasant to the ear. Many men loved that kind of voice. They knew that admitting defeat was useless at the moment. The fellow didn't want to kill them. He just wanted to get a bit of revenge. The 7 stellar academies wouldn't care about this. Don't worry, it won't hurt, I know my limits. Besides, it'll be really gentle. After all, you're everyone's goddesses, Wang Ting promised. The 3 ladies still wanted to say something, but he didn't give them the chance. The exchange seemed long, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 3 had yet to recover, so they couldn't block the attacks. Bang! 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 The young hero acted quickly before they could react. He struck thrice, 1 for each beauty. The 4 women rated by the audience as goddesses were knocked unconscious by Wang Ting. However, he kept his word this time and was gentler. He only knocked them once. Besides the large bump on the back of their heads, no other part of their beautiful selves was injured. They remained perfect. They were all frowning a bit, looking extremely pitiful. It made people want to protect them. The crowd erupted. They started condemning the hero. Oh my God, how can he hit them? I sympathize with the 4 goddesses. This is inhumane treatment. Is Wang Ting insensitive? How can he hit the goddesses? Isn't he afraid of being single for life? I respect you. Wang Ting, you're the only person I respect. Impressive. Old Wang, you crush beautiful flowers without batting an eyelid. Wang Ting, please call me Wang, Beauty Destroyer, Ting. Scary. Wang Ting is vicious. I will name him the most powerful enemy of all goddesses. Disgusting. Leave those ladies alone. Let me protect them. Go away. You'll faint with just 1 bang of the brick. Poor thing. There are bumps on their heads. Will it affect the intelligence of their future children? Pfft, what are you saying? What does this have to do with their children? I'm just a caring citizen of the universe. Am concerned about the goddess's future. 666666. The people in the audience were burning with anger. If it wasn't a competition, they would have rushed in to protect the 4 damsels. Those were their revered deities. Wang Ting is not a human. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft, Lin Chuhan was making a weird face too. The corners of her lips twitched slightly, feeling that leaving Wang Ting in the outside world was quite safe. It was impossible for him to attract ladies with such methods. She didn't have to control him too much. Yes, she meant it. She didn't believe anyone else would fall in love with that straightforward and senseless man. In the sky above the arena, the second prince and the others regained their composure and stared at their sole opponent with admiring eyes. They wanted to raise thumbs of approval. This guy is brutal. Wang Ting used his wind force to create a gentle gust of wind, blowing the 4 ladies out of the battlefield with tenderness and care. It was so different from all his acts of cruelty from moments before. The 4 ladies left the match. Wang Ting turned to assess the remaining candidates, fixing on Strachey. The latter's body was injured, but he didn't admit defeat. He was fighting one of the clones with Landon. The young hero smirked and instantly charged forth. Boom! The 5-element fist erupted, flashing towards his 2 enemies from behind. Strachey's face looked ugly, his gaze flickering violently. Wang Ting's power had exceeded his expectations. He was beaten mercilessly during their previous exchange, and that had been a great humiliation. Chapter 1568 Semi-Dragon State. Step to Death. 2. The worst for Strachey's face was that he shouted his claims with such confidence, only to end up defeated. It was embarrassing, Probably all the audience was laughing at him. This is all because of Wang Ting. Neither Strachey nor Landon dared to face his five-element fist head-on. They retreated, but a clone impeded their escape, and were forced to receive the attack. Boom! The impact slammed onto them, and they were thrown backwards. Their weapons rang with the clash, almost falling out of their hands. Both of the Parker's candidates were using their dragon blood battle physiques, and still they were thrown back. They were appalled. "Damn it! Why is his body so strong?" Strachey said, his brow deeply furrowed. How strong was his physique? The dragon blood battle physique wasn't even a match. The collision between the hero and the Parkers drew lots of attention. Everyone was surprised by the former's toughness. Wang Ting is too powerful. His aura overpowered all the other martial warriors, and his body overpowered the Parkers' family's dragon blood battle physique too. He has no weaknesses. His physique is tough, like a Tyrannosaurus. Strachey and Landon are starting to doubt themselves. Scary. Scary. Landon blinked and shouted, "His body is really strong. We can't use a direct approach. Let's use our domains." Then, a powerful fluctuation immediately surged out of his body, filling up his surroundings. Strachey stopped hesitating. His body released an expanding fluctuation. Boom! 2 domains appeared in the sky, both of the fire element. One was filled with green flames. The others were of a gray-white color. All the Parkers had similar domains, fire-based with an amazing attacking power. The giant tree swayed against the flames. Leaves fell and also turned into tongues of fire. In Landon's domain, the gray-white flames gathered to form a giant fireball. It floated in the air, giving off a scary wavelength. Both the domains exuded an unbearable heat, distorting the air around them. They can't win using their physiques, so they're using their domains. Their domains look strong indeed. 2 fire domains? They resemble their special flames. I'm sure they're stronger than normal fire domains. Is Wang Ting capable of blocking them? I think so. He defeated the 4 goddesses. This proved that his domain is powerful. Everyone was surprised to see the candidates from the Parkers deploying their domains. Many discussions ensued. High in the sky, Wang Ting stared at the 2 domains with a shimmering gaze. There was no other reaction. Strachey sneered. "Wang Ting, no matter how powerful your domain is, you won't be able to resist ours. Blame your arrogance. This is the consequence of your actions." "It's too early for you to laugh." Wang Ting smirked. "Humph, let's see how long you can act tough." Strachey scoffed and looked at Landon. "Now." Their domains brightened at the same time, but the attacks weren't aimed at the enemy. Both domains crashed into each other. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Wang Ting was shocked. He looked intently at the point of collision and frowned a bit. The 2 domains were showing signs of merging. The green flames and gray-white flames were intertwining like 2 branches. The unique-looking tree turned from green to a combination of both colors. The heat reached a higher temperature. The 2 domains merged? Everyone was flabbergasted. Domains could merge. However, it was extremely difficult. It was complicated enough for a single person to fuse 2 of his domains. An ordinary person would find it impossible. This would be even more difficult when 2 people were involved. The difficulty would increase tenfold. Both parties would require to have a high mastery of their own domains, and a long time to adapt to each other. It couldn't be achieved in a single step. Hence, it was astonishing that Strachey and Landon managed to do so. "Wang Ting, die!" Strachey bellowed in rage. Before his voice faded, the giant tree within his domain charged out straight for their nemesis, leaving a trail of blazing flames. The young hero squinted, although calm as he watched the flames sweeping towards him. He didn't do anything. Boom! The next instant, the green and gray-white flames submerged him into a sea of fire. The audience widened their eyes in shock. They were extremely nervous. The merger of two domains wasn't just a simple 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. The fused domain was more than twice as powerful, compared to the separate domains prior to fusing. The second prince and the others saw this and their expressions changed, never expecting the Parkers to have such a skill. Strachey and Landon stood in the distance and saw Wang Ting being swallowed by the flames. The latter felt relieved. The enemy was too powerful, so he wasn't confident of defeating him. However, it looked like he wasn't invincible. Chapter 1569 Semi-Dragon State. Step to Death. 3. The situation was understable. Wang Ting had exhausted much of his strength during his fight with the four ladies, so he couldn't resist that powerful attack. Ha ha ha, Strachey burst out laughing. His laughter reverberated in the sky. Nothing felt better than seeing your greatest enemy be defeated. However, just then, the roaring flames suddenly started to churn, as if a rampant force were running berserk within. Boom! The next instant the entire sea of flames erupted and swept outward. Strachey widened his eyes in astonishment. The smile on his face froze. Landon's expression remained calm, but his pupils shrank violently. He could not believe what he was seeing. A figure gradually emerged from the flames. A strange green-colored flame slowly emerged. It spun around Wang Ting, guarding and protecting him like a dragon. There were tiny green flames pasted on his skin, too. He seemed capable of controlling them. The green and gray-white flames creating the sea of fire retreated fervently as if having encountered something scary. The flames acted like commoners in front of their king. They could only kneel and submit. The person surrounded by the ominous green flame was the guy who had supposedly been devoured by the fire sea, Wang Ting. The scene startled everyone. What is this? What is that green flame? Why do the other flames act as if they saw their natural enemy? Questions popped up in everyone's mind. Divine flame. Strachey stared at the green flame intently. There was fear, envy, jealousy, and greed jumbled up in his gaze. It was a true conflict. His statement ignited a round of discussions on the live chat platform. Divine flame. F***K, a divine flame? That green flame is of divine rank? It should be. Strachey is from the Parkers family. He's knowledgeable about these things. Wang Ting has a divine flame. How many trump cards does he have? I'm going to kneel and watch the rest of the match. Don't try to make me stand. The second prince and the others gave the young hero grim looks. He's finally using his divine flame? Many of them knew of its existence. Seeing him use it gave them some relief. They were worried that he was planning another frightening attack since he had yet to reveal it. As for Gaunt, Berkshire, and Su Jianchen, they weren't in the know, so they became exceptionally serious when they saw the green flame. A divine flame. That was the most powerful type of fire in the universe. Coming into contact with it could lead to disastrous consequences. Even so, Wang Ting had managed to tame it. It was unbelievable. The young hero didn't care what others were thinking. His gaze landed on Strachey and Landon as he stepped forward. Wherever he passed, the enemy fires retreated, not daring to get close to him. Strachey's expression turned ugly. Landon started frowning too. "What other skills do you have?" said the hero calmly. The oppression of his momentum was apparent, suppressing his two enemies. There seemed to be a huge stone weighing down their hearts as they looked at the young fellow stepping through the flames and heading towards them. They couldn't breathe properly. Damn it! Strachey was fuming. He was scared by Wang Ting. It was unbearable. An eerie smile crept up Wang Ting's lips. His tone remained indifferent. "If you don't have any, you can die now." "Die? Who do you think you are to kill me?" Strachey shouted in anger. "I'll give you a chance. I'll spare your life if you can escape from my grasp," Wang Ting said. "Good. Good." Strachey snorted in anger. He replied coldly, This is the first time I see someone acting so impudently before the Parkers family. You're amazing. I don't want to use this move. But, since you're so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. You forced my hand. Strachey took a deep breath. Landon's gaze changed, seemingly aware of what the latter was about to do. Suddenly, the green flames around him were recalled, merging into Strachey's body. His head turned red and veins popped out of his forehead. Boom! Instantly, an intense fluctuation erupted from the latter. Concurrently, strange changes started to happen to his body. The upper half started to expand. The muscles bulged out of his clothes and flame-like scales grew on his skin. His hands turned into beast claws, like those of a dragon. 2 horns even emerged on his forehead. Within a short time, Strachey turned into a half-human, half-dragon monster. Gasp! Many people were dumbfounded. What's that? A half-dragon? I've never heard of warriors from the Parkers family who could turn into half-dragons. Everyone looked bewildered, jaws dropping when they saw the transformation. Comments flooded the live chat platform. Chapter 1570 Semi-Dragon State. Stomped to death. 4. On the Parkers family's spacecraft, the furious Flaming Universe Lord and the others turned serious. Strachey still used the dragon blood in the end. Wang Ting made us waste a drop of dragon blood. He must pay the price, Voltaire said coldly. Strachey has entered the semi-dragon state. He will be able to kill him, Sinclaman chimed in. His eyes turned red with killing intent. On the Cavendish family's spacecraft, Borla and Dubois were shocked when they saw Strachey's change. The Parkers instilled a drop of dragon blood in Strachey's body. Borla commented. Dubois exclaimed in disbelief. Dragon blood is precious. They need to extract it from star beasts with ancient dragon bloodlines. The Parkers don't have much of it, but they still passed it to one of their young ones. They might be doing this to deal with Wang Ting, Borla guessed. They really hate him to the core. The former shook his head. However, there are pros and cons when adopting the semi-dragon state. You can be several times stronger than usual, but you'll also be influenced by the dragon blood. Your consciousness will be invaded by beastly instincts. There's a risk of not returning to normal if you keep that state for too long. They're crazy. Borla's voice turned cold. Father, how strong has Strachey become with this change? Dichi asked worriedly. At least 3 times. If Strachey absorbs the blood completely, it could be 4 or even 5 times, Borla replied in a serious tone. Does this mean Brother Wang Ting is in danger? Olivia gasped. Let's wait and see. Wang Ting is very powerful. We don't even know where his limits are, so he might be able to handle it, Borla said. Everyone stayed silent while intently watching the screen. On the military's battle fortress, the generals were frowning somewhat due to the current situation. They were familiar with the Parkers' skills. The semi-dragon state had been recorded in their databases. All the higher authorities knew about it. Thus, they understood the situation the moment they saw Strachey transform. The Parkers used their dragon blood. How is that any different from using external help? General Habakkuk snorted. He didn't like such methods. A semi-dragon state? I think that's just an unorthodox method, General Habakkuk scoffed. General Fu Xinglan shook his head in silence. In the sky above the arena, once Strachey's transformation was complete, heat began to surge out of his body, even steam was floating out. He gradually raised his head and stared at Wang Ting with madness in his eyes. The latter sized up the fellow with a strange look and asked, Little dragon, is that you? Strachey was stunned by the hero's words, said before he could vent his anger. The second prince and the others were speechless. How can he still joke around at this time? But your green scales are really ugly. Why are they green? Look, even your head has scales. People say you need a little green on your head to make life worthwhile. You believe that, too? Wang Ting asked. In Chinese, when we say a little green on one's head, we mean that the fellow has been two-timed. Everyone! What a sharp tongue! All his opponent has is green scales. Why come up with something like that? Wang Ting. Strakey's voice turned low, like the bellowing of a wild beast. His voice was squeezed out of his throat, with an immense anger buried within. What? Wang Ting replied. Die! Strakey roared. He disappeared from the spot he was as he dashed towards his enemy. The air became distorted wherever he went. A terrifying heat exploded out of his body, like magma inside a volcano. No, the heat was scarier than lava. A green ray of light flashed across the sky, instantly reaching the young hero. Strakey reappeared. He was half a body taller than Wang Ting and projected a shadow on the latter. He stretched a dragon claw out, aimed to grab the hero's neck. Do you think this is about who can scream louder? Wang Ting threw a punch. His fist projection collided with Strakey's dragon claw. Boom! A loud explosion resulted from the clash. Both parties flew backwards for a few kilometers before they managed to stabilize themselves. Tough! Wang Ting stared at Strakey in surprise. His hand felt numb. The semi-draconic state had made the other extremely powerful. Roar! Strakey screamed and dashed over again, furiously swinging his dragon claws at the hero. Wang Ting executed his 5-element fist with the power of 5 different ultimas instilled in it, all to release the skill's full potential. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions reverberated in the sky. Both parties attacked using their physiques. It was simple and brutal. People felt excited watching them fight. Landon moved as well. He darted forth with his long spear, trying to restrain the young hero with his numerous gray-white spear glows. Berkshire had also broken free from the hero's clone and attacked the main body from the side. The competitiveness in his eyes was apparent. Chapter 1571 Half-Dragon State. Stomped to death. 5. Wang Ting, I lost to you last time, grabbing my legs and flinging me around. I must beat you up today, Berkshire shouted and executed his giant rock body. Then, he ran over. All right, since you want to play, I'll play with you. A dangerous glow appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He was smirking in his heart. Ancient god's body. The young hero activated this indomitable physique. Lube-dub, lube-dub, lube-dub. His heart started pounding deep and firmly. The blood turned as thick as mercury, flowing through his limbs like massive currents. Waves crashing could almost be heard. A strange energy entered his bones, skin, marrow, and tendons. They became extremely powerful. An occult, golden pattern appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. Boom! In the next instant, a formidable aura surged out of his body. It was terrifying. Strakey stopped involuntarily. He stared at his enemy with confusion and astonishment. His semi-dragon state had almost made him lose his mind but heightened his sensitivity. Thus, he became alert when he detected a presence more powerful than him. Wang Ting's current state gave him a threatening sense of danger. Boom! The young hero took a step forward and created a loud explosion, akin to a deafening roar of thunder. His body disappeared from his current spot. No one could find him. Strakey was appalled. An overwhelming force slammed onto his body before he could react. He curled up from the impact and was thrown backward. Wang Ting reappeared where the latter was standing a moment before. Then, he vanished once more. Boom! Strakey was hit again while still in midair. The green scales on his body cracked and blood oozed out. Boom! 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 Wang Ting didn't show any mercy. He released his punches one after another, punching the latter's body non-stop. Roar! Crack! A clear and crisp sound was made by his arm. Ah! He screamed in pain. His arm was broken from the impact. How strong was Wang Ting's punch? A tinge of fear appeared in the draconized fellow's heart. His gaze started to become skittish. "Come on, why are you backing out?" shouted the hero as he kept punching. Strachey was drenched in blood and looked miserable. "Go away!" Strachey howled in anger. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't break free from the onslaught. His injuries got worse. Blood was splattered like a fountain and green scales flew everywhere. Both his dragon claws were broken, and he lost all power to resist. "Roar!" The fellow screamed in agony. His voice sounded tragic. "Time to end it!" Wang Ting shouted. He kicked Strachey to the ground. The latter was unable to control his body, crashing violently. Boom! Wang Ting shot down and stepped on him. His leg was on the latter's face. Silence. Dead silence. What happened just now? Wang Ting's outburst of strength was too swift, so much so that no one reacted. Everyone was clueless about the situation. All they saw was the Earthling chasing after Strachey from the Parkers, and attacking him like a madman while the other was unable to resist. Everything felt like a dream. It was horrifying. Strachey was in semi-dragon state, but the young hero had still managed to step on him. Mind you, the champion from the Parkers had a tough body. "I told you I would step on your face," Wang Ting said. He exerted force on his leg and pushed Strachey into the ground. "Let me go." The latter was covered in blood, but he kept on struggling, as he didn't want to lose like that. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared at Wang Ting from below. The hatred in them was apparent. Still unwilling? The young hero raised his feet and stepped on the guy's face again. Boom! Strachey's body was still above ground, but his head had already sunk in. A furious and bitter scream resounded. "Wang Ting!" Boom! 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 Wang Ting didn't waste any time. He stomped on his opponent's head again and again. The audience felt the muscles on their faces twitch violently, feeling intimidated by the Earthling's ruthlessness. Landon and Berkshire's expressions froze, not daring to move closer. The current Wang Ting was too scary. After some time, Strachey stopped making sounds. His enemy also stopped. The second prince and the others sensed that the fellow had lost all vitality. Strachey was dead. They felt conflicted. Wang Ting managed to kill Strachey while in the semi-dragon state. It was unimaginable. Gasp! The audience were taken aback. They stared at the youth displayed on screen with mixed emotions. Wang Ting stomped a martial warrior from the Parkers family to death. This is crazy. Chapter 1572 Can Someone Help Me? Wang Ting and Strachey's battle ended in an absurd way. It ended up with Strachey dying. Miserably. Everyone sighed as a show of sympathy. Yet another member of the Parkers family had died. The League of Talents became a nightmare for that dukedom. The furious flaming universe lord's face was contorted with rage, the anger in his heart reaching a tipping point. However, he didn't scream or shout this time. He seemed to know it was useless, and would only make him a joke to others. He glared silently at the young hero, as if he wanted to chomp him to pieces. Volteru and Sinclamen didn't say a peep, for fear of igniting their leader's pent-up anger. They too were seething with indignation. The animosity towards their young enemy kept rising. On the live chat platform, everyone was discussing the battle technique Wang Ting had used. What skill could be this powerful? Just his physique alone was enough to overpower Strachey in his semi-dragon state. The hero's physique had definitely reached a ridiculous state. Within the military's battle fortress, the three generals saw the occult symbol on Wang Ting's forehead and gasped. "Is that the Palia clan language?" General Habakkuk asked with uncertainty. General Fu Xinglan contemplated for some time before giving his reply. "It looks similar. It might be a form of ancient language." "It seems to me that Wang Ting gained the physical battle technique of an ancient tribe," Habakkuk offered. General Fu Xinglan shook his head as he lamented. "He's really lucky to actually gain such a legacy." They knew better than anyone how rare such ancient legacies were. Furthermore, all of them were formidable. A symbol that resembled the Palia clan language appeared on his forehead when he executed the physical battle technique just then, which attested to its ancient origins. It was evident to see its superiority over any other skills. Even eternal stage warriors like them felt envious. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, a sharp glint flashed past Grand Duke Chongshan's eyes. He muttered to himself, "The Palia clan language? Are you saying that the signet is a letter from an ancient tribe's language?" The elder asked after some hesitation. "I thought I was seeing things." "That's right." The great noble assented. "In that case, Wang Ting used a battle technique from an ancient tribe?" The former was astounded. The boy came from a backwards planet. How could he possess a technique from the Palia clan? The elder exclaimed. "He may have found the legacy when he was roaming the universe," said the other. His composure recovered. "Wang Ting is really lucky." The elder sighed. He couldn't help but feel somewhat envious. In the sky above the arena, Landon and Berkshire were intimidated by the sight of the young hero stomping Strakey to death. Neither dared to get too close. Wang Ting raised his head and fixed his gaze on them. "It's your turn," he said. Boom. He used the ground to propel himself, and shot towards the two fighters like a ray of light. "I admit defeat." Much to everyone's surprise, Landon chose to beat a hasty retreat, instantly leaving the battlefield. Everyone was flabbergasted. Landon actually admitted defeat. Was he spooked by Wang Ting's brutality? The young hero stopped and looked at the retreating expert, his gaze turning ambiguous. He knew that the latter had developed his dragon blood battle physique to the 4th rank. However, he had yet to use it in battle, having only released the same power output as Strakey did. The guy didn't hurry to save his fellow clansman as he was being stomped to death, either. Instead, he looked terrified by it. Now, he even admitted defeat. Wang Ting had originally believed that the guy was still hiding something up his sleeve. But, since the other party admitted defeat, our hero was robbed of his opportunity to chase after him. Leaving Landon alive had its benefits, though. The latter heaved a sigh of relief when he saw he wasn't pursued, and decidedly left the arena. The audience weren't surprised by Landon's departure. Some were stunned when they saw him admit defeat, but they could understand why, after seeing Strakey's tragic ending. Wang Ting always aimed to kill all the people from the Parker's family. What else could Landon do? Follow Strakey's path? No one was that stupid. It was just a competition. There was no need to risk his life. Admitting defeat was a smart choice. Wang Ting turned to Berkshire and smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to beat me up? Come, let's fight one-on-one." "Berkshire. Can I take back what I said?" Berkshire was filled with regret. However, there was no point of regretting in life. Boom. Wang Ting charged over instantly. The rocky fellow shouted and activated his giant rock talent. The expert's body expanded before he also dashed to meet the other. "All right, let's do it. I will at most be lifted up by my legs and be swung around again." Boom. The battle was intense. The young hero didn't turn into a giant this time around. His ancient god's body was still in use, so he kept his most powerful physique to fight. One big and one small figure collided in the air. Berkshire was massive but remained agile. However, the young hero was much faster. He kept flashing around the rocky expert, punching his body. Dull thuds were heard non-stop. The latter attacked in a frenzy but to no avail. He was unable to hurt the hero. After some time passed, Wang Ting appeared in front of his large opponent and released a punch. Force was gathered and created a gigantic fist projection that went straight for the latter's face. Berkshire was dizzy. Wang Ting seized the chance. He grabbed the rock layer on his opponent's thigh and mustered all his strength. Boom. Berkshire's gigantic body was lifted, to soon be smashed against the ground. Booms resounded. Dust flew in the air. The impact of that scene exceeded their previous battle. It was terrifying. Berkshire was also lifted by the legs in their last encounter. However, Wang Ting's body was bigger the previous time, making it seem like he was bullying the former. However, he was like an ant at the moment compared to the rocky giant. Imagine an ant lifting an elephant by the legs and slamming it on the ground. The image was undoubtedly shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ting finally let go after some time. The rocky fighter laid on the ground, unconscious. Berkshire had lost. He had a breakdown right before he lost consciousness. The fellow was on the verge of tears. Damn it, this is too much. The people in the audience were flabbergasted. Comments flooded the live chat platform. F***K. Damn it, he got slammed again. What did Berkshire do wrong? Why is Wang Ting treating him like this? Poor thing. Berkshire will never dare to fight against Wang Ting anymore. The second prince and the others were giving strange looks at the young hero. Berkshire was indeed unlucky. He was lifted and slammed against the ground twice. Would he have a lingering trauma? The geniuses were appalled. The rocky fighter wasn't even able to resist for a few minutes, fainting after a few knocks. He looked terrible. The rocks covering his body were shattered, and he was out like a light. Jiang Weisheng's expression changed at that moment. He felt like cursing when he saw the young hero darting straight towards him after being done with Berkshire. Why does he have to choose me out of so many people? Is he trying to take revenge? His family didn't want to interfere in the feud between the Earthling and the Parkers, so they cut all ties with the young hero. He surely was unhappy because of it. Actually, Wang Ting wasn't thinking much of it. He chose Jiang Weisheng purely because he was the closest. It only took an instant. The hero reached the ladder and punched. Boom. A fist projection exploded and swept out along with scorching heat and terrifying flames. Jiang Weisheng's expression changed a bit. He remembered Strachey and Berkshire's endings. He didn't dare to receive the punch. He hurried to evade. Concurrently, he swept his blade at the attacker. Lightning crackled, covering the weapon. The energy turned into a blade glow that cut through the air, forming an arc as it flew towards Wang Ting. The young hero was surprised. Jiang Weisheng was also a lightning element warrior. The fellow didn't use his lightning force at all in the past battles, making the reveal a true surprise. The current League of Talents was indeed exceptional. Lightning force was rare, and the chances of warriors to have it was low. Only some of the extremely talented fighters could possess it. However, a few users had already emerged during the competition. Ling Yangshi was one, as well as the third prince, and now even Jiang Weisheng had turned out to be a lightning user. Wang Ting didn't move to dodge. A universe-level battle sword appeared in his hand, and he too released his lightning force, which turned into a sword projection. Boom! Their attacks collided, causing a violent explosion. The powers of lightning became intertwined, lighting up the sky with a brilliant flash. The clouds were pushed back and silver-white bolts crackled like whips, tearing the sky into multiple pieces. Again! Wang Ting shouted. He slashed continuously with the sword. His lightning-based Ultima with 10th level power turned into several beams of sword glow. Jiang Weisheng turned grim. Lightning was his most powerful force, while his Ultima had already attained the 9th level. But he still lost to Wang Ting. The warrior felt frustrated, not expecting that a small baron from an underdeveloped planet would possess such a monstrous talent. All his forces were highly developed. Is he really a human? He had just been watching as the young hero clashed with the other warriors, so he didn't feel anything. Once he fought the hero personally, he understood how powerful the young man was. Jiang Weisheng started to gradually lose in the clash of Ultimas. He kept retreating, pressured by Wang Ting's attacks. He looked pitiful. Jiang Weisheng was compelled to shout, "Can someone help me?" Chapter 1573 An Azure Rain. 1. Can someone help me? Jiang Weisheng's cry startled many people. After all, he was the first person to request assistance during the competition. The participants able to reach that stage were the cream of the crop, proud and confident. None of them would bend their backs and ask for support. However, the warrior cast his pride and asked for help. The audience's expressions were odd. Is he being serious? Why is he asking for help so openly? Where is his face? Come on, he's a talent from one of the 8 dukedom families. Just then, on board the Jiang family's spacecraft, Jiang Weisheng's father, Jiang Hanfeng, and the universe stage warrior were speechless. Bastard, this is embarrassing. In the sky above the arena, the one facing Wang Ting didn't give it too much thought. He didn't want to readily admit defeat, so he could only act like he did. Anyway, they were ganging up on the hero. It wasn't a 1-versus-1 battle. He wasn't an idiot. Fighting such a perverse fellow was not something he wanted to do. They didn't plan to just rely on individual strength. They would go all out once the other was surrounded. Why worry? There used to be 16 of them, but there were only 9 left. Wang Ting had 6 clones, so they needed at least 6 on their side to keep them busy. This meant that only 3 of them could surround the young hero's main body. I can. Gaunt shouted coldly. He was fighting a clone along with Xiahou Zun in an attempt to take care of it first. However, he had to leave the clone for the moment. Xiahou Zun didn't say anything. He tried his best to keep the clone in check. He knew it was the best method he could use for the situation at hand. Since they couldn't destroy the clones within a short period of time, they could only hold them back and allow the ones with free hands to go after the main form. Su Jianchen, help them! Ji Haochen shouted. He pushed back the clone he was fighting and pulled the one Su Jianchen was fighting into his battle circle, allowing his peer to escape. The latter rushed towards Wang Ting's main form without any hesitation. The hero's clones didn't chase after Su Jianchen. They glanced at Ji Haochen and smiled. Aren't you worried about you leaving the match first? I just need to hold y'all back, the other replied with a smile. He was nervous, but he didn't show it. Come on. Wang Ting's clones executed the 5-element fist and charged towards Ji Haochen. The latter's expression changed when he saw the frightening fist projections. He dashed back, aiming to evade and deflect. The young hero's fist skill was quite famous already. He used it to defeat many opponents during the competition. Not even Strakey and Berkshire had a way to resist. Ji Haochen was not one who refined his physique, so he didn't dare take the hit. Fortunately, he just wanted to hold the clones back so he was still able to handle everything with ease. Some distance away, Ling Yangshu also broke free and dashed towards the young hero's main form with his long spear. Almost instantly, 4 figures with powerful auras gathered around the Earthling. They stood in different directions, encircling the enemy. This isn't a smart choice. Wang Ting glanced around him and smiled with a calm face. 4 warriors aren't a threat to me. Humph! Gaunt snorted and stared at Wang Ting angrily. Shameless! Wang Ting glanced at his poison element martial warrior. I remember you. Your gaze made me feel uncomfortable. Your body is not bad, definitely good for my poison experiment. Gaunt sneered. Ling Yangshu, Jiang Weisheng, and Su Jianchen couldn't help but look at the latter. No wonder Gaunt is always giving us weird stares. He has evil intentions. Are all poison element warriors this perverse? They took note of this and decided to remain cautious of the fellow in the future. They didn't want to end up as test subjects. Poison element warriors were a troublesome bunch. They had to be careful. Interesting. Someone actually wants to use my body to test poisons. Wang Ting smiled indifferently. Let's see if you're still smiling later. Gaunt scoffed. Didn't you notice that your poison doesn't work on me? The former said. Impossible. The poisoner frowned. He did notice that his poison wasn't taking effect, but he didn't believe that Wang Ting was immune to it. His guess was that the latter had some way to protect himself of the poison. Nothing is impossible. Even if you don't believe it, it's a fact, Wang Ting said. That was just one of the basic poisons. I haven't used my best ones. Don't be too proud, Gaunt replied. Come and try then. Wang Ting shook his head and hooked his finger. This fellow won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Gaunt was enraged by the earthling's disdainful gesture. Cut the crap. Let's attack together, Ling Yangshu said coldly. Wang Ting glanced at the latter and smiled. Hey, isn't this my already defeated opponent? I only lost once. That doesn't mean I'm going to lose every time. Don't be too confident. Ling Yangshu snorted. The moment he finished speaking, an immense lightning force surged out of his body, condensing above his long purple spear. Lightning came crashing down. Chapter 1574 An Azure Rain. 2 Boom! Bolts of lightning flashed down and landed on the tip of the warrior's long spear. Ling Yangtze's lightning power seemed to have gotten stronger when compared with his performance during the elimination matches. Wang Ting glanced at him in surprise. Looks like this top talent from the Great Qian Academy has broken through within this short period of time. His past defeat wasn't demoralizing to him. As expected of a top talent, Wang Ting commented in his heart. Jiang Weisheng, who hovered next to Ling Yangshu, couldn't help but also look to assess the latter, pupils shrinking. Both of them could harness lightning force. However, the former could sense that the fellow's grasp was higher than his. He felt a little unconvinced. He was aware of Ling Yangtze's background, who hailed from a family that was definitely inferior when compared to the dukedom families. However, the young man had managed to enter the Great Qian Academy and gain the attention of the president, attaining such power under the latter's careful guidance. Boom! Jiang Weisheng refused to be outdone. He raised his blade above his head to draw lightning, and a terrifying blade projection was formed, as if wanting to compete with his ally. Wang Ting stared at them with interest. 2 lightning element warriors started fighting among themselves first. Such an occurrence was normal. They excelled in the same element force, so neither of them wanted to be outdone. They would have started a scuffle already if they didn't have to face a powerful opponent. On the other side, Su Jianchen silently started gathering sword glows around his weapon. A powerful sword consciousness emerged from his body and became one with the sword he wielded. An appalling sword projection was formed. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. He sensed danger from Su Jianchen's move. The hero conceded that the latter's sword mastery and talent exceeded all the sword talents he had ever run across in his life. Not even the crown prince could compare. Gaunt's gaze became ice-cold. His sickle-shaped weapon was giving off a green glow, along with a faint dark green mist that hovered around him, akin to the breath of a poisonous snake. Wang Ting's gaze paused on the dark green mist for some time. The atmosphere tensed up. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Lightning crackled. A sword consciousness soared into the sky. The dark green mist was scattered. Time seemed to have stopped. The audience was holding their breath, wide eyes as they stared at the scene in the arena. A gale blew over from afar, throwing sand into the air. Boom! The next instant, the 4 martial warriors released their attacks in unplanned unison to deal with their common foe. The power of lightning gathered around Ling Yangtze's long spear was shot like a sharp and glaring projection. A giant purple dragon circled the long spear, raising its head and roaring at the sky. The power of a domain could be felt, hidden within the giant dragon's body. Ling Yangshu had merged his lightning domain into his spear move. One spear was one domain, an unparalleled power. Jiang Weisheng also took action at the same time. His raised blade swung down, turning the power of lightning into a giant blade projection with sparks flashing. It swung down like a true judgment of heaven. He also merged his domain into his blade attack, changing the glow's color partially, as if hiding a small purple world inside. Wang Ting showed no fear when he saw the incoming attacks. Instead, he felt inspired and motivated, laughing as a result. Ha ha! Good move. Let's see if your lightning powers are stronger than mine. His voice echoed loudly. Lightning was reflected in his pupils as he stared forward and suddenly raised a hand. A special fluctuation was exuded by his body. Boom! Using the traits of his lightning domain, bolts plummeted down and gathered in his hand. Gasp! All the audience were gobsmacked by this. He's collecting lightning with his bare hands. Boom! Furious lightning was gathered, quickly forming an ancient and special battle spear in Wang Ting's hand. Complex and occult patterns were etched on the weapon, resembling bolts of lightning. The appearance of the spear was abrupt, unleashing the power of countless thunderbolts. It was even more terrifying than the power of lightning released by his two opponents. The explanation made this seem a lengthy process, but everything happened within a split second. The young hero's hand seemed to have traveled through time, having picked up the battle spear from an ancient battlefield. Boom! Right at that moment, Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weisheng were right in front of him. Our hero didn't waste any time. Lightning flooded his surroundings and merged into his body, making him look like the god of lightning. Boom! The next instant, he threw his energy spear, which turned into a large bolt of lightning that clashed with the spear and blade projections below. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded in the sky. All noises seemed to have been drowned by the sounds of thunder. A blinding light illuminated the darkness, painting the sky with a brilliant display of electric white and purple. No one could see anything clearly. However, the crowd was still unwilling to look away. They kept staring at the screen with rapt eyes. Fortunately, all of the viewers were martial warriors, so they could use their forces to protect their eyes. Otherwise, they would have been rendered blind. Chapter 1575 An Azure Rain. 3. Victory was decided in a single collision. Sparks faded and two figures were thrown out. Splat! They vomited blood as they were jetted away, pale-faced and eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Ting managed to counter both attacks. The young hero ignored them from then on, turning to the other side. At that very moment, Su Jianshan's attack arrived. A blinding sword projection was shot from the latter's sword. Supreme was the word, unique in its kind. There was only that sword coming down in everyone's vision. The sharp sword consciousness seemed ready to chop Wang Ting in two. His hair and clothes fluttered violently due to the rising wind. And yet, Wang Ting remained calm and composed. His sword condensed a terrifying glow. He also appeared to have become one with his sword. I am the sword. The sword is me. This feeling came to him naturally. That was the first time he displayed the unity of man and sword, but it wasn't because of unfamiliarity. The move did have the feel of a seasoned expert. He closed his eyes. All he could see was a white sword glow in his mind. Su Jianshan's sword projection was already a few hundred meters away from the hero, and would land on his head in the blink of an eye. Many people felt their hearts tighten when they saw this. They were worried for the young hero. Boom! Wang Ting finally moved, calmly wielding his sword. Two sword projections collided in the air. Wang Ting suddenly disappeared from his current position. He didn't wait for the collision to happen. He had released his attack. There was no point in staying to look. He was certain that he could win. Then, another strange fluctuation emerged from his body. A completely different domain was formed. A sickle-shaped attack was shooting towards him, covered in a dark green mist. It collided with his domain. Gaunt squinted, realizing that his attack had been engulfed by Wang Ting's domain. The mist was also corroding at a fast pace. The poisoner wondered what it had touched. He felt at a loss, so he immediately retreated. But it was too late. The Earthling's domain was expanding at an incredible rate and he was pulled in. Gaunt frowned. He glanced around him. He was surrounded by an azure color shimmering like water. This made him feel he was at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he sensed a faint aura of death lingering in the environment. Some terrible dangers seemed to be lurking about. "What domain is this?" the poisoner muttered, feeling chills down his spine. Suddenly, he noticed a few more figures entrapped in the domain. They were some of the other candidates. "You were also pulled in, I see," Gaunt said. "This is..." Ji Haochen glanced around him, feeling disoriented. "This is my netherworld domain," said Wang Ting, floating above them. His clones appeared next to him and gradually dissipated. No one relaxed when he dispelled his clones. This caused the opposite, putting them on edge. "The netherworld domain," the second prince repeated Wang Ting's words in a serious tone. He had an ominous feeling about it. "Netherworld domain. What an arrogant name." Xiahou Zun snorted. "It's normal." The hero glanced at the latter, his face impassive. Timothy glanced around him and asked, "Wang Ting, are you trying to take care of us at once?" "You can say that." The hero chuckled. "There are 6 of us. We just need to manifest our domains. That would be enough to tear your domain to pieces." Ji Haochen said. "You can try," said their common foe, nonchalant. "You're quite confident." The second prince stared into Wang Ting's eyes and guessed. "This is your second domain, right? Why aren't you using your combined domain? Is this netherworld domain stronger?" "I got tired of that domain, so I changed to a new one," the hero replied the second prince. "Others. Is this what a human should say? Tired of one domain, so he decides to use another? Do you think you can buy domains at the market?" No one knew what to say at the moment. No words could describe their feelings. Gaunt snorted. "Why are you talking to him? Let's use our domains. I don't believe we can't destroy his domain if we work together." "All right." The second prince took a deep breath and continued, "Everyone, let's work together." The others replied, agreeing to band together and defeat the Earthling. The latter's momentum was oppressive. None of them had thoughts of defeating him separately. Boom! Suddenly, all their domains were activated. Strange fluctuations were erupting from their bodies, turning into special areas of effect. Several domains appeared inside of Wang Ting's netherworld domain. There were 6 people left inside the hero's domain, which equated to 6 different domains. Without a doubt, anyone who could reach that step had already grasped a domain. The 6 terrifying powers expanded inside the hero's domain. Powerful fluctuations were lashing out, slamming against Wang Ting's domain. However, the second prince and the others quickly noticed that something was amiss. Their expressions turned grim. No, wait. Their domains were expanding, but they were able to destroy the heroes, no matter how hard they tried. The power of his domain exceeded their expectation. Among the 6 fighters, the ones with the strongest domains were the second prince, Timothy, Ji Haochen, and Gaunt. All of them had reached the 3rd rank. Xiahou Zun and Sawyer's domains were at the 2nd rank, but they were of the combined kind, also making them powerful. However, they were still unable to break Wang Ting's domain. Everyone was astounded. An absurd thought appeared in their mind. This netherworld domain must be above the 3rd rank. "Your domains aren't bad, but they're not powerful enough." Wang Ting's calm voice echoed from above. The second prince and the others were shocked. "Your domain is at the 4th rank." The second prince exclaimed in disbelief. "The 4th rank?" Gaunt and the others were taken aback. They used to believe they were the strongest, since they could cultivate their domains to the celestial rank's 2nd or 3rd rank. However, Wang Ting managed to reach the 4th stage. How is this possible? Xiahou Zun was bewildered. No one has ever reached the 4th rank while still at the celestial stage. "Don't spout nonsense if you don't know," Wang Ting replied calmly. "It's barely at the 4th rank, nothing much." Xiahou Zun turned red. Someone actually implied he was an ignoramus. Furthermore, the young hero sounded utterly arrogant. Fourth rank only? Nothing much? Does he know what having a fourth-rank domain means? He had never heard of any participant in the League of Talents that possessed a fourth-rank domain. Mind you, there was a massive divide between third rank and fourth rank. Such a gap prevented them from overcoming the hurdle, so they needed to advance to the cosmos stage and gain a deeper understanding of their forces first, before they could achieve their breakthroughs. Let's end this, Wang Ting said calmly. Numerous azure droplets appeared in his domain. The hero waved a hand and the droplets plummeted down. The azure domain appeared to have rain inside. The drops were of an azure color. Boom! The 4 hostage domains began to tremble as soon as the blue droplets fell down. The power within the captive domains were being silently erased, just like how the netherworld water corroded everything it touched. Chapter 1576 Invincible Talent, Unparalleled Genius. 1. Up in the sky. The azure domain disappeared. The terrifying raindrops also disappeared, as if they never existed. It felt like a dream. The other 6 domains had already been corroded. The warriors were looking upward, dazed. They had a hard time snapping out of their shock for some time. One of them was in an exceptionally tragic state. Gaunt. His face was covered in bruises, and there were bumps all over his head. He stumbled, trying to stand up straight. His eyes had turned into a single, thin slit since they were badly swollen. The poisoner stared at Wang Ting with bitterness and fear. The emotions were seeping out from his puffy eyes. Su Jianchen stood some distance away. There was a ghastly sword wound on his chest. Fresh blood was oozing out. His pupils squinted as he looked ahead. Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weisheng stood even further away. They clutched their chests tightly, faces pale. They too were seriously injured. Silence. Dead silence. Has the competition ended? The audience were shocked. They didn't know how to react. The battles happened all too quickly. Ling Yangshu and the 3 other warriors had tried to surround the hero, and the latter defeated them. Then, he pulled the second prince and the others into his domain. Everything happened in a flash. The audience had no time to think, and could only watch the fight unfold. In a blink, the match ended. Many people were still confused, feeling they hadn't watched enough. "We lost," the second prince exclaimed, feeling dejected and somewhat bitter. Ji Haochen, Timothy, Xiahou Sawyer, and Gaunt were silent. Their gazes were dim as they stared at the young hero facing them. They lost. They banded up to attack, all 16 of them, but they still lost to Wang Ting. It was unacceptable, but reality was harsh. These geniuses undoubtedly saw this as a massive setback in life, potentially the hardest trauma to overcome on their martial arts path. Many years later, they would very likely be reminded of that one person who managed to suppress all of them in the League of Talent. They looked ahead with conflicted gazes. A figure hovered ramrod straight in the air. His thick black hair danced in the wind as he looked upon the world with a supreme air. They were nothing compared to him. Boom! The crowd was ignited. Instantly, comments poured into the live chat platform. "Ha ha ha, we won! Wang Ting won! He won against 16 opponents. This is incredible! Wang Ting is too powerful. He's not human. His talent is incredible. Invincible talent, unparalleled genius. Wang Ting, unparalleled genius. Wang Ting, unparalleled genius. Wang Ting, unparalleled genius." In the thousands of galaxies within the Great Qian Empire, on countless inhabited planets, numerous creatures were gathered in front of their screens and shouting Wang Ting's name, ecstatic. They felt proud and honored to be able to witness the birth of an exceptional talent. Back on planet Earth, everyone was cheering. Many who knew the hero personally were staring at his image on screen, in awe and amazement. As for Wang Ting's territories, which included the Milky Way and the Yulon Galaxy, the local martial warriors were overjoyed as well. The young hero was the owner of their galaxies. Being one of his citizens, watching his rise was a kind of glorious experience they weren't able to describe with words. In the military's battle fortress, the generals couldn't stop smiling. They were delighted by Wang Ting's performance. "What a lad!" General Habakkuk laughed loudly. He was happy, delighted, overjoyed. He had never been this happy. The sole reason being, they had a successor. Just by looking at the young expert made them foresee the rise of a formidable warrior, strong enough to dominate the universe. Even if they died one day, there would be someone who could replace them. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan let out a long sigh and said, "I knew this fellow was exceptional, but I didn't expect him to be so monstrous. 1 against 16? I couldn't do this when I was young." The universe stage elder next to him was in shock. He shook his head and lamented, "I'm getting old. I misjudged him. You're better at reading people." The Grand Duke replied with a smile. "Wang Ting is indeed the Crown Prince's biggest enemy," the elder continued. There was finally a hint of worry in his eyes. At first he felt that the young hero wasn't the prince's match. No matter what happened, the noble would be the ultimate champion in the League of Talents. However, Wang Ting's insane performance made him think it over. It would be hard to tell who would be the winner in the end. "Having opponents makes your martial arts path more exciting," said the Grand Duke in a meaningful tone. "That way you can reach further heights." The accompanying elder shuddered in silence. On the Cavendish family's spacecraft, Borla and the others felt troubled, not knowing how to react. After all, their Timothy had lost to Wang Ting. "This fellow is a little outrageous," Dichi commented. "Timothy is powerful indeed, but he's still a distance away from Wang Ting." Du Bois shook his head. "Wang Ting managed to defeat 16 talented warriors. This is incredible," Borla lamented. Chapter 1577 Invincible Talent, Unparalleled Genius. 2. Brother Wang Ting is so powerful. Olivia's eyes lit up with excitement. "You!" Letitia rolled her eyes. The lady was head over heels. One of their own warriors had lost, yet she only cared about the earthling. But having said that, Letitia's opinion of the young hero kept changing. Now she thought highly of him, much more so than before. After such a fight, Wang Ting already had a 50% chance of winning first place. She had to pay attention to such a talent. On the Parker's family's spacecraft, the furious flaming Universe Lord and the others were silent after watching the battle. Their 2 fighters had lost. One admitted defeat while the other was killed. Undoubtedly, this was a huge blow to them. The League of Talents had turned into a veritable nightmare for the Parkers. They were the biggest losers. And that was all thanks to Wang Ting. On the Jiang family's spacecraft, Jiang Hanfeng and the Universe Stage Warrior were showing conflicted expressions. They never thought that the young hero would get that far. The lad who was almost crushed by the Parkers was now the dazzling star in the League of Talents. Not even the Parkers could deal with him now. No one could stop Wang Ting's rise. The Parkers' dukedom even suffered at the hands of the hero. So many of their talents had suffered, some dying in the competition. They were definitely the most miserable in that year's competition. It would be a lie to say that Jiang Hanfeng and the Universe Stage Warrior didn't regret their past actions. They chose to stay clear of the hero and cut ties with him back when he offended the Parkers in the beginning. Fostering a good relationship with him, now that the hero was on the rise, was practically impossible. Offering help in times of trouble was much better than putting the icing on a cake. The Cavendish and G families did support the boy during those times, and probably had a good relationship with them. Jiang Hanfeng sighed, his comments similar to what the elder from the Imperial family said. "Sigh, what a blunder I've made." Forget it. Our family has a fair share of contact with talented warriors, said his universe stage companion with a stiff voice. Jiang Hanfeng sighed again but made no comment. On the other hand, the atmosphere over at the Ji family's side was rather good. Although Ji Xia had supported the young hero because he had saved his life previously, helping him under those circumstances was considered a great favor. Therefore, the Ji family's relationship with the talented earthling was great. However, a dukedom like theirs wouldn't suffer much if they missed out on having a good relationship with a talented warrior. It was just like investing. One of them gained returns while the other had nothing. Some even took a loss. The mood was very different. The other families felt troubled as well. All their talents had lost to a warrior that came from a backwater planet. This was unimaginable for the proud noble people from the dukedoms. On planet Yuming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han and many others were feeling happy for Wang Ting's victory, all of them glued to the screen. Wang Ting won. Old Han let out a long breath as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Commander Hong laughed as he complained, "This kid is a true monster." At first they didn't think that the lad would be capable of advancing that far. After all, the fellow had barely debuted in the universe. It wasn't enough time for him to grow stronger. He couldn't even compare to the greater talents of the universe. But now, he had a streak of victories, defeating countless opponents, getting closer to the finals in the League of Talent. He was just one step away from reaching first place. It felt unreal. Considering his strength, it's possible for Wang Ting to get first place. Wu Xingyan's eyes lit up. First place! Old Han exclaimed. The Crown Prince is very powerful, no one knows how strong he really is. Commander Hong became serious. Wang Ting is probably holding back as well, Wu Xingyan guessed. Commander Hong froze for a moment and nodded in agreement. Based on his character, he probably saved some cards for the very end. Everyone thought about the young hero and started laughing. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft, Lin Chuhan heaved a soft sigh of relief. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She was worried sick when the hero decided to challenge 16 martial warriors at once, fearing he would fall. Now that he was victorious, she felt relieved and very happy for him. Wang Ting was getting closer to the first place. For some reason, she strongly believed that he could make it to the top. Above the arena, Wang Ting smiled when the second prince admitted defeat and he turned to look at the others. Ji Haochen and Timothy waved their hands and said, "Forget it, we also admit defeat." Su Jianchen stared at Wang Ting and turned to leave the arena. "I admit defeat." The hero's sword had shocked him badly. The hero's sword technique had reached an unprecedented level, surpassing his own by far. If he knew that his unity of man and sword had been looted by the latter, what would he think? Xiaozun, Sawyer and Jiang Weisheng left without saying a word. "Wang Ting, I'm not done with you," said Gaunt with a slur. Everyone noticed the poisoner's appearance. The audience gave him weird expressions. When did Wang Ting attack Gaunt? They didn't notice. He was in a pitiful state. His face was swollen like a pig's head, much like how the previous fatty fared. "You're welcome to find me next time." Wang Ting smiled. Everyone. Filled with frustration and misery, the poisoner groaned and left. Then, a voice was produced by the light sphere. "The battle is over. Wang Ting has 16 victories, and is temporarily holding first place." Wang Ting's battle against 16 warriors had finally ended. Without a doubt, he was in first place. The match would definitely become a legend. Many years later, there would still be people who would remember that someone had dared to fight 16 martial warriors at once and won. After a slight pause, the anonymous voice was heard again. "Due to the special circumstances, all warriors will have a 3-day rest before the competition continues." Silence. The second prince, Timothy and the others felt insulted. "Why do we have to suffer from this injustice? Are they looking down on us? However, they looked around and saw all the casualties around them, dead or severely injured. The competition would probably fail to continue if they didn't get to rest for a few days. The calm prince and the others looked at Wang Ting helplessly. He is the one at fault. The young hero was looking all innocent, as if he were completely unrelated to the mess. They were the ones who couldn't fight me. As the competition came to a pause, the remaining experts also left the venue. Before leaving, Wang Ting collected all the attribute bubbles lying around. The bubbles had been yielded by 16 experts, producing a substantial amount. However, he wasn't in a rush to check them out. Wang Ting and the rest returned to the viewing area. The crown prince, who had been quietly watching the battle, looked at Wang Ting with a peculiar expression. Wang Ting's strength really surpassed his expectations time and time again. He had to admit that his opponent was powerful enough to rival the great talents he had met outside the great Qian Empire. Wang Ting noticed the latter's gaze and he looked back with a smile. "It's your turn." The crown prince's eyes lit up, knowing what the other meant. The fight was over and now it was his turn to take the stage. Chapter 1578 Either turn into a monster or a pervert. 1. The instant Wang Ting sat back on his seat, he heard an enraged voice. "Wang Ting." 4 intense gazes landed on him. If looks could kill, he would have died already. The eyes belonged to Yu Qiqiao, Ling Qianxue, Tu Xiaoba and Situ Weiner. They had already woken up and used their force to reduce the swelling on their heads. They were back to normal. However, their anger had yet to be appeased. They, goddesses of the League of Talents, were hit in the head with a brick. It was inconceivable. The ladies noticed their condition right after waking up. The lumps on their heads were so big and conspicuous they almost went crazy. Mind you, it wasn't a private affair. The entire universe was looking when it happened. To have their heads bashed live, in front of a nigh infinite audience and fainting. Their image was gone. Every time they recalled the situation was enough to die of embarrassment. All this was because of Wang Ting. Is this bastard a man? How can he beat a lady like this? It would have been much better to kill us. Thus, they rushed over angrily and demanded an answer from Wang Ting right after they woke up. The second prince and the others looked back and forth between the 4 ladies and Wang Ting, with strange expressions. Then, they silently scuttled away from the imminent slaughter. Even the crown prince felt the murderous intent in the air. Keeping some distance was the best option at the moment. So, he calmly got up and walked to the side. Then, he waited calmly for the show to begin. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and asked with concern, "Finally, you're all awake. Do you feel all right?" Everyone was speechless. How could he say such things? Wasn't he pouring oil over the flame? The moment he said this, the 4 ladies got angrier. Pant, pant, pant. Why are you asking if we're all right after you hit us like that? Do we feel all right? We don't feel all right at all. Don't look at me like that. You're making it look as if I abandoned you, Wang Ting said. Pfft. Ji Haochen and the others were farther away, but their attention was still on the young hero. They burst out laughing after hearing his response. Pfft, you're so shameless. Tu Xiaoba glared at Wang Ting with her wide eyes. Are you looking for a beating? The latter glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The rabbit girl was frightened by this, suddenly remembering that this devil wasn't easy to bully. He had chased her during the match and smacked her head with his brick. He spared no mercy, not even to ladies. She quickly hid behind Yu Qiqiao and popped her head out. You hit ladies. You'll never find a girlfriend. Ji Haochen couldn't keep it in anymore. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? The hero frowned and glared at him. The former suppressed his mirth and waved a hand. Nothing. Please continue. The second prince and the others chuckled too. It was interesting to see how Tu Xiaoba and Wang Ting argued. Wang Ting glanced at Tu Xiaoba and replied calmly, I have a fiancé. Why would I need a girlfriend? Ji Haochen and the others wanted to give him a thumbs up. How savage! You gave up the entire forest for your fiancé. They couldn't do this. Ah! The rabbit girl was stunned. She muttered to herself, How can such a blunt and insensitive man like you have a fiancé? Who are you talking about? The hero's face turned black. This rabbit has a sharp tongue. Is she calling me blunt and insensitive? Humph, I'm talking about you. Tu Xiaoba stuck out her tongue. Wang Ting rubbed his hands and sniggered. I feel like eating braised rabbit head today. Ah, you're a devil. How can you even eat rabbit head? The rabbit girl turned pale in fright. I like it. Why not? He asked. You! Her ears stuck up, along with the fur covering them. Yu Qiqiao was gentle and refined, but she also got angry. Wang Ting, how can you bully a young lady like this? Why can't I? The hero leaned against his seat and replied calmly, I'm thick-skinned. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yu Qiqiao choked, growing exasperated since she didn't know how to counter that. Sidu Weiner stepped forward and mediated in the end. All right, we got to know each other better through this battle. Stop fighting. Wang Ting didn't act with bad intentions. She hoped that things wouldn't turn too serious. The lady knew that the young fellow had restrained himself. Mind you, she saw how tragic Gaunt looked. His head was covered with bumps. They were much better off. Besides, Wang Ting didn't hurt them. He had just knocked them out, which could be considered as being polite enough. Ling Qianxue had a cold personality, and she was averse to speaking, so she just glared at the hero and sat down. Humph, I'll leave the matter to rest given that Sister Sidu has spoken on your behalf. Tu Xiaoba walked out from behind Yu Qiqiao and continued, but you mustn't eat rabbit heads. Wang Ting. This rabbit is naive. Does she really think I crave rabbit heads? Sidu Weiner gave Wang Ting a meaningful glance and replied in his stead, All right, I promise he won't eat any. Chapter 1579, Either Turn into a Monster or a Pervert. 2. Humph. Tu Xiaoba snorted and sat down next to Ling Qianxue. Sidu Weiner smiled and pulled Yu Qiqiao so they could sit together. The latter frowned. She was still bitter after being hit on the head by Wang Ting. After all, she screamed before she fainted, and that was a little inappropriate. And this is all because of Wang Ting. He still hit her, even though she screamed. Her cry was useless and embarrassing. That was why she was utterly resentful. However, Sidu Weiner had spoken and everyone had settled down. Not letting the matter drop would make her look a bit selfish. In the end she could only sit down and nurse her frustration. However, she chose the seat furthest away and ignored the young hero. Wang Ting shrugged and heaved a sigh of relief. That was frightening. 4 ladies ganging up on me. The matter was finally defused. Thanks, Situ Weiner. You're a good lady. He was fearless while fighting, yet he didn't know how to face them once the battle ended. After all, there were no prior grudges between them. There was no need to claim revenge by taking their lives. What a headache! Ladies were the epitome of troublesome. Ji Haochen and the others were disappointed since this matter had ended so easily. A pity there wasn't a good show to watch. Wang Ting quickly noticed their expressions, so he glared at them. Neither Ji Haochen nor the others cared. They kept smiling at him, making the hero feel helpless. Wang Ting felt he should have beaten them up some more, to let them know how powerful he was. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Ting self-reflected, I must shed all thoughts of showing mercy next time. The second prince and the rest didn't intervene. They still had other matches, so they needed to quickly recover their forces and heal their injuries. The young hero had also quieted down. He closed his eyes and looked at his attributes board. The gains he received from fighting 16 warriors at once weren't bad. All his forces and ultimas had reached the perfected stage, so there was nothing much to say about them. The most significant gain was in his domains. Everyone's domains were different. He felt delighted upon seeing he covered the different elements with the ones he had. All of them rose. Unfortunately, the ones acquired weren't above the 3rd rank, while his were at the 4th rank. Hence, the overall rise wasn't considerable. None of his domains broke through to the 5th rank. It seemed that he would need to fight with more powerful opponents to develop them. Otherwise, his attribute gains would be minimal. The system was forcing him to fight with stronger opponents. It was a cruel setting. I'm just a baby. Can't I play with my peers? The second prince and the others would probably spit on him if they knew what he was thinking. Your peers are too weak for you. Please go away. Besides that, Wang Ting's various talents also rose. All those geniuses had divine-level talent. They provided the matching attributes to him. Furthermore, one of them was the divine-level poison talent. He didn't have it prior to the fight, but was eventually provided by Gaunt. Divine-level poison talent. 5300/50,000. He now had both divine-level talent related to poison and the demon lotus poison constitution. His grasp of poison force rose several-fold, which was a good feeling. Many insights related to the attribute entered his mind in an instant, and suddenly felt the urge to find a test subject to try things out. Cough. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. Why am I becoming like Gaunt? Would a person become more perverse after his poison talent became stronger? No. I'm a normal person. In the end, he grabbed his chin and pondered, however, it would be interesting if I had the chance to use Gaunt for some experimenting. The fellow was also a poison warrior, so his toxin resistance was higher than most. He wouldn't die easily. Indeed, Gaunt is a good research subject. Close by, the poison expert was recovering with his eyes closed. He suddenly shuddered. A chill went down his spine, so he quickly opened his eyes. He felt as if someone was eyeing him. However, he didn't notice anything. Confused, he closed his eyes again and kept on cultivating. Next was to check the gains in physique attribute. Ling Qianxue dropped many divine frost physique bubbles during their fight. Wang Ting had left nothing behind. His divine frost physique improved yet again. Divine frost physique. 3800/10,000 1st rank. The points for this stat increased twice. Wang Ting felt satisfied, thinking that his physique was becoming increasingly monstrous. He had noticed this when he used the ancient god's constitution. It was noticeably stronger than before. This wasn't just because of a realm increase, but a compound effect of all the physiques he had accumulated. Their overall rise caused a change in the quality of his ancient physique, allowing it to become more powerful. He was filled with anticipation. Since his special physique became stronger with every added constitution and their related increase, what would happen if he merged them one day? There were only two possibilities. He either became a monster or an indomitable warrior. The mere thought was exciting. Wang Ting shook his head and quickly pulled his thoughts back onto the right path. He continued to assess the changes in the attributes board. Aside from the cold-inducing physique, his dragon blood battle physique also improved. Landon suppressed his constitution to the 3rd rank, however the attributes dropped were still 4th ranked. After all, it was only a disguise, not the complete power of his constitution. Dragon blood battle physique. 2300/40,000 4th rank. Wang Ting nodded when he saw the change, feeling that his mastery of the constitution had increased. He turned to look at the unity of man and sword attribute. This had been dropped by Su Jianchen. The latter had been the only one who had mastered such an elusive state. It was a pity that he was still beaten by the young hero. Wang Ting did use the special state for a sword move, but his level wasn't as high as his provider. How did he win? Well, he used the power of his domain. His 4th rank domain was instilled into the attack. Su Jianchen had no chance to resist. Unity of Man and Sword, 5800/100000. However, he had very likely surpassed the swordsman after picking up the related attribute. This was especially so because he also gained a few more thanks to what the Crown Prince dropped. It would have been impossible to surpass Su Jianchen with only the attributes he dropped. Based on the information displayed, he could tell that there was no rank for the unity of man and sword. However, he still felt that he had yet to reach the perfected stage. He required 100,000 points to achieve this. The number was still far off. Su Jianchen was just as distant to that goal. Both of them were practically newbies who had just stepped into that realm. Next, he looked at some of the special battle technique. Lightning Dragon Gale Spear Skill. Devour Lightning 9-Blade Skill. Raging Gale Palm. Those were the three main skills. The spear skill came from Ling Yangshu. It was an extremely powerful universe stage skill. The blade skill belonged to Jiang Weisheng. Being a talent from the exalted Jiang family, the skill was a lightning element skill of a high level. Lightning Dragon Gale Spear Skill, 1200/3000. Well-versed. Devour Lightning 9-Blade Skill, 800/3000. Well-versed. These two techniques jumped straight to the well-versed stage, which saved him a considerable amount of cultivation time. The hero was satisfied with those two skills. After all, he didn't have much variety for lightning element move. The lightning battle spear he used before was powerful, but it was a single move capped at the eternal stage. It wasn't suitable for a normal battle as each execution demanded lots of energy. The two new skills were more suitable for ongoing attack. The last battle technique was the Raging Gale Palm, provided by the Rodriguez family. Wang Ting had already acquired it in the past, having already developed it to the well-versed stage. This time it was raised to the specialized stage. Raging Gale Palm, 1300/5000 specialized. He felt extremely satisfied as he stared at his overall gains. This feels amazing. One match and the gains were huge. What could top this? The second prince and the others would have rushed to cry in the toilet if they knew that this fellow gained lots of things by torturing them. Chapter 1580 The Crown Prince's Charisma. 3 days passed in a flash. The competition resumed. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. They immediately logged into the virtual universe. The competition is starting. I don't want to see those matches. I just want the final battle between the Crown Prince and Wang Ting. I also want to watch them fight the final battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Stop saying that. Where are you planning on putting the other candidates? They are also geniuses. It's all Wang Ting's fault. He's so brilliant that the rest pale in comparison. Wang Ting, blame me then. The other talents aren't bad, their matches would still be interesting. Besides, we also have the 4 goddesses. Their heads were bashed by Wang Ting and their image suffered a little, but that won't change my heart. I'll continue to support them. Your love remains unchanged. Mine remains true. I only love the 4 goddesses. Pfft, you sound as if the 4 goddesses were just one person. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others had almost recovered fully after the resting period. They stood up and prepared for battle. Having been defeated by Wang Ting in the previous match was a major boost for their drive. Their loss was in the past. They had to look forward. 17 of them were competing for the top 10. It was certain that the young hero and the crown prince would definitely claim 2 slots, so there were only 8 left to go around. Actually, the situation was much better than before. There were 18 candidates before, but Wang Ting killed Strachey. This had opened the chance to get a slot in the top 10. It would have been impossible otherwise based on the latter's ability. He would have gotten it. Still, no matter the setting, the upcoming battles would certainly be intense. No one could relax. The young hero was completely still in his seat. All he needed to do now was to observe the other matches. It wasn't his moment to enter the stage. Just then, the Crown Prince stood up. The glow in his eyes was apparent. He passed by the other participants and reappeared in the sky above the arena. "Who wants to fight with me?" said the lofty prince, his voice calm and confident. He looked down on those present like a veritable son of heaven. His aura was exceptional. The second prince and the others exchanged glances, all of them stern. The pressure given by the noble in the sky was massive, unlike that of Wang Ting. In the end, the second prince took a deep breath and chose to step out and face the heir apparent. Both were part of the imperial family. The same noble blood flowed through their veins, but they weren't competitors. The great scion remained calm. On the other hand, his second brother had a conflicted expression while cupping hands in salute. The former nodded in reply. Then, their fight began right after. Boom! They turned into a pair of light beams as they clashed. An intense battle erupted in the sky. Explosions resounded and weapons clanged. The surprising thing was, the second prince displayed two forces, metal and fire. Their combined power was astonishing. Brilliant blade glows were shot with his battle sword. The two nobles seemed to be evenly matched for a period of time. However, the high noble gradually gained the upper hand as time went by, just with his sword skill. The former activated his domain and hurled it towards his older brother. It was a third-ranked fire domain. Sword glows erupted within, surging towards his brother like a long stream. Having such an advanced domain, the second prince was only second to Wang Ting in this aspect. Unfortunately, it was useless. He still lost. The heir destroyed the incoming domain with a single sword attack, ending with his weapon pointing at the second prince's forehead. The latter seemed to be in a daze. His smile was bitter when he said, "I lost." No one was surprised by the outcome. They just thought it was a pity. The Crown Prince didn't rest. He kept challenging the other talent. Ji Haochen, Timothy, Xiahou Zun, Sawyer, Jiang Weisheng and Landon took up the chance and challenged the prince one after the other. All of them lost. Su Jianchen went up. He was injured by Wang Ting before, which still hampered his ability. Thus, he chose to use his most powerful attack right away, Unity of Man and Sword. The great prince treated all his opponents with respect. He blinked when he saw the latter use that skill, and also performed the same. Their attacks collided in the air. The two sword glows almost ripped the sky in two. The light was intense, blinding them until they couldn't open their eyes. Boom! One sword to determine the winner. Su Jianchen still lost to the Crown Prince. His unity of man and sword was weaker. This, however, left him exceptionally stimulated. First, he lost to the Earthling, then he lost to the Prince. That was his greatest defeat since his debut. Alas, both his opponents were too conspicuous. Receiving all the limelight, they overshadowed the other sword geniuses. Many people felt pity for the other candidate. The Tian Luo Emperor sat on his throne with a disappointed look. At first he thought that Su Jianchen was on par with the young hero and the High Prince. What a naive thought. Those two youths were definitely talents seldom seen in a million years. Well, at least it was his first time seeing such monstrous existences in his life. Su Jianchen lost for a reason. The universe and heaven stage warriors of the Tian Luo Empire were silent. Not a voice was heard. The more confident they felt in the past, the more embarrassed they were now. Chapter 1581 The Crown Prince's Charisma. 2. Wang Ting observed the Crown Prince and noticed how the latter had yet to go all out. Fighting with the other participants seemed like an easy feat for him. His unity of man and sword is definitely stronger than Su Jianchen's. Alright, let's pick up attribute bubbles first. Unity of man and sword * 1400. The hero smiled when he noticed what attribute was floating inside the bubbles. This is great. He sensed how the enlightenment for this stat was rapidly increasing. He might be able to surpass the lofty prince after their next fight. It felt amazing just by thinking about it. The crown prince had already defeated most of the contenders at the moment. Only Ling Qianxue and a few others remained. The audience started to get excited. The crown prince is going for a winning streak. This wasn't as dazzling as the Earthling defeating 16 opponents at once. However, it wasn't a feat an average person could achieve. The cold Ling Qianxue entered the arena. Her hand motion sent frost sweeping upward, creating ice in the sky. A bow appeared in her hand. Opting out of close combat, she decided to shoot ice arrows from a distance and block the prince's paths of attack. Then, she executed her frost domain and hurled it at his opponent. The noble's body produced flames. A fire domain erupted, which collided with the latter's cold domain. A scorching blast swept through the arena. The lattice domain was inferior in comparison, and started to melt. Ling Qianxue lost. 3 forces. The crown prince has water, metal, and fire. Many people were astounded. The crowd was flabbergasted, amazed by the prince's resourcefulness. Most importantly, the crown prince's fire force was powerful, more than able to deal with the aloof woman's frost domain, something unattainable with a regular domain. Interesting. Wang Ting touched his chin and stared at the crown prince with an odd expression. The young hero acted fast, picking up the attribute bubbles when the competition ended. Frost domain * 200 fire domain * 800 frost spring arrow * 3500. The attributes found surprised him. First, he was shocked by the meager amount of frost domain bubbles. Next, he was stunned by the number of points for the fire domain. It was understandable for the first one, since Ling Qianxue's domain was only at the 3rd rank. It wasn't of much help now. However, the prince still managed to drop 800 points of fire domain, even though the hero's was at the 4th rank, which meant that the noble's domain was just as developed. The bubbles dropped would have been less if otherwise. After pondering over this matter, the young hero glanced at the crown prince again. This fellow is getting more and more interesting. Wang Ting was stunned by the final attributes merged into his body. Frost spring arrow? This is a universe stage technique, Wang Ting thought. He closed his eyes and sensed the skill carefully. Frost spring arrow, 2500 to 3000 well-versed, 3500 points of said attribute allowed him to raise the stat all the way to the well-versed stage. Such a skill was a good gain. However, Wang Ting found it strange, since the technique wasn't dropped in the past. He remembered that Ling Qianxue had fired arrows at him before. Is it because I wasn't worthy of her battle technique? The young hero couldn't help but feel bitter about it. He couldn't be blamed. After all, the aloof lady had only used the skill to fight the crown prince. This showed that she held the prince in higher regard. If she knew what he was thinking, she would probably be speechless. What kind of person is this? Did she need to use a universe stage technique to make him happy? The fellow was too strong. She never had a chance to use it. Mind you, an arrow skill was for long-range move. The young hero had moved too quickly, so she was never able to pinpoint his position. How were they supposed to fight? Wasn't this making things difficult for them? As for their first meeting during the elimination round, she didn't know how strong he was, so she played safe and used other attacks. The Crown Prince's fights continued, with Berkshire, Tu Xiaoba, and Yu Qiqiao. Unfortunately, all of them lost. The last person was gaunt. The swelling on his face had yet to subside. This made everyone laugh the moment he entered the arena. It looked as if he had a pig's head. His viciousness was gone, even seeming a bit clumsy. The Crown Prince's expression looked weird. He was tortured by Wang Ting. The opponent was in a bad mood, but he didn't have the guts to speak up about the way the prince was looking at him, given the noble's identity. He simply started to attack. A poison domain began to expand, pulling the noble inside. It was obvious that the poison expert was going straight for his most powerful attacks to defeat the mighty prince. He didn't show any mercy. The former kept using his fire domain. Endless flames surged out and Gaunt's poison domain started boiling like water. The toxic air and mist in his area of influence were completely ineffective. Gaunt's expression turned ugly. He gathered his poison force and manifested a myriad of scary poison beasts. They charged towards the prince's domain. However, it was useless. The noble floated within his region. Flames gathered around his battle sword, which turned into sword projections. Boom! The poison warrior's domain started to tremble. A gaping hole was ripped open, and his domain collapsed. He was flabbergasted. He shook as if struck by lightning, then vomited a mouthful of blood. The fellow was seriously injured. Gaunt lost. The crown prince dispersed his domain and appeared in front of everyone. The audience was quiet, awestruck by the figure's peerless charm. No one could remain calm. 3 days prior, another formidable talent appeared out of nowhere. Those two youths were extremely similar. In the end, the other 15 warriors lost. The crown prince followed Wang Ting's footsteps and defeated all the other candidates. He was now in second place. However, even if Strachey were still alive, everyone knew he wouldn't be the prince's match. There was an uproar among the audience. The nobles' battles weren't as incredible as Wang Ting's. However, they were also exciting and astonishing. He fought 15 matches without rest and won them all. What a winning streak! He won all 15 fights. Who else could do this? The crowd cheered, shouting the Crown Prince's name. Crown Prince! Crown Prince! Long live the Crown Prince! Chapter 1582 You secretly learned my battle technique? The Crown Prince had 15 wins. The audience cheered for a long time, and were filled with excitement. Wang Ting was impressed by the prince's performance, but not too much. This is his true strength. Wang Ting looked at the noble and smiled. The latter was worth his full attention and ability. It was a worthy opponent, someone to look forward to fighting, unlike the ordinary kind. What a monster! The second prince muttered. He then glanced at the young hero and asked, feeling any pressure now that the crown prince displayed his strength? Wang Ting replied with a smile, I fought 16 on my own and he only fought 15. He's clearly inferior to me. He should be the one under pressure. Ji Haochen was listening in and was caught off guard by this bluff. Damn, you're so pretentious. The second prince felt at a loss. How can you make this comparison? The prince only fought 15 because you killed one. He would have had the chance to fight 16 otherwise. I fought 16 warriors together. Does he dare do the same? The hero asked. The second prince was speechless. All right, you're awesome. Are you always this confident? You don't seem to be afraid of anyone, Timothy said. How can I be invincible if I'm not confident? Wang Ting responded calmly. Invincible! Everyone was flabbergasted, not expecting the Earthling to have such a strong mentality. That was an invincible warrior. He would face many more powerful opponents in the future. Such a strong mentality would be impossible without the mentality to match. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with conflicting emotions. None of them thought that the hero was joking. He was calm and his eyes were serious. Those words had to come from his heart. Right at that moment, the crown prince walked over and happened to overhear his rival's claims. He was shocked by it, so he glanced at the hero. The prince had encountered many talents on par with him, or even stronger. However, none of them had dared to say they aimed to become invincible. This fellow dares to say something like this. It stirred him up. The great noble's impression of the Earthling actually improved. What he couldn't see in the beginning was gradually revealing its true appearance. This was a person unlike any other talent he had ever seen before. He returned to his seat and rated his rival highly. That was the highest regard he had ever given to anyone. There were only 5 people who were better than him. Wang Ting used his spiritual power to sweep through the skies and collect the attributes dropped by Gaunt. Poison Domain * 600 Constellation Force, Poison. * 8800 His poison domain had already reached the 3rd rank. The 600 bubbles he scooped didn't help in advancing his rank. However, his enlightenment did rise a little. It was better than nothing. Since the Crown Prince's fights were over, the next few days would be used for the remaining matches that would decide the last 8 spot. Days passed one by one. The second prince and the others finally entered the final showdown. The battles were fierce. No one relented, even while suffering injuries. 15 days later, everyone's rankings were finally established. From 3rd to 10th place. The second prince, Landon, Timothy, Ling Yangshu, Ji Haochen, Ling Qianxue, Su Jianchen and Yu Qiqiao. Sawyer, Xiahozun, Jiang Weixing, Berkshire, Tu Xiaoba, Gaunt and Situ Weiner weren't able to enter the top 10. There was also Strachey who died. You could say that all 18 warriors were there. Now, only the last match had yet to be fought, the showdown between the 1st and 2nd place holders. Wang Ting still kept the top position, but he still had to defeat the Crown Prince. The 1st place wasn't truly his yet. Both the young hero and the prince rested for more than 10 days while the last battles were conducted, so their bodies had recovered to their peak condition. The last day, early in the morning, Wang Ting and the Crown Prince appeared high in the sky, hovering while keeping a distance from each other. They exchanged glances, while full of fighting spirit. The audience had been waiting for that match for a long time. Everyone became ecstatic the moment they saw the two enter the arena. It's going to begin. The final showdown is about to start. This is so exciting. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. It's finally starting. Who will be the last one standing? Who is going to get first place? Everything will be decided on this match. Above the arena, Wang Ting and the Crown Prince were looking at each other in silence. Strong winds blew from time to time, swirling between them. The prince said, "In the beginning, right when I returned to the great Qian Empire, the last thing I expected was to find someone strong enough to face me. I came across many talented warriors when I traveled outside the empire. There were many experts comparable to me, which made me realize how vast the outside world was. This helped me to gradually rein in my pride, so I could reflect and looking at myself." Wang Ting looked at him with surprise. The prince had barely spoken before that moment. He seemed like a different person now that they were about to fight. Could it be that he's actually a chatterbox? The second prince and the others were just as surprised, but soon understood that the prince was treating the hero as a worthy opponent. That was probably the reason why he was speaking as much. The prince continued, "I understood my shortcomings and set a clear path for myself, in order to defeat countless opponents and be where I am today." "So, you said you're going to become invincible. Have you examined yourself?" The former gazed at the hero. Wang Ting realized something. The Crown Prince happened to hear what he said before, and probably thought he was out of his depth, which was why he was so chatty. The hero shook his head and laughed. "I will tell you after we fight. You're different and unique, even among all the talents I've met," said the prince. "However, you haven't seen the vast expanse outside the empire. You shouldn't say things like that." "Is that so?" Wang Ting glanced at the Crown Prince calmly. "Let's begin. I'll be able to see a bigger world after I defeat you." "You're very confident." The noble's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. "Then, let's fight." Although his voice wasn't loud, it resounded in the skies, becoming the signal for the start of the battle. Boom! The next moment, both fighters disappeared at the same time, turning into a pair of beams rushing up high into the sky, just like two massive dragons, to collide with a bang right after. The Crown Prince held a sword, and immediately used his unity of man and sword to rush toward his opponent. There was no need to test the water in a battle of such caliber. They had to use powerful attacks in order to defeat the other. Wang Ting felt the powerful incoming sword consciousness, so he condensed force in his sword as well. He then seemed to also become one with his sword as he slashed to counter the move. Boom! 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 Sword projections clashed in the sky, ultimately shattering. The sharp attacks swept across the ground, leaving a trail of sword marks and laying waste. Some were thin as blades of grass, while others were as thick as arms. Some were even as deep as true abysses. Sand clouds began to rise, dimming and blocking the sky. The prince noticed that Wang Ting's sword techniques were comparable to his. He immediately pointed at his opponent. Tyrant's finger. It was a digit filled with a horrifying ultima, which pierced through the air like a giant's finger. It then descended towards the hero. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed, but he didn't flinch. There was a trace of malice in his eyes as he snickered. He too extended a finger and pointed forward. Boom! A second ghastly finger was manifested in the sky, also filled with a terrifying ultima. The prince's pupils shrank, as if witnessing something unbelievable. F***K. How come their battle techniques look so similar? The audience logged onto the live chat platform were bewildered. The second prince and the others were feeling the same. They stared at the two massive fingers in the sky, seemingly trying to find out the differences. Boom! The fingers clashed and caused a loud explosion. Both attacks shattered into bits and exploded. The young hero and the prince flew backwards and appeared roughly a kilometer away. The noble could not believe it. He felt restless as he looked at his opponent. You actually learned my technique in secret. The hero's skill resembled his tyrant's finger. It was almost the same, be it appearance, ultima, or the overwhelming presence. But how is this possible? He took great pains to find that legacy. How did he learn it too? There was only one possibility he could think of. Wang Ting had learned his technique in secret. However, the idea was equally impossible and hard to believe. He had merely used the move a few times during his previous matches. How could that guy learn it? Are there really such perverse talents in the world? Countless questions floated into the Crown Prince's mind. Waves of emotions were crashing inside his calm heart. Guess. Wang Ting smiled. He just wanted to tease the prince, since the latter had dared to reprimand him like a teacher, using a righteous tone. The hero wanted to know how the other would react after realizing he had secretly stolen his battle technique. From the looks of it, the effects were decent. The Crown Prince's expression was within his expectations. As for whether he would expose his secrets, that was irrelevant. The ploy would only prove he was extremely talented. The noble wasn't expecting such a reply. He felt frustrated. Again, Wang Ting said to his opponent. The prince took a deep breath to calm down. His eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. It didn't matter if the hero had stolen his technique or not. The provocation was real. Now he was angry. Boom. Their battle continued, becoming even more intense. Explosions resounded in the sky. The earth quaked and space seemed ready to burst open. Let's see if you've learned this sword skill. The prince's eyes became intense. His sword sliced through the air like a comet, leaving a trail of shimmering sparks. The 12 tyrant swords. First sword. The noble had also instilled the move with the unity of man and sword, as well as his domain. The overall power was overwhelming. Wang Ting smiled when he saw the other getting angry. He glanced at his attributes board. The 12 tyrant swords, first sword 7500/10,000 foundation. He was 2,500 points away from the well-versed stage, so he decidedly bridged the gap with blank attribute. The attribute skyrocketed in an instant, jumping to well-versed, all the way to the specialized stage. 30,000 points were needed for this increase. The 12 tyrant swords, first sword 1/50,000 specialized, in an instant various enlightenment concepts flowed into his mind. His eyes glistened like the edge of a sharp blade as he wielded his sword. Unity of man and sword. Metal domain. Boom. The oppressive golden sword projection was shot, crashing into the Crown Prince's attack. The latter narrowed his eyelids into thin slits, the faint glowing mist masking a frozen expression. Chapter 1583 Wang Ting's Wang Heaven Blade. 1 Boom. Two powerful golden projections collided in the air. The explosion was earth-shattering. Space started to rip apart, creating pitch-black dimensional rift. The clash of frightening attacks were powerful enough to tear space open. Tiny and sharp sword glows were fired in all directions, creating an appalling scene. A few kilometers surrounding the clash was akin to a death zone. The audience was dumbfounded. Cold sweat dripped down their backs while their hairs stood on end. This is terrifying. Their sword skills are so powerful. Are these the attacks of celestial warriors? Why do I feel that not even Cosmos fighters would match them? I probably live in a different world. Don't you think that their attacks are similar? Similar? They're exactly the same. Oh my God, why do I have a feeling that Wang Ting learned the Crown Prince's skills? That finger technique is the same, too. Really? How can Wang Ting learn the skill in such a short time? I don't believe it. Is there really a genius like that? I admit that he's a genius, but if he can steal and learn other people's techniques, he's not just a genius. Could it be a coincidence? Maybe they just know the same technique. That would be a huge coincidence. Anyone with a pair of eyes could tell that the two combatants were using the same skill. The prince had used it first, the young hero had just tried it. So, either the latter had copied the prince or the two of them had gotten the same legacy. Most of the audience considered the first option as absurd, but its likelihood was still higher than the second option. It wasn't an ordinary technique. Normal moves were readily available, making it possible for both to learn the same skill. However, the High Noble's technique wasn't ordinary. It was a legacy left by a formidable warrior. It would be impossible for the two to receive the same inheritance. Formidable warriors would never take in two disciples for no reason. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan was startled. He observed the techniques carefully and found no differences, concluding it was one and the same. He was speechless for a moment. I somehow feel that I still underestimated Wang Ting, the Grand Duke muttered to himself. He couldn't see through the Crown Prince's legacy, so it had to be an eternal stage skill or above. Such techniques were difficult to learn. It was unlikely for regular warriors to learn it, even when having the proper cultivation method, let alone learning it on the spot. The Universe Stage Elder opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Stealing other people's skills wasn't ethical, but the young hero actually did so in the open, brazenly. No unscrupulous methods were used, so nobody could find fault in him. He did it with his own capability. They had no right to condemn him. The elder from the imperial family was of course on the prince's side, so this made him feel exasperated. Aside from the imperial family people, the other dukedom families were too bewildered by the situation. Their best guess was that the young earthling had actually copied the skill from the high noble. What kind of genius is this? How shameless! The generals stared at one another, their faces showing weird expressions. They didn't expect Wang Ting to act in such a way. He's insane. General Habakkuk sighed. He felt conflicted. He's remarkable indeed, if he really stole the Crown Prince's skill. General Fu Xinglan shook his head and sighed. In the sky above the arena, Wang Ting and the Crown Prince's sword glows were finally extinguished. The overpowered impact swept forth. Both parties flew back several kilometers. Upon careful observation, the noble was pushed back by 3 kilometers while the young hero only moved by 2. There was still a slight difference in strength. Wang Ting was partially stronger. The noble stood in the distance with sword in hand, pointing diagonally towards the ground. He gazed intently at the hero, his emotions a jumble. It was clear to him that the earthling had used the first move of the 12 tyrant swords. It couldn't be anything else. He remembered their short dialogue, when he dared Wang Ting to learn the move if he had the ability, and he did. That was a painful slap in the face. The hero clutched his sword and took a calm step forward. Not bad. The corners of the prince's eyes twitched as he replied in a calm tone. He too walked forward. Each step turned their bodies into lingering shadows as they dashed for a second clash. Boom! The intense battle continued. The 2 parties collided like 2 small suns, resulting in powerful energy waves, sweeping in all directions. I have a second move. Please receive it, said the prince. His sword blossomed with a blinding golden light, illuminating the entire sky. Wang Ting raised an eyebrow. I've never used the second sword before. Let's see how you steal it, the noble taunted. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.